All right, good morning, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started. Welcome. Today is Thursday, May 23rd, 2024. And if you didn't know, you were at the Wildlife Conservation Board meeting. So welcome. Okay, so Mary, can you please take the roll call?
Chair Buckday,
Here.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Benson,
Here.
Member Nagami,
Here.
Member Pavley, Member Phillips, Member Murray. We have a quorum.
Wonderful, thank you. So I'd like to move on to agenda item number 2, approval of the agenda. Are there any changes from the board on the agenda, or can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have first and second. So, Member Phillips, second, or first, sorry. Okay, can you take the roll call, please? Or not roll call, yes.
The motion.
Yes.
Chair Buckday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavley,
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. We have a quorum. We pass.
Motion carries. Great. Thank you so much. So now we'll move on to agenda item number 3, the executive director's report. Jen.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. It's my 3rd meeting. I'm finally almost getting the hang of what I'm supposed to do up here, so that's exciting. I want to start with acknowledging that this has been a bit of a rocky road to get to this meeting. First, I want to thank my staff who've been stressing about getting here always, but then we've had sort of a challenging budget time. So I just want to acknowledge that first and just thank the Department of Finance who agreed to let us move forward with this meeting, despite the fact that our funds are frozen in large part, and we'll talk about that in a second, but well, maybe I'll talk about that now. So I've asked Steve to actually give us an overview of what's going on with the budget, but I'll just say, are you going to talk about the freeze? No. But you're not talking about the freeze. I'll talk about the freeze. No, I'll do it. It's fine. It's fine. So just essentially as the budget is being negotiated, given how tight things are, there was an agreement between the legislature and the governor that they would just hold any unspent funds that fit a certain category. And I'm sure the Department of Finance thought that letter was crystal clear, but for a lot of us, we didn't know what it meant and there was a lot of drama. But anyway, a week ago, we were finally able to put out our final agenda, and essentially all the items that rely on general fund and that are over $1 million in expenditures are going to be conditionally approved at this meeting, pending the finalization of the budget. Which we hope will be official on July 1, if not sooner. So we will be conditionally approving projects. It's written in the agenda in such a way that we can just make motions to approve as proposed. We don't have to get the language right ourselves as we make motions here among the board. It's all of the recommendations by staff. We can just move to approve them as recommended. So, but in any case, we can't make funds available till after July 1, and we can't make notices of notice to proceed. But because we can't wait, we will continue our work through the next, 6 weeks to be ready in the event that the budget is signed so that we can move money as quickly as possible. So I'll turn it over to Steve for the rest of the budget in a second, but I just have a couple of quick updates otherwise. Just a cool thing, yesterday I signed an MOU to work on monarchs with our federal and state partners to look for opportunities to leverage funds to help with monarch restoration and recovery, habitat restoration and recovery across the state. We are also working on a logo refresh because our logo is a little outdated and it's actually really hard to use digitally. And it doesn't pop very much when you see it on signs. So we're working on something that's a little bolder and a little more modern. So hopefully at the August board meeting, we'll have something to share. And then I want to acknowledge that we have two new staff members who I think at least Drew is here, although you may have met her in the hallway and she may still be out there. So Drew Mahoney is our new office technician. We're thrilled to have her. She's super cheerful and very helpful. And then Lisa O'Hara will be starting on Monday as our GIS specialist, which will be really valuable as we think about doing analyses as we move into our next strategic plan, but also doing story mapping and other information for us. One last thing, you all probably are aware, we have put a pause on new applications. If you've been to our website, you know that we're not accepting them right now. That's just to give ourselves a breather while we wait for sort of the budget to settle. And so once we have a new budget, we will revisit that and determine when we're gonna open that back up again. And with that, I'll ask Steve to talk about the budget writ large.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so as was mentioned, there's a number of issues in the agenda today that are conditional upon the budget. So just wanted to give some context for that. So in January, the budget projected a shortfall at the end of the 24-25 fiscal year of roughly $38 billion. Conditions since then have worsened by a total of $7 billion. So without action, that would have sat today at about $45 billion. But last month, the legislature recognized the importance of taking action early, and they approved a package of some early solutions that totaled about $17.3 billion. But that leaves an existing shortfall of about $27.6 billion. So that's sort of what we're looking at for the 2024-25 fiscal year. But at the same time, the administration recognizes that there's a multi-billion-dollar shortfall in the coming years. And so the governor believes it's very important for us to solve the estimated shortfalls, not only for the coming fiscal year, but for the fiscal year after that as well. So as a part of that, putting us on a sustainable pathway going forward, the May revision proposed solutions for the 25-26 budget as well, with a projected that has a projected shortfall of about $28.4 billion. So, you know, to say the least, not an easy task. By definition, there are a lot of difficult decisions that had to be made. The governor said in his press conference for the May revision that there's a lot of things that he had to put forward that he would rather not have been able to put forward. There's a number of programs involved in this that he and the legislature have worked on together. That they both care a lot about. But these are the kind of measures that unfortunately are necessary in order for us to balance the budget over the next couple of years. And to put us on firm footing for hopefully the years to come as we're resolving that. So in that context is where we're coming with the spending freeze. That early action by the legislature last month includes AB 106 was the bill. It included a provision authorizing a spending freeze, and that spending freeze is the result of the conditional actions that need to be taken today, or that are recommended to be taken today. And hopefully, and the other thing to note is that this, the May revision really is the start of a process for discussion and negotiation with the legislature. And so there's still a lot of room for things to change. And that's a part of the reason why we need to maintain that flexibility, because obviously in the 18 years that I've worked on the state budget, the one thing I can say with certainty is that the May revision is always different than the enacted budget. So there will be things that change. We don't know what will change and we don't know by how much. And so there's a need to make sure that we keep some flexibility for how the final budget gets negotiated with the legislature. I'll leave it with that. Hoping to ask any questions or answer any questions, folks.
Can you just speak about the GGRF shift that's proposed? I think that might be of interest to folks.
Sure. Yeah, the May revision includes the shifting of a lot of general fund. I want to say it's about $3.2 billion worth of things that were authorized as general fund over the last couple of years, and they're being shifted to the greenhouse gas reduction fund over a multi-year period of time. Some of that involves reductions in 23-24, the current year, and then GGRF being provided in, say, 2 years or 3 years or things like that. So there's a lot of changing in terms of which fiscal year's funding would be provided. But in order to try and maintain funding for priority programs, we tried to identify additional fund sources for a lot of different things.
So I'll just say as a follow-up to that, if the funds we intend to use for these projects are shifted to GGRF, we may need to call a quick board meeting, just to acknowledge that we're shifting funds because the board needs to approve that. So if you see a public notice, don't panic. It just means we're doing our job and making sure that we're doing our motions properly, but all TBD. We'll just wait and see what happens. We're doing our stretches, so we're flexible all summer long. That's our plan. Anything else you want?
No, I appreciate the update. Are there any questions from the board for Jen or Steve? Please. Oh. Please, go ahead.
Just to clarify on the conditional, it's just those items that are listed in the agenda as conditional, correct?
Correct.
But that could be changed by the legislature, the ones that aren't conditional?
The ones that are not conditional are being approved today and we will fund them immediately.
Okay, I wanted to know if there was wiggle room in that. So it's just, it's about 9 or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. It's a little bit more. There's a few in the
Few more.
consent calendar and then
Yes.
a bunch on.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Yes, please.
Apologies for being a few minutes late. I guess I would offer some thoughts to those in the room that are long or new partners and anyone watching. I've been in your shoes. I was at Trout Unlimited a long time ago now, at the moment when the Great Recession produced really difficult dynamics our colleagues at Department of Finance and that administration had to deal with. I ended up, like many of you, perhaps receiving stop work orders and refused to pay invoices because of the budget at the state level. So I get what it means to have put your whole life into a project and then feel like you have this like bottomless uncertainty on how you're going to complete what's so central to you. Bear with us. The dynamic our colleagues at the Department of Finance and the governor's team and the governor have is, it's real. The challenges are going to run into sectors we all care about, not just here in the room, health, education. But we are in a much better place as a state than that earlier experience, in my opinion. We've all done relatively well, including the WCB and our department in the last couple of years when there was surplus, to move quickly and make dramatic impact working with you, putting money on the ground for benefit. We have a rainy day fund dynamic, which produces such a more reliable contingency for our colleagues at finance. It feels grim. We're going to get through this. What goes up, comes down, goes up, comes down, goes up. So we appreciate your patience with the caveats we need to. Look, the alternative is we wouldn't have been having this meeting. So I would say it's better to have the meeting, even if you're a little discontent with the caveat that may be on your project. So thank you for your patience.
Jen, when you are presenting the pieces that have those items that are contingent on whatever happens to the budget, can you just point that out or have the staff point it out?
Yeah, I've got the list. I've got it highlighted on my list.
I just thank you for, Damon, do you have any comments? Just want to acknowledge, I know it has been, as Chuck said, kind of an uncertain time for a lot of grantees that I know, you know, it can take years to bring these projects together. So want to acknowledge that the uncertainty can cause that stress. Very grateful that we are proceeding with today's meeting and that the board can, you know, take a vote on the various board items. I just want to acknowledge the hard work of the staff of Jen and her team, because I know you've had to field a lot of phone calls, a lot of meetings about, you know, what does this mean ever since the letter did come out. So just gratitude to the staff for having to manage kind of this uncertain time, and also agree that we've seen waves happen before, and we're all here to work on this and figure it out together. So thank you. And just on a different note, I'm very excited about the WCB looking at a new logo, because I think it will be nice to have a refresh and, as you said, maybe a more modern look. So excited to see
Gonna be
what's going to
snazzy.
come forward.
Just you wait. Yeah,
Okay.
we're excited.
Looking forward to it. So it's great. That's great to hear. Okay, so we'll move on to agenda item number 4, board member updates and reports. So wanted to take a moment to thank the board again for coming together in March for our board retreat. This is, I think, a long time coming for the board. We had been working for some time to find a time where we all could come into a room together to talk about some guidance, discuss different issues that the board has been working on, thinking about, and being able to have that time to be able to, have more of a open dialogue. And so my hope is that the retreat could happen on an annual basis. At the beginning of the year, I think at the retreat, we spent some time talking about the strategic plan for the WCB and the accomplishments, but also opportunities to where we could still go further, as well as, in the future, kind of as we move through some of this uncertain times, really thinking about the need to update the strategic plan as we look to the future of WCB. So I think there was a really good discussion around equity, access, looking at, climate resiliency, serving communities, and thinking about what is some of that guidance, criteria that the board is working with staff on. And so a lot of that work and discussion around kind of the rubrics, the metrics will go to the subcommittee, the equity subcommittee, as a follow-up. So we'll continue to have those conversations and bring them back to the board. But just again, want to thank my fellow board members for, I think, what was a really good, healthy, productive discussion. And again, I know it was a lot of work from the staff, from Jen and her staff, to pull that together. So thank you to the staff. And also, we had some members of the public that were at the meeting that stuck, through the 6-hour meeting with us. So very much appreciate that and your commitment and passion for the work that the board does. So thank you also for being there. With that, I want to maybe ask Chuck if you have any comments you'd like to add about the retreat, and then open it up to the rest of the board.
Thank you, Chair. You had a great idea. I'm glad you got us to do a retreat. I think we should do it annually. And at a minimum, what I think I experienced was the value for all our staff to just sit and listen to us talk in a non-agenda, project-driven way. Because I would guess you want increased connectivity to who we are and how we think. And I thought it was valuable, if for no reason but that one.
Yeah, so we had some action items from the retreat, and I suspect, given what has happened with the budget stuff, there's been no time to think about anything except that. But I'm wondering if, at least at the next meeting, we could have some feedback from the staff about some of those items. And I was thinking especially of the establishment of some kind of regular communication, quarterly communication with the Enviro/EJ community reps up here and elsewhere.
All right, so yes, I think there were some good follow-up items from the retreat. So we'll be following up on those and reporting back at the next meeting, so. Any other items or updates from the board at this time? Okay, all right, so we will move on to item number 5, discussion and election of board chair. Any discussion? Thank you.
All right, morning, everyone. The time has come to figure out who is going to lead this board again, and I think with everything that's going on with the budget, we've had a great lineup here, and I think having stability at this time would be great. Alina, you and Chuck as chair and vice chair have been a great team, and I think we've valued your leadership and the way you work together, and I would be happy to nominate you both and to make a motion to approve Alina Bokde as chair and Chuck as vice chair for another term.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any discussion from the board? Chuck, do you accept the nomination?
What's if called to serve? Yes.
Yes, okay. Yes, thank you. And thank you for the vote of confidence for our this past year, and look forward to another year. So I think this vote will take us through the rest of this calendar year. So, all right, no further discussion. Mary, can you take the roll, please?
Chair Bookday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavley,
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 6, funding status, an informational item. So I don't know if you have any updates.
Yeah, so I provided in your packet, it's in the agenda, the list of remaining funds and all the balances. You will look at the bottom line and you will say, that's a lot of money, we're doing fine. But I want to point out a couple things, some of this money is tied up in the sort of question mark of the budget, and that's the general fund values that are at the very top. So that's the bulk of what we have. And then the remainder, it's important to note, well, 2 things. One, the Habitat Conservation Fund is potentially part of the solutions that are being contemplated. There's some discussion of taking back about $45 million of what's in that 55, and then essentially not renewing that into the future. So that's another big chunk. And then of what is remaining, it's not insubstantial, but it is money that is generally in fairly circumscribed pots, so that we can't just use them for the kinds of projects we've really been trying to push. These multi-benefit creative projects, they tend to have more restrictions. They're a little harder to spend. So it's just something to be aware of. There's money still in the future if, the budget doesn't land where we hope it does. But this is what WCB has left to work with. That's it. End of my report.
Any questions, comments from the board? Okay. All right, we will now move on to the consent items on the agenda. So are there any items that have been removed from the consent agenda?
None have been removed. However, there are 10. So just flagging this at Catherine's request, there are 10 items that are conditional. And I can name them if you want to check them off. It's 11, 12, 13, and Mary, check me that I'm right. 15, 16, 20, 23, 24, 28, and 30. Good. Cross-checked properly. So those are the ones that are conditional. I just have two other things to flag for you. We received two late letters that were not in your packet. A letter of support from Senator Henry Stern on the South Los Angeles County Habitat Connectivity Master Plan, number 15. And a letter of support from Mary Weisbrook from Save Open Space Santa Monica Mountains for the Simi Divide Box Connector. And lastly, we had an error in our agenda. We identified some partners. This is on item 16 for the Follows Camp Ecological Design. Our tribal partners are Nathan and Kevin Nunez, who are Hapshivit lineal descendants, which is a historical San Gabriel mountain village. And they're active members of the project team. They bring decades of experience addressing social and cultural issues in the San Gabriel Mountains. Kevin and Nathan Nunez work closely with the Angeles National Forest Supervisor's Office and the San Gabriel Mountains National Monument on tribal and cultural matters. We had misidentified them and we have revised the content in our online library, but it wasn't fixed in your agenda. So just noting their affiliation. And with that, those are all my notes.
Can I ask, the projects that are being put on, everything is dependent on the budget.
conditional
Yeah, the
projects?
conditional projects. Is it just a matter of where they were in line? Or is there some,
Why they're conditional?
yeah,
So the rule set was anything that is using general fund
I see,
and that is over $1 million.
got it.
And that wasn't a particular line item that the legislature identified in the agreement. So there's a couple that are over $1 million that use general fund, but they are moving forward, but the remainder are conditional.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions, please?
No questions, just, I feel like every meeting, we wish we could talk about all the amazing projects and we just don't have time. So the fact that something's on the consent calendar just means that we think it's awesome. There's no opposition. Just to call out a few of these, I mean, if the Eastern Coachella Valley project, Louis Robidoux Nursery, the Angeles Linkage Project, Follows Camp, like these are all amazing projects that I'd love to spend hours talking about, and we just don't have the time, but we just want to give a special shout out. Thanks to all of you for putting forward such terrific projects, and congratulations in advance.
Yes, I just had a question before, make a motion to support the consent calendar. Most of these items, which I really appreciate because I always look for this, have a section called either key management objectives or key management needs, and it spells out who's going to operate and maintain the property in perpetuity. If you look in small print, sometimes people acquire it and then they say, well, but then they're going to find someone else, they're going to sell it, or it's up in the air. Could we have that section in all of them? There's a few missing in the consent calendar and more than a few missing in the other. I think that would be very helpful. Because that can have impacts fiscally in the long term.
Yeah, thank you, Member Pavley. We've actually revamped our agenda, so it's now more organized and you can catch when things are missing. So thank you for catching those. There's a big agenda and we're still editing, but yeah, the goal is to have consistency across. And so thanks for
And
finding that.
that same title that makes it really easy because you can just sort of zero right in there and you don't have to go back through and read the whole thing again. All right, appreciate it. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar if that's appropriate at this time.
I'll second.
Great, we have a first and a second. I know we've got some public comment cards. Just want to echo Fran's comments. I know that this board is brought up the issue about where, what the who the long-term steward is of the project. So I think that that's great. Thank you for raising that. So please.
I have two public comment that I see here on the consent item, Jane Garrison on item 13 and Megan Wargo on item 33. And Dave Sutton also wants to comment on something. Okay. Is Jane here? Okay. Go ahead, Megan.
This is item, which item is this? 33. Item 33. Okay, thank you.
In support? Is it on? Oh, okay. Megan Wargo, CEO for Pacific Crest Trail Association, here in support of item 33, the Trinity Alps Forest Restoration Augmentation. I'd like to thank the WCB for investment in this project. The forest restoration on this property will decommission about 30 miles of logging roads, allowing the forest to recover and regain its natural wilderness habitat, and enhancing the corridor for the congressionally designated National Scenic Trail, the Pacific Crest Trail. Protecting and restoring the PCT corridor supports a wildlife corridor that links protected lands all across the West Coast, all while supporting local economies in the communities along the trail that really are dependent on outdoor recreation. So I just wanted to take the moment to say thank you for your partnership in this project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Sutton.
Greetings, Chairman Bogke, members of the
Good
board.
morning.
And Director Norris. My name's Dave Sutton. I'm the Trust for Public Lands, California Land Conservation Director. I've been at this a while, so I'm a fellow wave rider in the fiscal ups and downs. And minor general comments. I submitted a speaking card, but it probably wasn't clear. But I want to acknowledge the board and staff yet again for just a remarkable slate of projects that advance climate resilience, equitable access, wildlife habitat, and much more. I also want to acknowledge that we're here. So glad that we're here and having this board meeting today. Trust for Public Land has 2 projects on the consent agenda and 2 others on the presentation agenda. On the consent Angeles linkage, which is, invaluable wildlife connection in Southern California, and then the Trinity Alps project that Megan just spoke to you about. I won't speak to our presentation items because other people will. But I wanted to thank the Governor, Department of Finance, Resources Secretary Crowfoot, and legislative leaders that full funding for this agenda, as well as the GGRF fund shift, is in the May revise. And we understand that's not a guarantee, but that's a great start to be in this at this point. And obviously, we all hope that in the end it'll stay in the May revise, given that the impact and value of these projects. Last, I also want to thank and acknowledge the WCB staff for their professionalism, responsiveness, and just effectiveness in navigating this really challenging last just about a month, almost to the day, right? So I think all of the nonprofit sector here are really grateful for WCB's leadership and ability to get us all here today. And let's all hope for the best when the budget's signed come, we all hope June 27th. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments online?
Is there anybody online with their hand raised?
Yes, we have Jane Garrison. You should be able to talk and unmute yourself.
We have new people in the booth, so give them some patience. We're training new folks. You got it, Sabrina? Okay, tell them to go ahead.
Can you hear me? Jane Garrison, you can unmute yourself.
For the record, Zoom is always harder than it looks. It looks seamless to everyone else, but it's really hard to pull it off. Oh, we got Alexa, the expert. She's there to help. Thanks, Alexa.
Jane Garrison, you should be able to unmute yourself. Jane Garrison, you are unmuted. Jane Garrison, you may speak now.
For those of you online who can hear us, we're just working through some technical issues, but we should be able to get you plugged in shortly. Thank you for your patience.
Jane Garrison,
Do you know any jokes?
I do have a joke, but it came from my 9-year-old daughter.
That
so-
makes it probably clean. Tell
Okay.
us.
So why did the cookie go to the doctor?
I don't know. Why did he? She.
Because she was feeling crummy.
Oh, it's a good one.
Test.
We can hear you.
Yes,
Thank
we can hear
you.
you.
Yes, we have a Jane Garrison on the line.
Fantastic.
I gave her the ability to unmute herself.
Jane, go ahead, please, if you can.
Jane Garrison.
Maybe we can go ahead and take the vote. I know Jane is probably going to speak in support of Happy Valley, which is a great project. What? Oh, someone in the audience wants to speak. Okay, great. Thank you. Let's have that go. Come on in. Maybe while we get Zoom worked out.
Yes, please. You can introduce yourself and what agenda item you're speaking in favor of.
We're using the podium. Can you guys put the mic on with her?
Good morning. I'm Andy Schrader here representing the team in support of item number 15, which is the Los Angeles County Habitat Connectivity Restoration Master Plan. Inspired by the arrival of P22 back in 2012, then LA City Council member Paul Koretz and I started working on bringing biodiversity protection in Los Angeles, which we saw was essential for this most urban of areas. It has unique needs, not just for wildlife, but also for human beings. And as we saw during COVID, nature is essential to our mental and emotional well-being. So we need unique solutions. We have a number of terrific conservation projects going on in South LA County already, including the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy project, Ventura County's Wildlife Protection and Habitat Connectivity Ordinance, the LA County's significant ecological areas, the LA County Master Plan, the LA River Master Plan, the proposed LA City Protected Areas for Wildlife Connectivity Ordinance, the Rim of the Valley, Senator Padilla's expansion of the San Gabriel Mountains National Monument, and beyond. Add to that Governor Newsom's groundbreaking 30 by 30 biodiversity initiative. And we have a large number of projects that really need to be interconnected. So what's missing and what this project aims to provide is an environmental justice and access to nature as a foundational element. We have engaged with local tribes for their wisdom and guidance, and we're engaging with our local environmental justice groups to get access to nature right. We began meeting with representatives from each of these projects and from Caltrans a number of years ago with the goal of figuring out how to interconnect these projects, and began talking with them all as one giant overlapping project rather than replicating efforts and resources. So this plan aims to reference and build upon the numerous regional and statewide plans, utilizing the science, planning, and community feedback to provide the guidelines needed to implement future projects and explore funding resources such as Measure W, Parks funding, and help guide future state funding resources. Does that mean I'm over time?
Yes, please. wrap up
LA
your comments.
County
Thank
is
you.
itself a biodiversity hotspot within our larger California floristic province biodiversity hotspot, and this project will help protect it accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you didn't figure that out, that sound is the 2-minute timer. So, but thank you for your comments. Also, just would love to add the Park Needs Assessment Plus to that list of coordination. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll get it work. We'll get this smoothed out.
Yes, we are. We will get
Apologies.
there.
Yeah, sorry, guys. So I think we should move on with the consent
Are there
items.
any other,
I have no other speaker
other
cards. Is there anyone else in the room on consent?
but online,
I don't,
it was only.
I think it
just
was
the
only Jane.
one?
Oh,
Just to
We have-
confirm if there are others.
We have additional hands.
Yeah,
okay. Can
additional
you get
hands. So
them?
we'll, yeah.
Let's see. Elizabeth? You should be able to unmute yourself.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Yeah, I wanted to,
Is this a technical technology issue or?
I
wondering-
didn't think this was, I mean, I'm confused that is there another Elizabeth?
Okay, why don't we try
I mean,
one
this is
more?
not live
Do we have another
confirmation.
hand up?
You're not
Aaron?
connected into our room right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so right now it's only on this laptop. We're trying to get you into the room so that the board members can hear. Can you give us like a few minutes and I'll let you know when we can get it figured out and get you speaking into
Okay,
the room?
that's fine.
Okay. Sorry, we can hear you, but our board
Okay,
members
so I think
can't.
we're gonna go ahead and take the roll for, we do have
I have to
a
leave. I have to leave.
motion and a second. So Mary, let's go ahead and move forward, please.
Chair Buckday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham. Member Nagami.
Aye.
Member Pavle,
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. Motion passes.
Great, and congratulations. So just for my clarification, the board does not need to distinguish between conditional and approved.
no, because it's in the motion.
already-
It's already done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we will now move on to presentation items on the agenda. We are at item number 35. How quickly we went from 7 to 35. So
So Shannon Lucas will present on this
Please.
item.
advancing equity and biodiversity in Southern California.
And this one is conditional.
Can you turn, oh, just. It's on? Okay, great. Good morning.
This proposal is to consider the allocation of a grant to the Resources Legacy Fund to support a project to advance equity and biodiversity in Southern California. Let me try this clicker. Hey, okay. Okay, over the last 75 years, WCB and other agencies have successfully partnered with longstanding conservation organizations to protect and restore natural and working lands and provide wildlife-oriented public access. As such, these organizations now have the expertise and resources to quickly develop and deliver additional projects. In contrast, environmental equity and tribal entities have not benefited to the same extent, and so generally lack the same capacity, expertise, and resources to develop and implement conservation projects. So this project will create a pipeline of biodiversity projects that are also within disadvantaged communities in Los Angeles, San Diego, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Imperial counties. Protection and restoration of natural areas near urban communities not only contributes to biodiversity, but can also build community resilience to climate change impacts such as floods, wildfires, and excessive heat. Such areas can also benefit community mental and physical health and general quality of life. So the main components of this project include outreach to environmental equity and tribal entities, providing technical assistance during the development of projects, awarding grants, and providing associated support during the grant periods. Okay. So the grantee will conduct outreach to equity and tribal entities, as well as to established conservation organizations to determine their interest, capacity, experience, and resources available for developing projects. Outreach efforts will also include a minimum of 20 community-led meetings or planning workshops. And this project will also develop and implement a regional communications program that will feed into a broader communication and outreach effort, including a minimum of 10 media products per year that highlight the progress of specific projects and the overall program in general. An initial baseline survey will be conducted to assess stakeholders' knowledge of and engagement with state conservation efforts and funding agencies. And after the outreach and communications campaign, a final follow-up survey will be conducted to assess any changes in opinions, knowledge, or engagement. Okay, so using existing data and mapping tools, the grantee will identify areas of biodiversity emphasis that overlap with equity needs, such as severe economic disadvantage, high social vulnerability, and pollution burden. And once these areas are identified, the conditions of those areas will be evaluated to determine their viability for successful biodiversity projects. This will include research, outreach meetings, surveys, and interviews with key stakeholders. And the grantee will engage with its network of established conservation organizations to work with a minimum of 6 equity or tribal entities to develop biodiversity projects. And then criteria will be developed to prioritize and select viable projects. So once the projects are prioritized and selected, the grantee will solicit proposals and evaluate these proposals from equity and tribal entities, and then they will award grants to the selected projects. And the grant agreements will include requirements for reporting on appropriate performance metrics and outcomes. And the goal is to execute these agreements by June of 2026. The grantee and up to 5 consultants will provide technical assistance, capacity building, and related support during the grant term. And this will include check-ins as necessary to assess project progress, obstacles, course corrections, and other needs. And then they will provide review and guidance on final project plans and designs to help make these projects as competitive as possible for future funding and successful implementation. So the main outcomes of this project will be engagement with a minimum of 6 equity or tribal entities to develop projects, including a minimum of 20 community-led meetings or planning workshops, to award a minimum of 18 grants to equity or tribal entities to conduct project planning and design, and the submission of 3 planning project applications to private or public entities for funding consideration. So staff recommends the approval of this project as proposed. In the audience, we have Alfredo Gonzalez, Director of Environmental Equity and Justice at the Resources Legacy Fund, to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions or comments from the board on this project? Yes, please.
Just had one. So it sounds like there'll be up to, or a minimum of 18 grants that'll be awarded by, I assume, the Resources Legacy Fund. What's the criteria for how those projects will be selected, or how will that be determined?
So that's part of the initial part of the grant to the Resources Legacy Fund. They're going to develop, they're going to do outreach in the communities and develop the criteria to then select those grantees. So it depends on, interest, availability, and maybe Alfredo can speak to this a little bit more, but that's part of the grant, is to first develop those criteria and then select and award the sub-grants.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shannon. Good morning, Board. Alfredo Gonzalez, Director of Equity and Justice at Resources Legacy Fund. Question regarding how do we select the grantees? Is that the question? So we've already developed a tool to where the geographies are where we want to go, and those were described in the presentation. What we would then do is, using our existing network of grantees and community-based organizations that we work with, is to explore which organizations are desiring of engaging in this kind of project, and also working with some local governments as well as local resource agencies and local agencies to really identify. So we think about, and we're going to be partnering with a lot of local groups, including conservation organizations, land trusts, local governments, local parks departments, as well as community-based organizations in those geographies.
I just have one.
Yes, please.
Question, and maybe the applicant. So you have like a 15% indirect costs. What's included in that?
Typically, our indirect is the processing of paperwork. It's our sort of legal support. It's things that are not directly related to the actual costs associated with the project support that the staff would provide. So processing grants, things like that.
Rent, things like that. I mean, like the building rent and stuff like that.
Correct. Yeah. The coordination and facilitation of the paperwork as well.
Is 15%, is that standard?
It's actually low. In most nonprofits, standard is inching up. When I started in this work, it was around 12%. Right now, our standard indirect is actually 17%, and the grantees that we support have indirect rates up to 25%.
Okay, thank you.
And just to clarify, according to our current grant guidelines, the grantees can request up to 15%. That's our maximum.
Yeah, thanks.
Any additional questions, Catherine?
No, thank you.
Yes, please.
Thanks for the presentation. This is a great project. I think this is exactly the type of thing that we were looking for when the board put together our equity subcommittee. So thanks for bringing it before us. I see that this is a pilot project. I'm hoping that, the results you can come back and present to the board. What would be the next step? Like, how scalable is this going forward if the pilot comes back and it's viable? You see interested projects, like what's, for example, RLF's capacity to expand this? Because 3 million is not going to get it done.
Correct. And this project is modeled after a similar project, which is really about community-led planning processes with supports to deliver infrastructure projects. And the project that we've done in Los Angeles has been outrageously successful. And we went from 2 sites to 7 sites very quickly because we identified not just the need for this, but a lot of interest in both private philanthropy as well as in the communities to do this. What's unique about this project is that we have the biodiversity overlay and the natural lands overlay. So I think what it's really going to take is this due diligence process in the first year to really identify ripe opportunities and willing communities to really engage will then determine. So for sure, we need to come back and share with you what we're learning. My hope is that we have the same experience as we did in the urban setting, in a more rural and suburban setting and natural setting. I just don't know that yet.
Alfredo, I have a couple of questions. Are there any other? Please.
Less a question, more a compliment to staff and the project proponent. I think most people realize whenever you do surveys or questionnaires across the granting world, a regular common denominator first tier response is, we don't have the capacity. You don't engage us to understand what we need. It's constant, it's pervasive. This is responsive to that. So thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple questions and a comment. One is, on the technical assistance portion of the grant, will the technical assistance be determined after the community engagement processes to identify where the priorities are? And
We try to do it in tandem, but the heavier community technical assistance comes once we've sort of engaged. Because sometimes the technical assistance providers, we try to select ones that really know the community already and sort of have a leg up. But it really depends on where we're landing as far as what the project may look like. But we try to bring the technical assistance at the beginning, but it gets more intensive as the project unfolds.
okay. Yeah, because I mean, you talked about the success of the work you're doing in Los Angeles with the urban communities. I mean, I think one of the things that, particularly in more urbanized areas, is the whole question of brownfields and all the technical assistance that needs to go into, being able to, again, kind of restore land and be able to bring the access to nature. So excited to hear more about kind of, as you come back to provide presentations, to hear more about the technical assistance. The other question, so it says here, priority metrics located in a justice community. So can you just talk a little bit more about that? What are the
So the
criteria to
we're
kind of
using-
define justice communities?
Yeah, the tools that we're using are actual state tools. So we're
Okay.
using CalEnviroscreen, we're using the ACE scores, we're using the park needs finder that state parks has. Those are the tools that we're using to sort of identify the places. And we've already mapped out in Southern California some places that really pop as they relate to those overlays. So those are the tools, and we're open to using others, but right now we're using the state tools.
And so the 3 million, when you're doing the granting, I mean, is there kind of a range that you're thinking the grants will kind of fall into? I mean, just to kind of reflect on Damon's comment about the funding side.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I can tell you how it's been in an urban context.
Mhm.
It's been grants under $100,000 for technical assistance and for community-based organizations, usually in the $50,000 to $75,000 range per year for this community-led process. And then in year two is when we really start cooking, when you really start putting things together. So year one is kind of discovery, due diligence. Year two, we usually try to keep the grants at the same amount.
Okay.
And we could go up or down depending on what the needs are.
So at the last board meeting, don't know if you're aware, but the board approved a grant also for technical assistance and some level of block grants to the CCLT, the California Council of Land Trusts. And I think there's opportunities to think about leveraging and overlapping that work. I mean, the board has approved a number of block grants. And so I think as you kind of develop your project or program design further, looking at where that leveraging partnership can happen so that so we're all kind of, it's all part of the overall thinking, and also alignment with thinking about criteria and that technical assistance.
Yeah, it's a great suggestion. I
yeah.
am aware of that grant, and I will certainly contact them. We're always in communication with DCLT.
Okay. All right, thank you. Look forward to hearing more about how this proceeds if the board votes in support. So it'd be great to be able to have maybe a cohort of the grantees come back to the board to
Definitely.
provide updates. So.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, please. I will entertain a motion for this project, item
I'd like to
number
make a motion
35.
to approve item 35 as recommended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Thank you. Fran? So,
I'm sorry.
yes, we'll do,
Public
so
comment.
now we'll do public comment. So any,
I have no
in
speaker
person?
cards.
Okay.
No. Is there
Are there any-
anyone online? I know we switched out the laptops. We might be successful now. Getting the thumbs up from Sabrina.
Can you hear me?
Do we have any
Anybody online?
speakers
Can you
online?
hear me? Can people hear me?
Yes, no?
Hold on, they're checking.
Oh, no.
No hands raised?
There are some hands raised.
Should we work the microphone? Hold on.
Can you guys hear me in the room?
Yes.
No.
No hands raised.
Oh,
Okay, let's move on.
Okay. All right, so we have first and a second. Can you take roll call, please?
Chair Buckday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle,
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. The motion passes.
All right, motion passes. Congratulations. Moving on to item number 36, the Palo Verde Ecological Reserve, expansion number 5.
Welcome,
Jen.
John Walsh. This one's been a journey and we've made it, so take it away. We get the mic up front, please.
All right, thank you. This proposal is to consider the acquisition of 1,931 acres of land by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife as an expansion to the Palo Verde Ecological Reserve. The property is located approximately 10 miles south of Blythe, adjacent to the Colorado River. The subject property is in CDFW's Colorado River Conceptual Area Protection Plan and is considered a Tier 1 property in the plan. The property is currently agricultural farmland and has first priority water rights and significant water infrastructure that makes it a good opportunity for riparian restoration and keeping water in the Colorado River. The property is also ideal for inclusion into the Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program, the MSCCP. The MSCP is a collaborative effort involving the Bureau of Reclamation and federal, state, and local partners. Priority is placed on securing land with existing water rights. Reclamation is the implementing agency of the MSCP and has evaluated the property for inclusion into the program and has determined that it is suitable for large-scale habitat development and restoration. Reclamation and the MSCP have been a great partner with CDFW on previous expansions of the Palo Verde Ecological Reserve, and the partnership has been successful for nearly 2 decades. The MSCP will bear the long-term commitments, including management of the property, and estimates that roughly up to $80 million in large-scale restoration and management will be applied to the subject property. In addition, the property, having senior water rights, safeguards the sustained protection of habitat. The property has potential for habitat for riparian and aquatic species. Habitat types include marsh, backwater channels, cottonwood willow, and honey mesquite. The restored habitat will provide important benefits to fish and marsh birds that have long been impacted by the channelization of the Colorado River. The property, once restored, will provide habitat for 21 endangered, threatened, and sensitive species. The MSCP is committed to working with CDFW and the local community in developing a site design that ensures public access in an underserved community. Through collaborative efforts with CDFW, the MSCP, and local stakeholders, this land will become a place for outdoor enthusiasts, a place for activities such as bird watching, hunting, fishing, hiking, and other recreational activities. In short, this acquisition is highly leveraged in both acquisition and future restoration dollars and provides huge benefits to the local community. Therefore, staff recommends approval as proposed. In the audience to help answer any questions are Heidi Calvert, Regional Manager for Region 6, Chris Hayes, Environmental Program Manager for Region 6, Terry Murphy, Program Manager for the Lower Colorado MSCP, and Steve Hobbs, California Director of the Conservation Fund. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions, comments from the board? I just have one. On the public access, it says here that recreational public opportunities in the form of hunting, wildlife viewing, and nature studies. So are those, can you speak a little bit more about the public access? Is that based on kind of a permit system that in terms of the hunting or the nature studies? Is there going to be any kind of passive access for?
I think it'll be, I can have Chris Hayes, he's online. Hopefully it'll work. He manages the Palo Verde Ecological Reserve out there now and all the hunting and bird watching activities. So he's probably best to answer that question.
Yeah, or if these are guided groups, just curious.
Chris, are you online and able to? speak?
Yes, this is Chris. Can you hear
Chair,
me?
while we wait for Chris.
Yes, hello, this is Chris.
Or can, yeah, if you can.
To
speak
hunt
that.
on department property
Hi,
requires an
Chris.
underlying
Unfortunately,
license.
the panel can't
for
hear
hunting.
us.
But other passive recreation.
We're gonna have to troubleshoot. Please hold.
So, bird watching, hiking. So it's a combination, and then you have to kind of think through which activities, what time, you don't want hunters and hikers. So that all goes into like land management plan approach for the property as we bring it on board. And more broadly, just adding any public land in this region is a net plus for eventual outdoor access because it's pretty public land starved.
Thank you. And then can you just, for located in justice community, what were the criteria for
Cal Enviro screen?
the Cal Enviro screen? Okay. And did you use like disadvantaged communities as well, or just
Both.
both? Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. Do we have any public comments, either in person or online?
We're gonna try. Can you hear me out there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome.
Okay,
All right,
we got it fixed.
making progress.
Call on the next speaker.
Okay, so
Is Chris Hayes available?
Yes, this is Chris.
Oh, yep, we can hear you.
Excellent. Yeah, I would like to say that I appreciate the fact that Wildlife Conservation Board is considering this acquisition. We have a proven track record out there of being successful, of accomplishing all the goals we set forth. We've converted approximately 3,000 acres of agricultural land into habitat. It's been very successful, even on a national scale. We've been recognized. And yes, it will be open to public access, hunting, fishing, recreation, bird watching, as well as providing threatened endangered species habitat. And once we've converted these habitats in past projects, of which this would be an expansion, the property has been occupied by many threatened endangered species, been highly successful, and the partnership comes with over $100 million of funding to maintain this in perpetuity. So it's a great project in our opinion.
great, thank you.
Do we have any other hands raised online? Yes. Oh, hold on. Well, we need to go back and hear comments from the previous item. So we're going to take a vote on this one. I think do we have any other people online for this item?
There are no further raised hands for this item.
No more raised hands. Okay, so let's do this vote and then we'll go back.
Something very quickly about
And get
that.
comments.
When they're saying raised hands, are they saying the Zoom hands or the phone hands or both?
I assume it's Zoom and phone.
It's both. Okay.
Yeah, there's nodding. Okay, thank you.
Terry Murphy from the Lower Colorado MSCP would like to comment.
Okay, Terry Murphy, who's in the audience, come on down.
Good morning. My name's Terry Murphy. I am the program manager of the Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program. I have personally worked with Chris Hayes over the last 2 decades since the inception of the Palo Verde Ecological Reserve. And together, as Chris pointed out, we've restored well over 3,000 acres of habitat. And at the reserve alone, we have planted over 1 million cottonwood and willow, native cottonwood and willow. So this acquisition, in addition to the lands that are already available, give us the opportunity to integrate both marsh and backwater. So that'll increase the diversity of the habitat. And as has been pointed out, the funds that are being brought to the table include not only $25.5 million for the acquisition, but $80 million in the restoration, monitoring, and maintenance of the site for the next 30 years. So we are fully in support of the project, and we like to thank the board and your staff for all of your due diligence on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Any other public comments on this item?
I think we're done online. Anybody else in the room? Okay. I think we're good. Thank
So
you.
with that, do I have a board motion? Great. So we have a first. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. Great. So we have a first and a second. Mary, will you take the roll, please?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle,
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. Motion passes.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Moving on to item number 37 on the
Actually,
agenda.
Chair, excuse me. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yes,
We're gonna go
my
back to-
apologies.
We need to go back to
go
any
back.
remaining
Yes.
public comment on previous items. Are folks in the booth
Yes.
ready for that?
Yes, we are.
Okay,
Okay,
looks like
please,
we are
thank you.
ready.
Elizabeth, you may speak. Elizabeth Ipor, you may be unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, this item 37?
No, this is, if you have your hand raised, we're going back to the consent agenda items, public comment for consent, the consent
Or
agenda.
35.
Or
Yeah.
35. So, or my apologies, agenda item
I was
35
wondering-
as well.
I was going to comment on item 37.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and
I
we'll
think,
need to
I
do,
think people are just confused.
yeah,
because
where we are.
What's happened is we've been asked to go back to item 35 to take some public comment that
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
able to be given because there was a glitch in the technology. We
Right.
haven't gotten to item 37 yet.
Okay, so you're not
So
not
hang
doing,
on, hang
you're not
tight.
doing 37 now, right?
Yes,
No.
we
Okay.
will,
We,
will be
we
coming
aren't,
to
we
you.
aren't there yet, but
Yeah.
we will
Okay.
be.
All right, well, thank you, thank you. Okay, good.
So are there any comments on item 35 or on the consent agenda that are still in the queue? Maybe take your hand down if you're waiting for a future item, but put your hand up if you have a past item.
So I think we did
There
have,
was one hand for a John Richards. Would you still like to make your comment? Please raise your hand. John Richards, you may unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
yes, we can hear you.
Great, yes.
Welcome.
I was actually calling about item 37, which I thought you voted on already, but I guess there's been
okay.
confusion because
So-
many of us here have had our hand raised and it doesn't seem like the technology is working because there's no acknowledgement of that. So hopefully we got that fixed, but definitely want to comment on item 37, so I'll stand by. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and our apologies that we're having so many technical issues. We will be taking on item 37 and we will make sure to provide time for your public comment. So appreciate your patience. Are there, if we could ask for folks who are waiting to speak on item 37, if you could just put your hand down momentarily, so if we can assess if there are any public comments online for either the consent agenda items. So items, where are we at? Items number 7 through 34, and also item number 35. We'll take those public comments now at this time. Do we have any hands raised?
We have one hand raised.
Okay, why don't we unmute them?
Peter
please?
Colby, you may unmute yourself and speak. Peter Colby, you should be able to unmute yourself.
I'm afraid that was an error. I apologize.
Oh, no problem. We have a Bettina Rosmarino.
Bettina, you can unmute yourself if you can hear us.
Hi, my name is
Hi.
Bettina Moreno, and I'm with Aswat Land Trust. And I just, we, I want to speak for Jane Garrison a little bit since she was having technical difficulties. And we just want to say we really appreciate all the work that the Wildlife Conservation Board does. I know staff works incredibly hard, so we're really grateful for that work. We have 2 agenda items. One is approved today, Santa Rosa Hills, and the other is conditionally approved, Happy Valley, and we're very, very excited about these projects. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last call. Anybody else?
We have no hands.
Thank you so much. I think we got it together now. We're ready.
Okay, wonderful. And sorry about all of the issues with getting our technology online. So, okay, so we are now moving on to agenda item number 37, the Almani Preserve Cactus Scrub Restoration Augmentation Project.
Kurt Mauchow coming on up.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. This agenda item requests for an augmentation to an existing grant. At the November 2021 meeting, the Wildlife Conservation Board approved a $484,000 grant to the Earth Discovery Institute to restore cactus scrub habitat in the El Monte Preserve. Unforeseen circumstances have since led to the need for additional time and funding to extend project activities. This augmentation was presented back in February. A discussion followed in response to plans to continue usage of glyphosate within the suite of tools for weed control, leading to a board motion to carry this item to the next meeting to consider alternatives. As background, the project focuses on improving habitat conditions for the coastal cactus wren. This is a species at high risk of loss without immediate action due to its existence in only a few isolated areas throughout Southern California. The map on the left shows the fragmented population distribution of coastal cactus wren, highlighting their vulnerability not only to existing land use patterns, but impacts such as catastrophic wildfire and drought intensified by climate change. This project expands coastal cactus wren habitat by developing 15 acres of cactus scrub strategically located near existing habitat areas to increase connectivity. The project helps implement San Diego County's multiple species conservation plan, which calls for the conservation and enhancement of 85 species, including the coastal cactus wren. The El Monte Preserve, located within the San Diego El Cajon cactus wren population cluster, was selected for restoration due to its high potential for successfully creating new habitat and its proximity to several existing habitat areas with breeding cactus wren populations. The areas bordered in red on this slide outline the restoration site, and the yellow lines show their proximity to existing cactus wren habitat, demonstrating how the project location increases both residency as well as providing connectivity across larger habitat areas. This will result in a near 30% increase in habitat for this one core population to help achieve recovery so that protection under the Endangered Species Act may not be warranted. 3 additional prioritized species, the California gnatcatcher, San Diego horned lizard, and orange-throated whiptail, also included in the multiple species conservation plan, are documented at the site and also benefit from this restoration. Over the past several years, restoration activities have included dethatching and chemically and mechanically treating invasive plants. Irrigation was then designed and installed following the invasive plant treatment. Cactus, salvaged and translocated from an existing preserve, was then planted at the site, along with installation of native container plants. Additional weed abatement treatments have followed, along with educational volunteer events during site maintenance. Monitoring results to date have shown higher percent coverage of native vegetation, as well as higher visitation by birds, small mammals, and insects. However, unusually high winter and early spring rains experienced over the past 2 years are causing unexpected challenges with controlling invasive weeds on the project site. This unusually high precipitation is presenting significant challenges with controlling invasive weeds. Consequently, weed control will need to continue well beyond the initially planned scope. These images, taken earlier this year, show rapid outbreaks of brassica or Sahara mustard on the left, and brachypodium or false brome in the middle image. Despite the unexpected invasive weed outbreaks, the project approaches have proven effective. Monitoring data show increased native vegetation diversity over the last couple of years since implementation, as seen on the bar graph on the right. If left with the current timeline and depleted funding, however, the recently colonized invasive weeds will outcompete the planted native vegetation and undermine current progress and ultimate success. In light of the February discussion, a sustainable pest management approach would continue and incorporating the synergistic use of multiple methods such as hand pulling, line trimming, and the targeted use of herbicide, this time without glyphosate. So with additional funding and time, the grantees will be able to address the unexpected weed problem, ensure establishment of native vegetation, and take this effort from implementation to maintenance phase. Joining us in person are Sarah Masonov, Executive Director for the Earth Discovery Institute, and Michael Beck, President of the Endangered Habitats Conservancy. Joining us remotely are Edith Kohler-Vincent, Conservation Director for the Earth Discovery Institute, Chris Manzik, Director of Land Management for the Endangered Habitats Conservancy, and Dr. Chris McDonald, a researcher for the University of California Cooperative Extension. Thank you for, again, considering this augmentation.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions, comments from the board on this item?
Yeah, I have questions. I appreciate that glyphosate isn't going to be used. I'm less familiar with the other herbicides that are being proposed, but just a quick review on Google suggests to me that some of them are harmful to invertebrates, which birds feed on, and potentially other creatures, including humans. Was there any effort to look at ways to avoid the use of herbicides entirely? And that being said, if you are applying it, how much will you be applying?
I can say that, yes, there was a non-herbicide option. It did come with its own issues. It was also discussed at the February board meeting. It's an additional expense. Understanding our budget condition right now, our agenda items are frozen cost-wise. If I could get Sarah and Michael to kind of discuss the alternatives, the process they use for exploring the alternatives.
Good morning. Thank you for once again considering this augmentation request. I apologize, I'm a little under the weather this morning. We certainly did consider a non-herbicide option, and we wrestled quite a bit, both internally and with the WCB staff, about how to proceed. When discussing this with WCB staff, I was asked whether, because I proposed a non-herbicide option, which includes approximately $200,000 in additional funding. And correctly, the WCB staff is most concerned with success of the project and making sure that we successfully restore native habitat there within the current time frame, within a 3-year period. And when asked whether a non-herbicide versus herbicide option, which would be most effective, I have to say that an herbicide option would be most effective. That's what we're here to do, is to restore native habitat. And so that's how we proceeded. We do have the non-herbicide option for an additional $200,000. What I can say is that at the end of 3 years, the site will not look the same. It will be less successful in terms of eradicating invasive weeds and ensuring that the native species have established. But what I can tell you for sure is if we walk away from this meeting, pardon me, without a commitment of funding support, and it gets punted to the next meeting, the project is basically dead in the water. We don't have the capacity to stretch the current WCB grant any further. I won't be able to pay the staff that are currently implementing the project for another 3 months. So we are willing to absolutely entertain the non-herbicide option. And Michael Beck, who is president of HC and manages the land, can assure you that he will, ensure the site does not revert when we hand it off to them in 3 years from now. But they do need this 3 years, one way or the other, of intensive management.
And given that what's brought you back for this augmentation is that there was a year of a lot of rain, and basically the last herbicide application didn't account for that, and there wasn't enough hand pulling or whatever in between. What assurance do we have that if we have another couple of years of rain, which is extremely unpredictable, that you're not going to be in the same position with or without herbicides, that you're still going to have an overwhelming amount of weed activity that hasn't been addressed early enough?
Yeah, great question. I'll first say that 2 years is a very short period of performance for a habitat restoration project. This has been and anyone you talk to in San Diego County will tell you this has been a very intense year for weeds because of all the precipitation. And I will say over this period, we still have had success in that we started with 100% cover of invasive weeds, and we're now at 30%.
How much? 30%?
We started at 100% cover of invasive, and we are now at 30% cover of invasive. So we've had a lot of success at the site. I was just out there last week because it really is an all hands on deck pulling weeds. I was out there myself pulling weeds, and they are overwhelming, even with the use of herbicide right now. It's just, it's a big job. But to more directly answer your question, after 3 years, I think given our track record of success over the last 2, speak to the success we're likely to have over the next 3, I'm very confident that we will not be back here in 3 years asking for additional funding. And in this year of intense need for weed management, I called Michael and said, we need some additional support to get out there. And before I could get the question out, he said yes, and his crew is out there helping us. We are truly a team, and we'll make sure it's done. We'll make sure the job gets done.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions, comments from the board? Why don't we go ahead and go to public comment?
I don't have any speaker cards on this, and I don't have any, is there anybody online? On the phone?
Yes, we have 5 raised hands. 6.
5 hands, thank you.
7. Oh my goodness.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got somebody in person. Let's do them first and then we'll go online. Thank you.
Understood.
Thank you. It might help to provide a little more context for the people who are calling in. This property is I wanted to give you some context and
Could
then.
you identify yourself and say where you're from?
I'm so
Thank you.
sorry. Michael Beck, I'm the Executive Director of the Endangered Habitats Conservancy. We own the property. I would like to provide some context and then also add some perspective to that last question about where is this going and at what point do we get relief from this weed control? So for context, it's a 150-acre parcel. It was a $5 million acquisition, but a $4 million purchase price. It's a WCB funded acquisition, and there was a $1 million bargain sale component to it. Subsequent to that, we got a state parks grant. There's a 40-acre pond on the property, which was previously a sand mining operation. And a state parks grant was issued, and that was $4 to $5 million for restoring that pond to accommodate tricolored blackbird, which has amazingly been successful. That was 2 years ago when we saw the first tricolored. Also, we have least Bell's vireo, California gnatcatcher, and an osprey that hangs out there every day. So it's a very rich property biologically. Then I'd like to add my perspective on what the future is going to look like. I'd say realistically, a property that starts with 100% invasives, it takes 10 years to get on top of it. But we have 20 years of experience. And at some point, there is a tipping point. Different veg communities are different. Chaparral's easier than open land like this to completely eradicate invasives. But at some point, the natives start outcompeting the invasives and things they tip in the right direction. And so what Sarah was describing is a 5-year Earth Discovery Institute effort, which we're helping with all the time with our team. And then after that point in time, we will take it over. We own and manage about 10,000 acres of MSCP land, and we don't turn our back on any of our properties. So this will be cared for, and we get to that tipping point with all of our properties. So that's kind of what the future looks like, and we're just trying to get to that point. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready for comments online. Thanks for your patience.
Ian Schulman, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, honorable board members. I'm Keon Schulman, Director of Poison Free Malibu and a registered nurse. Please consider prohibiting the use of harmful chemicals that are requested by the grant. Chemical companies such as Monsanto, Bayer, Dow, Syngenta, DuPont, Bass, and Cargill have expanded their markets beyond agricultural crops, targeting invasive and non-native species in natural preserves with toxic pesticides. The companies profit billions from selling pesticides and invest millions in public relation campaigns to justify their necessity, convincing some conservation groups to use their products. DDT, Agent Orange, rat poisons, neonicotinoids, glyphosate, and numerous other pesticides have inflicted considerable damage on our ecosystem and health. Study shows pesticides kill or harm soil invertebrates, including earthworms, ants, beetles, ground nesting bees. Negative effects across all studies of pesticide classes show that a set of chemical poisons as pesticides pose a clear hazard to soil life and are incompatible with healthy soil ecosystems. They are pervasive, appearing in 90% of our streams and contaminating everyday products like oatmeal, ice cream, and wine. There has also been a rise in illnesses associated with pesticides, including asthma, autism, birth defects, diabetes, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and various cancers. Non-poisonous alternatives should be acknowledged and promoted. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another comment? I think the volume's good. Thank you.
Yes, Ginger Wallace.
Hello, Ginger Wallace. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Ginger Wallace, Laguna Beach. I strongly urge you to deny this request to use public funds for pesticide-dependent native plant restoration. The project's failure to retard weed development of herbicides is evidence that we need to be committed to a non-herbicide approach to restoration. Laguna Beach here leads the way and has made a commitment to sustainable, responsible habitat restoration to protect our ecosystem and public health without herbicides. At a site meeting we had yesterday, we are informed there will soon be an RFP sent out asking companies such as Land IQ, a respected restoration company, to submit bids. And they have already mentioned that although it might be more expensive, it is a feasible approach to native restoration. There's much to be concerned about when using pesticides like those proposed in this project, killing non-target species, beneficial insects, plants, microorganisms, jeopardizing soil health and biodiversity. Critical, all critical for a balanced environment. As a beach community, we're concerned that runoff from pesticide-treated areas can contaminate water bodies, affecting aquatic life. This project is right next to the Colorado River. We need to protect the public health and the environment. Please do not fund pesticide-dependent use in habitat restoration. There are safer, more sustainable alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
Elizabeth?
All right, a couple of comments before and my main thing was that I understand that, you know, technology is wonderful until it doesn't work. And sir, we both had that experience, all of us. So I understand when there is not, things don't work. Anyway, a couple of things I certainly agree with everyone who had spoken before me, the other people. One you talked about, I first want to talk about expenses, and I realize that certainly, and pulling weeds or any other mechanical, there is a cost, but you know, there are a lot of young people, environmentalists, and people at high school age or even college who could perhaps get some benefit from it, from their work, being on their college application, that this is what they did. And I think that's something to look into when you're thinking about money, and especially the any kind of budget point. So that was one thing I just want to put out there. The other thing is I was just shocked about the how many herbicides, pesticides were going in there. But one other point I wanted to mention, and I think someone else had actually mentioned it, and that is about the relationship of the chemical companies, especially to the people the vendors who were putting out the chemicals. And it is known that if they use their chemicals from these corporations, these chemical companies, that a lot of these vendors will get money back. They'll pay them. And I think that that's something that you should look into, and whether that's really happening here. That has happened in other places. Maybe it's happening here, maybe it's not, I don't know. But I think that when you think this is the public place, people are there, and as so many people have talked about herbicides and pesticides, and we all know the studies, et cetera, so I'm not going to repeat everything that people have said, but I really feel that you need to really consider alternative methods.
Can you please wrap up your comments? Thank you.
I will wrap up my comments because I understand money is a problem, and that's why I wanted to first say that to get young people to come out and pull weeds, and I'm sure there's a lot of young environmentalists, people in high school or college, repeating myself on this, that would love to do it and may even get credit for doing it. Anyway, thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you. Next speaker.
John Richards.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, board. I'm calling today to state my opposition to item 37, the El Monte Preserve. As a pediatrician and local San Diego resident, I was shocked to learn that pesticides are being considered for wildlife restoration. The fact that, glyphosate is no longer being used, but instead 5 toxic herbicides are being used in their place is not a safer compromise. It's pretty obvious. I'd like to remind the board that we only have a rudimentary understanding of soil microbes and their network of interdependency with plants to address disease and nutrient issues. Literally, healthy soils will help fauna of all types fight disease through these underground chemical networks that can extend for miles away from the areas that you are treating. And this proposal would essentially kill and destroy these microbial networks. When your presenters talk about the success of going from 100% to 30%, I'm not surprised, but you literally killed everything. And how is that something that's acceptable in a wildlife area? It is a fact that synthetic pesticides disrupt ecosystems by killing non-targeted species, including beneficial insects, plants, and microorganisms essential for a balanced ecosystem. You're all aware of the extensive and mounting peer-reviewed research on the long-term destructive side effects of chemically dependent restoration. These unintended consequences degrade our soil, water, and air, and ultimately compromise entire ecosystems because they don't just impact where they are applied. This board could very well be looking at a sizable environmental remediation project down the line to clean up all these areas that have been denigrated due to chemical applications. I have seen it before. NGOs might even pursue litigation to enforce the cleanup of these areas. Finally, I understand the budget challenges, but it's irresponsible from a public health perspective to use this as justification to use pesticides. I know this board can fund more sustainable proposals. Please use common sense decision-making by only allowing non-chemical and mechanized forms of weed invasive control and habitat restoration at El Monte Preserve.
Can you
Thank
please? Thank you. Yeah, next comment. Do we have any more public
Yes,
comments?
we have Susan.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you. My name is Susan. I live in the San Diego area near Camp Pendleton. I'm a mom of 4. We have dogs. We're very much an environmental family. We have, there's a lot of noise and pollution already where we live. So we take the time on the weekends to go to these such parks, to really get out in nature, experience, what we all know is supposed to be the natural environment. I'm very alarmed to hear that these lands have already been sprayed with these poisons. I'm not surprised that you're having problems because these chemicals have already disrupted this land. Anyway, I just, we need to have somewhere we can go where we can take our children to learn about, the natural ecostructure, but here we are destroying it. And, what do we say about, the bees and the pollinators and, and how our food is made? We're trying to teach these lessons to our children, but, these lands are just being destroyed. So I would just like to ask the board to please do your job to protect these lands and the wildlife. I respectfully ask you to decline this crazy proposal. These lands have been in existence for hundreds of years without these treatments. So, and that's the way they need to stay. They need to stay untreated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Melinda McNaughton.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I am out of Half Moon Bay and I'm a registered dietitian and I'm studying soil science. So I completely agree with the gentleman who spoke about the effects on soil and microbes. That is absolutely true. I want to talk about the 5 herbicides that are being planned to be used. One of them, this is based on the SDS chemical safety data sheets. Fusilade is hazardous to humans and domestic animals, developmental reproductivity and toxicity and birth defects. It contains naphthalene, which is on the right to know hazard substance list as cited by OSHA and many others. This chemical is on the special health hazard substance list. It also contains petroleum distillates, also on the special health hazard substance list, and acute health effects include for higher levels, coma and death, and long-term effects can last for months or years. Environmental hazards are it's highly toxic to fish and aquatic invertebrates and do not apply in areas where runoff occurs to water bodies. And I know this project is near a pond and a river. Then there are two other ones, Garlon Ultra 4 and Vastlon. They may be fatal if swallowed, harmful or fatal if swallowed, highly toxic to fish and other aquatic organisms, hazardous chemical as defined by OSHA Hazard Communication Standard. Gallery is another chemical, contains chemicals known to cause cancer and birth defects. And then Telar XP, the active ingredient listed as an environmentally hazardous substance. And there's new information on pesticides now that PFAS are forever, which are forever chemicals that do not break down, are often found in unlisted inert ingredients of pesticides.
Can you please wrap up your comments? Thank you.
Yes, I just want to say when taking the cheapest option, you get what you pay for. In this case, the poisoning of the environment. We really need to think long-term costs to the environment and our survival. Pesticides are not the long-term answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kim Conte.
Kim Conti, founder of Non-Toxic Neighborhoods. Good morning, Director Norris and Wildlife Conservation Board. First, I wanted to thank you for listening to our concerns regarding chemically dependent habitat restoration. It's encouraging to see only one pesticide-dependent item on the agenda today. While we are very grateful that the board is listening, we respectfully ask that the board keep up with the mounting research on the dangers of pesticides, including pesticides that have been marketed to us all as safe or a precious tool in the IPM toolbox. The concept of judicious or synergistic use of herbicides, particularly glyphosate, is a dangerous myth, especially given the Environmental Protection Agency's final report on glyphosate's impacts on endangered species, plants and animals. Per the EPA's final report, glyphosate harms or kills 93% of the total list. And per the National Center of Agricultural Law, EPA's final report did not reach a single no effects conclusion on any of the endangered species examined. This applicant has already applied glyphosate in El Monte's preserve. Now they are seeking additional public funds for 5 new pesticides that they plan to use in their chemical restoration. We don't want El Monte stuck in this pesticide game of unfortunate whack-a-mole. This isn't just a matter of moderation. To continue entertaining the idea of judicious use in the face of such catastrophic consequences, even at ultra low dose applications, is not acceptable. As budget constraints increase, I urge the Wildlife Conservation Board to allocate funds toward land acquisitions rather than allocating additional public funds to an applicant reliant on toxic, chemically dependent restoration methods. These methods have only proven that they offer temporary control, and these applications come at a very high cost with unintended consequences, and it threatens the Wildlife Conservation Board is tasked to protect. Thank you.
Please wrap up your comments. Thank you.
I just did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
There are no raised hands.
Okay.
Thank you, Erin.
Any additional comments? Please, Damon.
Yeah, just a quick question. Can I assume that so it sounds like changes to the herbicide approach happened, and was the herbicide questionnaire updated? And if so, so we didn't get the questionnaires in our packet, but
Yeah, you did.
oh, we did?
Yep, they're there, page, just after page 89. Is it not there?
It's not in this one.
Oh, no. The one that was sent to you by email, but.
Oh, the email one.
So
Okay.
apologies. I guess we
No,
didn't print
that's
the
fine.
full.
Then just making sure it was updated because I
It
missed
has
it.
been, yes.
Okay, any other comments, questions from the board? If not, I will,
I'll
oh,
make a
yes.
Um, you know, my big issue has been glyphosate in part because it's so obviously well-known and bad in so many ways. But that doesn't mean, we should just figure, well, we can just replace it with some other herbicides that have been less studied so that the reams of information about there aren't reams of information about those herbicides. I think I'm anxious because we've gotten to a point where we're going to use, or people are using the budget constraints as an excuse to do something that I think many Californians would be unhappy to hear is being done. I don't think most Californians believe, recognize, know that people who are restoring property are using herbicides or other pesticides. I just don't think they know that. And I think when they find out, if it's consistent with what we see in polling, people really don't like herbicides. They don't like pesticides. But I think, I understand that different entities have their own approach to restoration. And if what you believe is going to be most effective is herbicides, you're going to come forward with that. But I think I'm a little disappointed that staff hasn't looked for ways of providing the extra $200,000 so that mechanical ways or non-herbicide ways could be used. And that's because since I started on this board in August of 2021, I have been saying we should be spending more money. Applicants should be coming forward and saying, we can do this cheaper if we use herbicides, but we don't want to use herbicides. And so we're coming forward with this budget request. And then finally, if I just don't think people want public money to be used this way. And it's a lot of money for a lot of people. $500,000 is $500,000. And I don't think most folks, and since I represent the Senate and the Senate represents constituents, I don't think most of their constituents would support something like this.
May I just comment on that?
Yes, please.
I appreciate the comments you made, Member Phillips. I just want to point out, I don't think that the reason we brought this to you in its current form is because of the budget. We did evaluate what the opportunities were for alternatives, and ultimately the goal of this project is the restoration of the habitat for the cactus wren and to protect the investments we've already made and reach success. And so after consulting, we've been talking about this since, well, even since before February, but certainly since, and thinking about what are the ways that we can get this project done effectively. And that is the primary goal. And so what I think you heard from the applicants was, if you want to insist on hand pulling, we can try that, but we don't think it'll work. But the recommendation we brought you is not that. And given now that we are in this freeze, which came after we published our initial agenda, we're sort of stuck. But I think the primary point to make is the efficacy. And I would also note that the international community has grappled with this. There's an international body that's trying to address invasive species, and they recognize that in certain circumstances, there are still needs for herbicides, and they're not being broadcast by planes the way they are on agricultural fields. These are hand applications in limited spaces. So I think we should not equate the two. I recognize there's still problems, but we looked at this and that's why staff brought this to you. So I just wanted to defend them there.
Yes, please.
I'm prepared to make a motion, but I have a couple of questions for the project implementer. I don't view this as a WCB staff failure. I actually think it's the opposite. I think WCB staff and those engaged have made a notable difference on how the board is handling this issue when it comes for our decision. And even those who still have a fair policy argument that more change might be needed, I would think, if they're honest, has to stipulate change has happened over the last, 2 years in this space at this board. I don't know what 40 million people think, so I'm not going to generalize that Californians are going to act one way or the other at this point in my career. So here are my questions for the proponent. And I'm going to round the numbers to the like most even number. Your augmentation request is $579,330. To make that augmentation request, you went through consultation with WCB staff about application of herbicides, correct?
Yes.
Before you went through that consultation, did you envision applying herbicides differently, and the questionnaire and consultation changed your approach to application or use?
Did the meeting result in me,
Did you make changes to your approach after consulting with staff and going through the questionnaire?
no,
Okay. So $579,000 means you're going to apply those products on this property. And you also informed the board that for about $250,000, you could do mechanical, correct?
correct. It's closer to 200,000, but yes.
Okay. Is there a medium between 200,000 and zero? For example, say you had $100,000, would application reduce by some amount and reliance on mechanical could come up some amount?
I guess theoretically, I'd have to look at what that would mean. I suppose we could reduce the application of some herbicide. Part of the $200,000 includes a part-time staff member who we'd have dedicated to the site to be on top of hand pulling as needed. And I've kept costs as conservative as I can. So I'm not sure there would be a big, I'm not sure that, reducing by half, reducing herbicide by half, is going to exactly have
It's one,
the
yeah,
200,000.
get it. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, please.
So we talked a little about targeted application of it. I am not super familiar with what that exactly means. Could you describe a little bit what we mean by targeted application? How often, what's the scope of that application?
Yes, and I have several people on the line who I'm trying to decide who will best answer that. Chris Manzik is the land manager. He's going to be overseeing the application of herbicide on the property. Chris, are you online and can you answer that? I could answer it, but I'll let him since he's more directly involved.
Can we unmute Chris, who's
I don't-
online?
I don't see a Chris Manzik online,
Okay.
but if there's somebody on the project team
Ida?
that can speak to this, could you raise your hand?
Ida Collar-Vincent is our conservation director.
Edith or Vincent?
Ida, you could unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, we already do very stringent application of herbicide because as ecologists and conservationists, we also do not like to put chemicals out there. We use herbicides about once a month. That kind of stops in summer because it's dry and we don't need it as much. So I'd say about 6 to 8 months out of the year, we use herbicide once a month. When we spray it, we walk the site and hand spray it directly onto the invasive weeds. We are very careful to make sure we don't get any on the native species, and also that is not in areas of, high animal activity. very personal with these sites. Have a lot of passion for it. So we're very passionate about the animals and plants there. And we make sure that we spray the targeted species, the mustards, the castor beans, the grasses only, and none of the native species. I also think our monitoring data, which we do, show that we've had very little impact of the herbicides we use. Our insect populations and pollinator populations have increased both in abundance and diversity over the project years.
Just one follow-up if I could. Are wind conditions and things like that taken into account in terms of when we apply?
Yes, absolutely. We have to look at the weather. So we don't do it when there's high winds. We don't do it when there's rain because then it just washes off the plants. We only apply herbicide in dry, calm conditions.
Of course. I think we're at a place. I'll entertain a motion on item number 37.
I'll make a motion to move the staff recommendation.
Okay. Do I have a second?
A second.
All right. Okay. Mary, can you take we have a first and a second. Can you take the roll, please?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle,
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
No.
Member Murray. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item number 38, the Choyas Creek Segment 5 Restoration Planning.
We have Don Crocker here to present. Thank you, Don.
Thank you. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to Groundwork San Diego Choyas Creek to complete the planning process and provide construction-ready documents to restore riparian habitat that incorporates flood control and an adjacent pedestrian trail to provide access to nature-based recreation for the underserved community along Choyas Creek in San Diego County. This project will focus on a portion of Choyas Creek located about 5 miles east of downtown San Diego that is known as Segment 5. Segment 5 is a degraded quarter-mile section of the creek with an upstream portion that is bound to the northeast by box culverts under Interstate 805, then curves 90 degrees to the south, where it is bound to the southwest by an undersized culvert under Imperial Avenue. If you know the area, it's the portion of Choyas Creek adjacent to the relatively new Jackie Robinson Family YMCA. Segment 5 is situated in the highly urbanized community of southeastern San Diego and is within an area identified as disadvantaged and adjacent to an area identified as severely disadvantaged by the Department of Water Resources Disadvantaged Communities map. It is also listed in the 88th percentile in Cal EnviroScreen, which means it faces one of the highest environmental burdens in the state. The WCB began working on Choyas Creek after the passage of the Budget Act of 2015, which provided $6 million for the restoration of Choyas Creek. This will be the third and final project from that allocation. In August 2021, the board approved slightly more than $3 million to partially fund a riparian restoration project on Choyas Creek where it parallels Federal Boulevard to the north of Segment 5. And in June of 2016, the board approved slightly less than $1 million to develop designs and conduct outreach for the restoration of Segment 5. The project you are considering today will build upon the 2016 project to finalize the planning and move the Segment 5 restoration project to shovel-ready status. Okay, here's a couple pictures of Segment 5. Admittedly, it's not much to look at, but as you can see, the creek here is concrete lined along the southeastern bank. The unarmored northwestern bank is severely eroded. The stream bed has a narrow earthen and cobble bottom that is frequently filled with litter and is subject to scouring during high flow events. The riparian corridor also contains extensive stands of arundo and other non-native invasive plant species, and transient encampments are often hidden among the weeds. It's another photo of Segment 5, but I think it does a good job of summarizing everything that's sort of wrong with the project site. You can see the southeastern bank that's encased in this concrete. There's no vegetation in the stream bed. A large stand of invasive arundo is dead center of the photograph, and then Brazilian pepper trees are to the left and in the back. In the foreground, the northwestern bank is being eroded away, and the area is not currently covered with concrete debris or either bare or invasive plants. The primary objective of this project is the restoration of riparian habitat in segment 5. The project site map on the right shows how that restoration will be implemented. The blue area is the stream channel where non-native plants like arundo will be removed to allow for native species like willows to reestablish in the creek bed. The green zone is where native riparian species will be installed. This will be a relatively flat area graded to contour the riverbed and will reconnect the creek to part of its floodplain. The orange zone is the upland area that slopes away from the creek and will be planted with coastal sage scrub species. These changes will dramatically improve the aesthetics of the segment and provide habitat for several species that depend on riparian and coastal sage scrub habitats that are increasingly rare in Southern California. This includes the federally endangered least Bell's vireo and federally threatened California gnatcatcher. The project will also increase the amount of unarmored soft permeable creek bed, which will allow increased water filtration under low flow conditions, which will improve water quality in the creek. And reconnecting to the floodplain and removing excess vegetation from the stream channel will improve flood control. The purple area is the footprint of a new pedestrian trail that will be installed. This trail will contribute to a non-motorized vehicle transportation connection within the Choyas Creek watershed by connecting to a future planned bike and pedestrian bridge that will cross the interstate to the northeast of segment 5. This corridor will also connect to the severely disadvantaged Encanto neighborhood to the Bayshore Bikeway and downtown San Diego to the southwest. And this will help develop a comprehensive regional transportation network that includes the neighborhoods around Choyas Creek. So as I mentioned before, this planning project will move the restoration project to shovel-ready status. This will be done by developing final designs that will integrate public outreach and technical studies to achieve a project that creates valuable habitat while protecting public safety and reflecting the priorities of the neighboring communities. The project will also finalize and certify an addendum to the local community plan environmental impact report and develop applications for City of San Diego and other regulatory agency permits necessary for construction. Therefore, staff recommends this project be approved as proposed. In the online audience is Leslie Reynolds from Groundwork San Diego Choyas Creek and Vicky Estrada from Estrada Land Planning. Thank you.
And Chair, if I may, this is a project that is $2.3 million, but it's using Habitat Conservation Fund, so it's not conditional. Just for those of you following along.
All right, thank you. No, those clarifications helpful at this meeting. Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions, comments from the board? Yes, please do.
Thank you for the presentation. It sounds like a really great project. I would love to hear a little bit about the outreach to the community outreach for the community's input for the designs. And then also, so this gets the project up to shovel-ready status. Do we have any estimate as to what construction is going to cost for this? And
no estimation on the construction costs yet. And that would most likely be phased too, because there's a couple of different components. There's a habitat restoration and there's pedestrian trail. So wouldn't really be able to come up with a number at this point in time, I think, for that. The outreach, I'll call in the grantees online to go further. But they're like I mentioned the YMCA, and there is a reason for that. This project sort of exists because that YMCA was relatively new. Shirley Weber, who was in the, I believe, the assembly at the time, she put this money in there because she wanted this piece of land to sort of enhance the new YMCA. So a lot of the outreach has been working with the YMCA to figure out what their needs are. And it's sort of a new pillar of that community there. And this is sort of meant to go hand in hand with what they're doing. And it's really sort of hopefully it's basically their backyard. And hopefully this will give them something that's really sort of beautiful and something that they can really appreciate and use for educational as well as other purposes. But if Leslie Reynolds is online, if she could unmute herself, I think she can talk more about the outreach process.
Can you unmute, Leslie?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Don. And thank you, board, for considering this project on behalf of the communities of concern we serve in southeastern San Diego. This investment is going to play a pivotal role in a larger effort, the Choyas Creek Regional Park master plan to reclaim and restore the natural resources of Choyas Creek. This creek system has for years been described as a drainage system. It was once a flourishing, beautiful ecosystem and home to the Kumeyaay Native Americans. And so we're very excited about this critical segment to to help us restore the creek system. In terms of community outreach, this segment was first envisioned 20 years ago in a widespread creek-wide outreach effort that Vicky Estrada led as part of the Choice Creek Enhancement Program. So it has been amongst the highest priorities of all of the residents around this watershed segment for 2 decades. So the outreach has been extensive. The YMCA, as Don mentioned, serves thousands of area residents. And so this is going to be an incredible opportunity for them, let alone the wildlife and biological value, water quality, and water management values it will provide.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board?
So this is a planning grant. I would encourage, if we pass this, which I assume we are, I would encourage the applicant in their planning to look for ways of not incorporating herbicides or pesticides of other sorts into the restoration of this property.
I will pass that along.
Do we have any public comments on either here or online for item number 38?
We do have one person raised in online. Vicky Estrada, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. I'm Vicky Estrada. I'm a landscape architect. I've been working in this watershed for 30 years and know the Choice Creek watershed extremely well. And this particular segment is kind of a focal point. It's a hinge point. And it makes a very important bend with the cemetery to the northwest and on the southeast side and to the east side is the YMCA, which, as Don said, is kind of a community gathering place. I want to add a little bit to what Leslie said about the community outreach. We actually even had a meeting at the YMCA where I actually wrote a song and everybody sang along with it just for this segment of the creek. So people really are really anxious to see something happen here because it just keeps deteriorating. So having prepared that initial Choice Creek enhancement plan, this was a key component, and we're the ones that named it segment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's where the 5 came from because it was kind of geographic in order. But this would probably be one of the most critical ones in terms of the community because it is very important that the community be able to see what real habitat looks like. As Don said, it's deteriorated so badly. We want to enhance that, and there's a great opportunity to do some really nice revegetation that will reintroduce some of the native animals into the area and give the people that walk next to it a chance to see, you know what, this is what the creek used to look like, not the big concrete walls and so forth. So I'm very excited about the opportunity to continue to work on this. So thank you very much. That concludes my, I've got 10 seconds left, so I'll stop now. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any other comments?
I have no cards, and I do want to hear that song at some point.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're all entertain a board motion, or do you have a question?
I
Sorry.
have a comment, then I'm happy to make the motion. I enthusiastically support this project. I am noticing here that WCB is the only agency that has funds for this portion. Are there other agencies that are potentially involved with the construction or?
Right. So, okay, so this is a planning grant. It does come out of a line item. So we sort of look at it a little differently. Now, I will say this, I mentioned briefly that there was additional project on near Federal Boulevard that came out of the same line item. That we're not even the major funder on that. We're in for about like 40%, I believe. So when it comes to implementation, yes, there will be a lot more looking around. But I think that in terms of this first step with the planning, it's very tough to find the sort of funding. And it just sort of makes sense that we took it out of the allocation as it is.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just encourage folks to keep looking around for other sources, understanding the situations that we're in, but glad we could step in here for this phase, and I will move this item as proposed.
A second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Mary, can you please take the roll?
Chair Bookday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
I don't know if we should get into the practice, but this is a voting, what's the phrase? Like I'm gonna put on the record a comment for my vote. I agree with Chairmember Phillips. I would ask you to do more than pass along to the applicants. I think the practitioner field should keep pushing themselves to see if they can reduce reliance on products and also explore how we might be able to test the efficiency and efficacy of mechanical measures when it comes to restoration. Keep doing it. I appreciate the comment. And with that, and I vote.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle,
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. The motion passes.
Wonderful, thank you. Moving on to item number 39, which has been withdrawn from the agenda.
Yeah.
At this time. So we will move on to agenda item number 40, Topanga Lagoon Restoration Planning Phase 2.
Which is also Don Crocker. This is also over $1 million, but this was a legislative line item.
Okay.
So this is not conditional, and I'm gonna ask Don to speak a little slower. I'm from New York and sometimes I can't catch every word.
All right, thank you. This proposal is considered the allocation for a grant to the Resource Conservation District of the Santa Monica Mountains for a cooperative project with Caltrans to complete 90% designs, permitting, technical studies, and outreach necessary to restore Topanga Lagoon, which is located 10 miles west of Santa Monica in Los Angeles County. Located about midway between Santa Monica and Malibu, Topanga Lagoon sits at the mouth of Topanga Creek, whose watershed is the third largest it drains into Santa Monica Bay. The lagoon is a bar-built estuary that helps maintain a natural hydrologic regime that supports 3 native fish species and over 20 native amphibians. This includes population of the federally endangered tidewater goby and the federally endangered southern steelhead trout. Upstream of the lagoon, the watershed covers 18 square miles and has almost 12,000 acres of public open space in Topanga State Park, making it the largest urban wildland park in the country. The protection offered by the state park and the relative lack of development in the rest of the watershed preserve much of its original habitat. At a time when most of the rest of coastal Southern California was transformed due to urbanization and agricultural development, the Topanga watershed has remained relatively unimpaired. Currently, the Topanga Creek watershed is the only one left that enters Santa Monica Bay and still supports steelhead. The lagoon, which begins where the Pacific Coast Highway crosses Topanga Creek, also contains remnant patches of coastal wetlands, which is an ecosystem that has faced intense development pressure over the last century and only cover a fraction of their former extent in Southern California. Historically, the lagoon covered around 30 acres. Construction of the PCH Bridge in 1933, which can be seen in the two pictures on the left, relied upon the use of fill material 30 feet deep being placed in the lagoon to shorten the bridge span necessary to cross the creek and lagoon. This method resulted in a drastic reduction of the lagoon's original area, which is currently only a slightly more than half-acre remnant of its former extent. In spite of this drastic alteration, the lagoon still retains much of its historic hydrological conditions. It's still a sandbar-built estuary that connects with the ocean during high water flow periods in Topanga Creek and allows anadromous steelhead to leave Santa Monica Bay and begin the migration to quality spawning habitat still found in the upper reaches of Topanga Creek. The picture on the right shows the lagoon during an open period. Water is flowing from the lagoon into the bay, creating a potential fish passage connection. The picture was taken late in the season, so the flow was relatively low and the sandbar was in the process of being rebuilt, which will eventually separate the lagoon from the ocean until next year's rainy season. This temporary connectivity from the ocean to the relatively undeveloped headwaters is why Topanga Creek remains the only watershed in the area that will still support steelhead. The endangered Southern California steelhead in Topanga Creek are considered among the highest priority for recovery and are listed as a Core 1 population in the National Marine Fisheries Service Recovery Plan. The recovery plan also lists restoring Topanga Lagoon as a priority recovery action. This is due to the PCH Bridge constraining flows during high water periods that steelhead need to successfully enter the creek and travel to upstream habitat. This causes localized flooding, but more importantly, funnels the water into a narrow channel that creates a velocity barrier that limits the ability of steelhead to move past the bridge. The reduced size of the lagoon, which came with installation of the bridge, has also impacted the endangered tidewater goby that relies on the brackish habitat the lagoon historically provided a lot more of. Project you are considering now will provide the final designs necessary to replace the bridge and a more steelhead-friendly design, along with creating a larger lagoon. The funding for this project came from a line item in the 2020 budget that directs the allocation of $15 million to the Resource Conservation District of the Santa Monica Mountains for southern steelhead recovery efforts in the Santa Monica Mountains. This grant would be the second from that pot of money. Phase 1 was approved by the board in February 2023 and funded close to $5 million for sequel review and the engineering reports and technical studies necessary to complete 30% designs. Phase 2, which we are discussing today, will use the rest of the budget line to develop road and bridge replacement designs to 90%, continue the extensive outreach program with local stakeholders, and engage in consultations necessary to ensure the project meets the standards of Caltrans, California State Parks, and the LA County Department of Beaches and Harbors. Phase 2 should be the final planning project necessary before implementation of the bridge replacement can begin. The ultimate goal of the implementation will be to undo some of the damage the bridge has done by expanding the lagoon from around its current half-acre extent to between 7 and 10 acres, which will be done by replacing the current 79-foot-long PCH bridge with a 200-foot main span and removing the fill placed in the lagoon as part of historical construction and flood control activities. This will dramatically expand the amount of goby habitat and minimize the velocity barrier faced by steelhead that prevents them from reaching spawning habitat like was what is shown in the picture on the right. Project will also restore and enlarge the floodplain and beach area by turning the 29 acres of degraded habitat currently on site into at least 35 acres of restored habitat. The new bridge will also provide water quality benefits by reducing wastewater impacts, increase ecosystem resiliency to sea level rise, and improve visitor and emergency services for the local communities. Therefore, staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve this project as proposed. In the audience is Jamie King from the Resource Conservation District of the Santa Monica Mountains, and in the online audience is Rosie Daggett from the Resource Conservation District of the Santa Monica Mountains. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions, comments from the board? Please, Chuck.
I'm just checking. I see $1 million and a note that's Caltrans. Do you know what is
I
intended?
believe it's mostly in kind with the consultations. I mean, obviously, we can't do anything there without Caltrans being in from the very beginning.
Okay. And then just a plug for those watching. The presentation you just saw is an opportunity that exists from the Oregon border to Baja. It's an infrastructure dynamic. It's a climate resiliency dynamic. Think 101 and 1 as they go through all these lagoons. They're going to need modernization. And when they need that modernization, we ought to be producing ecosystem benefits for people. And those lagoons are the last remaining best rearing habitat for a lot of these salmon fish. So yes, on this project, but more of it.
And not cheap.
Please, Steve.
Could you talk a little bit about the timeline for the design phase and when we expect construction? Do we know anything about the estimated construction cost and how that will be funded?
A lot for the construction. So right now, the project is scheduled to run through March 31st, 2028. So you would probably be able to see solid estimates for costs in the beginning of applying for construction implementation funds, probably the summer of 2027, maybe even the spring of 2027 if things go well. But there is there's multiple agencies that really need to be dealt with. We've got Caltrans, obviously, with the bridge. California State Parks is a big landowner right there, and they have this old, it's an old hotel, but it's considered a historical. So working around that has been very sort of difficult. And then we've got LA Department of Harbors that also they have. So these just sort of take time. You've got all these sort of bureaucratic entities that sort of meld. So, but I do believe that I think that by summer 2027, we should be looking at, we should know where we're at and start to have a plan going forward.
Yes, Damon reminded me
from the last item to ask this question as well. Once the planning phase, which is the most challenging one to attract additional funds, right? Until that is done. We've learned that from the wildlife crossing. Right? Similar story. But what we also learned from the wildlife crossing is to really look at who's going to operate and maintain it in perpetuity. I worry about state parks because they have a difficult time.
Right.
Perhaps raising money, and then you have the county Department of Beaches and Harbors. But my one suggestion is, Caltrans was great to work with. They're doing the wildlife crossing, but they signed an MOU with the MRCA through the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, where Caltrans will operate and maintain that structure in perpetuity, so that doesn't get passed on to other people that may end up having the responsibility of paying for the whole project ongoing.
So this will definitely be Caltrans' responsibility to maintain, but it will be one of their assets, just like any of their other bridges that they maintain thousands of these throughout the state. So it'll just be, and they've had the current bridge there since the early 30s, and it's in such good shape that it's not even deemed by Caltrans of needing to be replaced right now. We want to replace because of the steelhead issue and other environmental issues. So I have every confidence that Caltrans will be able to maintain that project in perpetuity.
That would be the structure itself for the bridge, yes. And then the surrounding areas will be something that people will have to address because the
There'll be state parks.
RCD won't have, and state parks, as we know, there really is no funding for expanding what they're normally doing.
If the restoration project is done right, which is definitely the smallest component of when we actually get there, the restoration of the lagoon. If it's done right, it should not need a ton of maintenance. It should be pretty much, once we get the hydrology changed and the new ecosystem sort of installed, it should be able to maintain itself. Now, having said that, a lot of this will be on state parks land, so they will have some obligation there.
They're supposed to do a visitor center, parking for the public, and the list is.
Yeah. So yeah, those two. Yeah.
Yeah, those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board? Do we have any public comments?
I just have the one speaker card from Jamie King.
Hello, Jamie King, with the Resource Conservation District of the Santa Monica Mountains. Myself and Rosie Dackett are kind of the co-grant managers of the project, and just wanted to thank you all, the board and staff, on behalf of the RCD of Santa Monica Mountains and the three landowners, California State Parks, Los Angeles County Department of Beaches and Harbors, the manager, and Caltrans, for just the support, long-term support of this project. It's so vital from a resource protection perspective, from a giving more opportunities for the public to get out to understand resources and to have long-term proactive thinking for sea level rise protection. And so we just wanted to extend our thank you and appreciate the opportunity to do this good work with you.
Do we have any raised hands?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. I will entertain a board motion on item number 40.
I'd be glad to move approval.
Okay.
Final
First from Fran. Would you like? Okay. Steve will second it. When you're ready, if you can take the roll, please.
Chair Bogday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Benson.
Aye.
Phillips, aye.
Did you? Yeah.
Member Pavley? Okay.
Aye.
Okay. Member
Aye.
Phillips, Member Murray. The motion passes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So next on the agenda is item number 41, the Puente Hills Regional Park Habitat Restoration. Since the grantee is the County of Los Angeles Department of Parks and Recreation, I will need to recuse myself from this agenda item and we'll hand the baton over to Vice Chair Bonham. for the meeting, and just want to say that I'm very excited this project is coming to the board. I think you're going to be hearing about not only restoration of habitat, but restoration and resiliency of the community, of wildlife, and what the environmental justice struggle has been to really address the impact of this landfill and create a regional park that will have many benefits, multi-benefits. So with that, I will excuse myself and thank you.
Great, just for run and showed, we'll do staff presentation, questions for board members to staff. We'll open it up for public comment in the room. If you need a speaker form, please fill it out, pass it up, and then we'll check for those participating remotely. Let's let her rip.
You can start.
Yep.
You can start.
I'll start. This proposal is considered the allocation for a grant, the County of Los Angeles Department of Parks and Recreation, for a project to create approximately 40 acres of coastal sage scrub, native grassland, and chaparral habitats within the former Puente Hills landfill site that will support sensitive wildlife species and benefit local residents who are currently suffering from high environmental burdens and low park access in the City of Industry in Los Angeles County. The proposed project is located at the site of the former Puente Hills landfill within the San Gabriel Valley region east of downtown Los Angeles. During its 6-year operational life, which ended in 2013, the almost 1,400-acre site was once the second largest landfill in the nation and received nearly 150 million tons of waste. The former landfill is in the process of being converted into Puente Hills Regional Park, which will be Los Angeles County's first new regional park in 3 decades. The primary user group that will benefit from the conversion is expected to be residents within a 25-mile radius of the new park. This service radius will include residents from communities in the Inland Empire and much of Los Angeles County. Several of these communities fall within the 75th to 100th percentile on Callan Bioscreen, indicating they face some of the highest environmental burdens within the state. In fact, some of the communities closest to the project site score above the 95th percentile. A majority of LA County's park poor communities also exist within the service radius. Collectively, they have fewer than 1 acre of parkland per 1,000 residents, which is well below the county-wide average of 3.3 acres. This disparity will only increase over time as growth in the already urban region increases the population density in the park poor communities, causing the new parkland to be an increasingly valuable asset to the economically disadvantaged and environmentally burdened populations within the service radius that need recreational space for family activities and fitness. Prior to development of the landfill, the site supported oak woodland, coastal sage scrub, and chaparral habitats. The creation of the landfill, however, completely removed these ecosystems, and maintenance activities since the landfill closed have not prioritized habitat restoration. The picture on the left shows what the project site looks like now. It's currently sparsely vegetated by primarily non-native plant species that are frequently mowed as part of the management of the decommissioned landfill. This has left the area providing very little in the way of ecosystem services. This loss is compounded by the area's historical role as part of the Puente Chino Hills Wildlife Corridor, which is a system of hills and canyons that provide wildlife habitat and migration pathways that extend from the project site to the Cleveland National Forest and the San Gabriel Mountains. Portions of the former landfill site also lie within a significant ecological area, which is a designated area that has been identified for its biological value and need for special management as defined by the Los Angeles County's general plan. The project you are considering today is the first phase of restoring the site to an approximation of its original condition through the establishment of native plant communities. Because the site was a former landfill, it presents unique challenges not typical of other WCB-funded restoration projects. The primary difference is the need for extensive importation of soil and contour grading to make the site suitable for planting native species. Once the site preparation is completed, 40 acres of native grassland, coastal sage scrub, white sage scrub, cactus sage scrub, and chaparral habitats will be installed. There will also be up to 200 large-sized oak trees planted that will assist with soil stabilization and providing shade to future park visitors. The picture on the right shows the approach that will be taken when revegetating the site. Not every element on this graphic will be a component of the WCB-funded project, but it does give a sense of how habitat restoration will be integrated into the operations of a park on the edge of a large urban area. The image here is a conceptual drawing of what the completed planning approach will look like. Again, not every element here shown will be funded by this WCB grant, but it shows how the restoration elements of the project will contribute to an aesthetically pleasing and ecologically significant park on land that had become completely degraded during operation of the landfill. Here are some more conceptual drawings showing how residents within the service area will potentially use the new park. Many of the recreational amenities shown here will be part of future phases of the park's development, but the current project includes the installation of educational signage that will educate and foster stewardship and visitors to the future park. So in total, the project being considered today is the first step to capitalizing on the extremely rare opportunity of creating a large new park in an urban area that will improve quality of life for the park poor communities in the region and restore sensitive habitats that have been lost for over 60 years. Therefore, staff recommends the adoption of the written findings and approval of the project as proposed. In the audience is Norma Edith Garcia Gonzalez, Director, County of Los Angeles Department of Parks and Recreation, Megan Horn from Studio MLA, and Brian Matsumoto from Nature for All. Thank you.
So why don't we do board questions for staff? And I know each of our special attendees would like to speak. I defer to board if they'd rather hear the special attendees first. I don't know if you have any questions for Don. Do you have any questions for Don?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, what we're paying for now is the actual restoration. How are you able to do it without herbicides?
Well, the LA County has their, I will bring them up to talk about it, but they have their own management plan. So we're just paying for the plants and putting them in the ground. So, I mean, they're already managing the site to a certain degree using methods.
I see.
I forget the names of each person that you mentioned, but would the director of parks like to say something?
I think it's still good morning. Good morning, Director Valley County Parks, Norma Garcia. And I just I'm so excited and ecstatic to be here. Well, I serve as a Director of Valley County Park, which manages over 70,000 acres of parkland. And our name is Parks and Recreation. I just wanted to share with the WCB board that LA County Parks is responsible to provide the nature education for 10 million residents of Los Angeles County, serving over 1.2 residents or visits to our nature centers. We approximately get 50 million visits to our park system, but that also entails our natural areas. We also shepherd and steward 16 wildflower sanctuaries in Los Angeles County, and really are the stewards of our significant ecological areas. And I just want to say for the record that I'm also excited that we have secured a license from Federal Fish and Wildlife, and we're very excited to work with State Fish and Wildlife to be a rehabilitation center for raptors, serving the east, the southeast, and the south portion of the county. And we currently have 18 owls, red-tailed hawks. But I want to say that that's the story of Puente Hills Habitat. And that's a story also of Puente Hills and also the story of LA County Parks. We take on projects that are complex. We take on projects that no one wants to take on. We take on projects that no one believes can happen. And just like we're taking on that rehabilitation center to ensure that we are rehabilitating every owl, every red-tailed hawk that needs care. This facility, this brownfield, this landfill has that story. In 2003, the supervisors' chambers was filled with the residents from the community asking the Board of Supervisors to close that facility, over 300 people. 10 years later, in 2013, it closed. And in 2023, over 300 people standing only unanimously approved the vision for this landfill. And so this is really decades in the making. But most importantly, what I'm proud of, that it will serve over 260,000 youth, that are currently in public education between kindergarten and 12th grade in a 5-mile radius. We have over 500,000 residents that will access this park. I'm very excited because this is really about access, but it's also about regenerating a landfill that really contaminated communities, that took in 70% of LA County's trash. 7 million people dumped its trash. And the residents endured the trucks, endured the smell, endured the contamination. So all wrapped up in 144 acres of landfill, but in the gift that you are gifting, and that you are healing and that you are restoring to the residents that have entailed this landfill, it is very, very significant. And one last thing, I was at my child's, he's going on to junior high school, and the teacher had an inhaler and then said, I grew up in La Puente and I carry this inhaler. And she talked about environmental justice, not knowing that I work for the department, not knowing that I work for, that I was coming here to Sacramento to talk about this project. But the lasting effects of this landfill has been devastating to communities. And we're healing not only this landfill, these communities and future generations. So I just want to thank you for this monumental funding that will really help to restore, regenerate this landfill.
Director, thanks you for sharing with us.
Norma, thank you for being here. And while you're here, this is such an amazing project. And as a state board, we're charged with trying to implement the 30 by 30 vision. And this project is emblematic, I think, of LA County's approach to implementing this statewide vision at the local level. Can you just talk briefly about the vision and how this project sort of fits into that?
So LA County, its park needs assessment, its 30 by 30 plan actually evaluated every parcel of land that is available for traditional conservation. And we realized that where people, where Black and Brown, Indigenous people, API people live, there is zero land left to conserve. So we have no choice but to restore. We have no choice but to regenerate. We have no choice but to take on complex, hard work. And this is emblematic of the work that needs to be done. But we stand on the shoulders of people for 30 years who endured a landfill, who have ailing health, throughout Los Angeles County. And I think we have no choice but to take this on. And so this project itself is that hope. It's that beacon of hope for the P&A coalition, which we've assembled county-wide from North Los Angeles County, South, Southeast, West Side to East Side, all three conservancies, all of us holding hand because at this time, because this is what this time, this climate, Mother Earth, our environment, people need in LA County.
You had me at First Regional Park in 3 decades, but now even more so.
I'll say one last piece. I think we wanted to be special. And I think part of the healing was that it was our responsibility to also ensure that the next generation of youth were storytellers. They will tell the environmental justice story, but we also want them to be present and engage in the healing and regeneration story. So I will say that we have hired 60 youth for cohorts of about 15 to 18 youth, paying them not to do community engagement work, but to be part of the planning and design team from all of the local high schools, working directly with a renowned landscape architect, the best engineers in this country, because that story is about lifting them up so that they could be those agents of change that our generation needs, but also so that they could be the storytellers, the healers of this landfill.
Senator, I saw you had your hand raised. I know we have 2 more of your delegation that has some remarks.
Hello, thank you. My name is Megan Horn and I'm a principal at Studio MLA. And I have the exceptional honor to really lead the design and the community outreach of this project. I've been working on it for the last 2 years under the leadership of Norma. And it's just phenomenal, the effort that the county parks has put in to engage the youth. We're talking about the cohorts that we've been engaging, incredibly inspirational, the mentorship that we've been able to participate in. The question about the herbicides came up, and one way that we're tackling this is through our Youth at Work. We're going to plot our next cohort is do a bunch of test sites where we're planting our plants and beginning to study them with the students, doing an evaluation process and monitoring of it to then see and understand when we scale it up, how we can manage the property at a large scale. That will be done through volunteer and other partnerships that the county is working on. I'm happy to answer any questions about the design, but this is really an incredible project. And again, I'm so honored to be leading it.
Thank you for joining us. Brian, I think you might have some.
I think it's good afternoon now. Buenas tardes, and still good to see you all, WCB. My name is Brian Matsumoto, and I am a project manager at Nature for All. We are one of LA County's awesome environmental justice groups, really dedicated to rectifying the issue of, we're such a poor region in LA County. 50% of our residents don't have walking access to a nearby green space. But we are so blessed with so much nature, the new expanded San Gabriel Mountains National Monument, all our different, coastal access. And here, I came all the way from Los Angeles to share the community's voice and tell you why this huge habitat park project is so important to our region, important to habitat connectivity and to our local communities, but also really to underscore to you all why the state, CNRA, WCB really need to invest heavily from a policy perspective in urban habitat restoration and urban nature-based recreation and access, because quite honestly, that's where the people are. To ensure, the future of this agency and to ensure that we have next generation stewards for the environment, there has to be better investment to make sure that urban folks who are losing this nature connection generation after generation have places more and more and more. So, you kind of, the mantra about like digital information is like less screen time, more green time. And we kind of, as urban areas have developed, like all our past generations did make a lot of missteps, right? There's so much fragmentation of habitat. And very thankfully, we're in an era now of healing, the wildlife crossings, like those investments, environmental justice, but we also need to see that in policy. So just to kind of back up, Nature for All, we believe that every person in Los Angeles, the greater area, deserves access to nature. And so we create a pipeline, right, for that to happen. So from the first steps of just taking folks out on field trips to nature, often for their very first time, all the way to leadership academies, creating advocacy, creating new green space such as this. I personally have been involved with this project in different ways for at least 8 years, from the master planning process as a park landscape designer. And then LA County brought in Nature for All to help with community engagement with multiple partners. And so I just want to say, this grant for the 40 acres is the habitat restoration, but the larger kind of greater landfill canyon park site is 1,400 acres, and that exists next to 4,000 acres of the Puente Hills Habitat Preserve. So understand that there's this kind of seamless connectivity and this gap that really needs to be restored. There are species such as gray fox, bobcats, mountain lion, deer, threatened gnatcatcher that are all documented. And when we brought folks hiking from various ways through the Habitat Preserve to this site, so many folks, they haven't had access to this. It's incredible, a 360-degree view of the new national monument, and kind of really getting to understand finally their place in this whole regional landscape. So it's a great interpretive site. I just want to, remind everyone that California is the most urban state in the country. So 94.2% of our state population lives in urban areas. And it's why our organization exists. Like, how can we expect people to care about climate change and become adult voters that tax themselves for clean air, clean water if, quite honestly, they come from the concrete jungle and have never experienced nature connection? So these are just some of the reasons why, we look forward to your investment.
Hey, we're gonna pivot to anyone else in the room and then online. Director, I'd like to say a personal comment, and I don't know your experience. I haven't lived your experience. I'm just very humbled you share it with us. It's not a direct analogy, but I applaud your hope for our youth through this project. In a different part of the state, I've been involved in an effort where lands and tragedy was put on Native American tribes. And the young children in that community watched their parents and grandparents fight a 20-year effort to achieve something. And I had very good friends who are leaders with the tribes tell me they had disproportionately high suicide rates and depression across their youth. But now that those communities are on the brink of the world's largest salmon restoration project, what they are actually seeing in their elementary, middle, and high school is a renewed sense of hope showing up in their youth because something they believed would never happen got done. God bless you. Godspeed.
Thank you.
So any other speakers in the room? And we'll take a poll of who we have online. Do we have hands raised? We do.
We have 6 hands raised.
Okay, for each folks, remember you should see a 2-minute timer on your screen. And we appreciate you being efficient with your comments and thank you for joining us. Over to the first speaker.
Barb Hensley.
Hello, Barbara Hensley. I am the chair of the 30 by 30 committee for the Angeles chapter of the Sierra Club. And I am also a member of the Parks Needs Assessment Coalition, 30 by 30 Coalition for the County Parks and Recreation Department for Los Angeles. And I just wanted to thank you all for considering this, and the Sierra Club enthusiastically supports this effort, and it's a real way to effectively evolve environmental burdens into blessings. Thank you again for your time. Take care.
Thank you. Could you call the next speaker, please?
Adriana Garcia.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adriana Garcia, and I am a project manager with the Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust. I am so excited and grateful that funding is being considered for 40 acres of habitat restoration at the Puente Hills Regional Park. As a born and raised Angelino from Southeast LA, it would be wonderful to have more natural areas like these accessible to our communities, especially one that heals land from toxic contamination into a habitat restoration site for our local urban ecosystem. Shout out to Lee from TPL for sharing the following points. A few reasons for our support on this motion are that we believe that in Los Angeles County, conservation efforts must also include and prioritize the restoration of degraded lands. These industrial areas are not scattered equally across the county, but rather tend to coalesce in specific zones within the county boundaries. As a result, there are specific neighborhoods that have long borne and continue to bear the bulk of the county's industrial output. Not surprisingly, these communities have the fewest parks and have the highest environmental burdens and are overwhelmingly communities of color. Talks of equitable access to nature and cries for outdoors for all have become popular within the last 5 years. Yet the healing and re-envisioning of degraded lands is often not included in the conversation. WCB has a fantastic opportunity today to acknowledge and tangibly address the environmental justice via the Puente Hills project. By funding this project, WCB will assist LA County in its efforts to prioritize climate vulnerable populations by supporting environmental conservation and restoration efforts in park port communities, effectively evolving environmental burdens into blessings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please call the next speaker.
Belen Bernal.
Good afternoon, WC Board and all present. Belen Bernal, Executive Director of Nature for All, also a former elected official that represented over 150,000 residents in LA County who were very blessed and privileged to work with on a daily basis. I'm calling in support of the Puente Hills Regional Park Habitat Restoration Project. As already mentioned, the state has a goal to protect 30% of our public lands and waters by 2030 to support the biodiversity and climate crisis that we see this project will bring to LA County, to an area that has experienced environmental burdens and many social injustices. It will be a big win, not only for our region, but also for our state. Continue to highlight how California leads, not only in wildlife protection and preservation, just like we just accomplished with the San Gabriel Mountains the San Gabriel Mountains National Monument expansion, but now also continue to make those connections with our wildlife corridors to protect these spaces for, the rich habitat that we have along our region, but also for the many millions of people that depend and rely on it, due to the poor air quality, odors, high obesity rates, hypertension rates, and toxic substances in our region. We know that there's a lot of excitement around this project locally, 18 months of a strong community engagement process, in addition to more community engagement recently. It's a very multi-benefit type project, taking into account not only nature, wildlife, and people, but also workforce development, economic opportunities for our region. Thank you for your time. We look forward to support from this board.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Sharon Sand.
Good afternoon, Wildlife Conservation Board and everyone present. My name is Sharon Sand. I'm the Government Affairs Grants Program Manager with the Trust for Public Land, and I live in Los Angeles County. So I am thrilled to speak in support of this project. Just following on whatever all the other speakers have said, this project will conserve wildlife and equitable access to nature. So in terms of ensuring outdoors for all, this truly is a multi-benefit project, and we strongly support the funding of the Puente Hills Regional Park Habitat Restoration Project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, I think we might only have one or two left.
Sharon Musa.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharon Musa. I'm an Urban to Wild Los Angeles Program Manager with the Wilderness Society, as well as a member of the Park Needs Assessment Plus Coalition, a former member of the Partnership Coordinating Committee with California Natural Resource Agency, and a member of the LA County Commission for Beaches and Harbors. And I'm submitting public comment to support the Puente Hills Regional Park Restoration Project. As many others have already stated, this is not only necessary restoration and remediation to fulfill our 30 by 30 goals on the part of the state and keep up the model across the country that we are setting here in the state of California. But this nature-based approach not only supports landscape scale conservation and wildlife connectivity-oriented goals, it creates career opportunities. It provides opportunities for local youth and the local community at large to understand ecological stewardship and receive that education through hands-on engagement. And speaking of engagement, as many others have already spoken to, this stage of implementation has only been achieved as a result of the deep and wide community engagement that has already happened to really elevate the local community's desires in terms of access to nature, and for them to also reach their own end goals of providing a healthy and connected community. And I would like to really hone in on what Brian already pointed out. The future of conservation politics has to and is very much dependent on our youth actually being exposed to their local environment through these types of projects and opportunities. We have to continue to build models of what urban restoration looks like, because many folks don't get to access our local forests or beaches. And so these regional parks that really rely on remediation and restoration are essential to making sure that conservation continues in the future.
Thank you. Next speaker, if any.
Nathan Nunez.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nathan Nunez. I'm a lineal descendant to the Sangro Mountains of Hopshibit, and I wanted to speak in support of this project. This project represents, as Director Garcia really eloquently said, taking on those complex challenges that our urban communities face, which is lack of open green space, and supporting projects that increase that within those urban communities in a walkable, drivable distance. To personally have been able to walk on the site and see where it's located, to see the people express joy and enthusiasm for the site has been really something remarkable. And this project is one that supports really addressing the healing, reconciliation, and justice that our urban communities need to access nature and to experience it. So really just love the comments made by those previously before me. And again, this project is just one that's so critical for urban communities. And when you look to the north and you see the Sangro Mountains and the visitation that it has, over 4.5 million visitors each year, you understand why these urban parks, these urban places are really critical for our communities. So I just really appreciate the state. I appreciate the agenda coming to me. I appreciate the state, the WCB agenda today, just going forward and us still having this meeting. And I really hope that we continue to support and fund projects like this, as they're a real critical need for our communities for healing, reconciliation, and justice. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Any additional speakers online or on the phone? Hands raised.
We have one, Duke Choi.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Duke Choi. I'm the program manager of Clean Air SGV with the Asian Pacific Islander Forward Movement. We work in Los Angeles County to ensure that Asians and Pacific Islanders and other communities of color have equitable access to healthy food, clean air and water, and safe places to play. I'm submitting a public comment in support of item 41, Puente Hills Regional Park Habitat Restoration. This will be LA County's first new regional park in 30 years. The Puente Hills project offers a unique chance to restore 40 acres of native habitat that encompasses diverse ecosystems like coastal sage scrub, oak woodland, grassland, and chaparral plant communities. This vital restoration will not only remove invasive plant species, but also expand crucial wildlife corridors. This park transcends the realm of wildlife conservation. It becomes a gateway to nature for surrounding communities, many of which lack access to green spaces. Residents within a 25-mile radius encompassing the Inland Empire and under-resourced LA County areas will finally have a sanctuary, a place to connect with nature right on their doorstep. The benefits extend far beyond creating a beautiful space, though. Restoring this former landfill site tackles a long-standing issue: air quality. Communities historically burdened by truck traffic and landfill odors will finally experience cleaner air. With over 100 acres of open space, this park is unprecedented in LA County. Over a decade of planning and community engagement has gone into shaping this transformative vision. This park represents an opportunity to create a space where wildlife, native habitats, and people can thrive together in the heart of LA County. Let's not miss this chance to foster lifelong environmental stewards and provide a haven for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional speakers? And could we, if so, how many are left, please?
There are no further raised hands.
Great. I would give the space to any board member who might be from Los Angeles that might to make a motion, assuming, do we have any other questions from members?
Thanks, Doug. Proud to be a Los Angeles County resident. Just want to thank everyone who called in. The movement for equitable access to nature is strong here in California and Southern California, as everyone can hear. I've worked with many of the folks that called in. Thank you all for being here virtually. Thanks to y'all for being here in person. And I can't say how proud and happy I am to move this item forward as approved.
Second.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavley,
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
I have never seen a better presentation. I was verklempt afterwards. So aye.
Member Murray, motion passes.
Congratulations.
Another personal privilege. Thank you so much to Director Norris, the incredible staff. I didn't realize how much work goes in behind the scenes to make this a seamless presentation. Thank you so much, John, for the hours, the many visits to our soon-to-be natural area, natural world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congrats. So we're going to go to agenda item 42, and for time check, those watching online, we're going to take a lunch break after this item. We're going to do a very short break. We're going to come back. We're going to run an efficient back half of the afternoon because we'll run into people looking at their watch for their flights.
Amy Henderson with Desert Tortoise Head Starting.
Okay. First and foremost, happy World Turtle Day, everyone. So we're very excited. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to UC Davis to implement recovery actions benefiting the state and federally listed desert tortoise and monitoring the effectiveness of those actions. This recovery and effectiveness monitoring project will take place at the Ivanpah Desert Tortoise Research Facility in nearby habitats within the Mojave National Preserve, which is located right almost on the Nevada borderline there. So the recovery and effectiveness monitoring project will help determine the efficacy of utilizing head-started juvenile desert tortoises to support population recovery and resilience through releases of the tortoises under 3 different scenarios. The releases will occur in wildfire-affected areas, restored habitat with tortoise fencing along the roadsides, and areas of higher elevation that will act as climate refugia. The goals of this recovery effort are twofold: contribute to recovery of a declining species by augmenting local populations with head-started tortoises, and secondly, to evaluate the effectiveness of the augmentation in different habitat settings by comparing them to a control site. Despite its protected status, populations of desert tortoise are continuing to decline, so much so that the Fish and Game Commission recently voted to uplist the species from threatened to endangered. The reasons for these declines include disease, renewable energy development, road mortality, unprecedented catastrophic wildfire, invasive plant species, human subsidized predators, off-highway vehicles, and the tortoise's slow growth and maturation. In the wild, these factors preclude a quick population recovery despite a history of management interventions to reduce these stressors. Since female tortoises don't reach maturity until around 15 to 20 years of age, the use of head starting has become a way to try and reverse the population decline. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's revised recovery plan for the Mojave Desert Tortoise prescribes the use of population augmentation tools like head starting, which is the process of raising juveniles in captivity through the vulnerable early part of their lives. The tortoises reach a much larger size reach a much larger size in captivity, increasing their survival rates when released. The process is fairly simple. Adult female tortoises are located in the wild and are outfitted with radio transmitters to allow monitoring of their movements. Then in March or April of each year, these female tortoises will be x-rayed to determine if they have eggs. If calcified eggs are seen, the females are brought to the Ivanpah Desert Tortoise Research Facility where they are housed in predator-proof outdoor nesting enclosures. Tortoises are then allowed to nest in burrows, then released after nesting or within 30 days. If they do not nest, they're returned to their habitat that they were recently recently collected. Eggs are left in place and allowed to incubate. Hatchling tortoises then enter the head starting program where they are reared indoors for 1 year. Generally, tortoises are of adequate size to release into the wild after 1 year of captivity. However, they may spend an additional year in the program. Head starting can provide immediate support for population recovery while other conservation measures are implemented, thus boosting the overall chance of recovery. The slide up here shows from left to right a hatchling, which is only about 4.3 centimeters or about 1.6 inches. A 1-year-old outdoor head-started tortoise, which is about 6.5 centimeters or 2.5 inches, and a 1-year-old indoor head-started tortoise, which is about 10.5 centimeters or about 4.1 inches. For reference, an average 1-year-old tortoise in the wild would grow to about 5.4 centimeters or 2.1 inches in a normal non-drought year. The target release size of juvenile tortoises is a minimum of 10 centimeters in length. That is the size at which survival is high enough that many of the juveniles should survive to become adults. The head-started tortoises are typically larger than 10 centimeters when released. Hatchling tortoises can reach 10 centimeters in their first year of captive rearing indoors using the husbandry protocols developed by the UC Davis University of Georgia research team. Otherwise, it would take approximately 6 or more years for hatchling tortoises to reach 10 centimeters in the wild with no head starting, and most of them would die before reaching that size. This slide shows from left to right the control site, the wildfire site, climate refugia or higher elevation site, and lastly, the restored site with tortoise fencing. Approximately 25 to 50 head-started tortoises will be placed in each of these sites. All released tortoises will be monitored via radio telemetry to measure survival, additional growth, which is a proxy for forage availability and quality, and movement to evaluate release objectives. This research will be published in peer-reviewed journals to assist other researchers and land managers in desert tortoise recovery. Staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve the project as proposed, and with me today to answer any questions is Dr. Brian Todd, Professor of Conservation Biology at UC Davis. Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
It's a serious condition with this particular species. Our sister Fish and Game Commission just, and I don't know whether you would consider this upgrade or downgrade, move the species from threatened to endangered under the California Endangered Species Act.
I just have a question on the grant term, like what's the period of this project, yeah, or it'll just be how long fund- is this grant Yeah, going to the support general this fund work? for this, the one that we're going for, and I don't know if that will change if we switch, we don't know, but right now it's about a 3-year term. Okay. And then, of course, that, and Dr. Todd can address this, but you know, the research, they're always looking for additional funding. So this is the type of research that continues. And so it'll continue. Yeah, this is great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, do we have any public comments on this item?
I don't have any cards. Is there anyone online?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a board motion.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Mary, can you take the roll, please?
Chair Buckday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member Nagami.
Aye.
Member Pavle,
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. Motion passes.
Wonderful, thank you. So now we are going to take about 30-minute lunch break. So it's 12:49 on my phone, so I think we'll reconvene back here to start back up again at 1:20. So it's 30 minutes.
I'll get it right this time.
So yes, 1:20 PM. All right, thank you, everyone.
Like everybody in the office. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry that we should have another question. Let's post everything on.
Yes, I'm gonna put it together.
We have planes to catch.
Let me get my, hold on. Okay, welcome back. We will reconvene the Wildlife Conservation Board meeting. It is now 1:24 PM. And I don't think we need to do roll call, right? We have quorum, so we will move forward to item number 43, Beach Ranch. Jen, who's, okay.
Go for it. Sorry, I'm disoriented. David Dodds, whose beard is much smaller. We're looking forward to your presentation. This is a very cool project. I love this project. Go.
Thank you. Beach Ranch is a 264-acre organic agriculture property located in the southwest corner of Santa Cruz County near the town of Watsonville. The proposed acquisition will be a model for how coastal agricultural communities can proactively adapt to climate change. The acquisition will allow the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County to pursue employing a nature-based solution to sea level rise that protects and creates estuarine wetlands, provide habitat for threatened and endangered species, support Native American tribal access, and provide potential for future public access. The conservation and restoration of these wetlands fulfills important state climate adaptation goals. In April, the California Natural Resources Agency released its nature-based solutions climate targets, which sets a goal of conserving 1,300 acres of wetlands per year and restoring 1,700 acres of coastal wetlands in a manner that enables them to keep pace with sea level rise. Let's look at the property more than the map. And in May, the draft California Climate Adaptation Strategy set a goal of protecting and restoring and creating coastal wetlands and set a success metric of increasing acreage of coastal wetlands by 20% by 2030. The 30 by 30 pathways also includes a pathway for expanding and accelerating environmental restoration and stewardship, and includes an action item to implement restoration that allows for habitats to migrate inland as sea level rises and to protect those near shore habitats. The beach ranch includes 2.1 miles of the Pajaro River estuary shoreline adjacent to the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, which we can just barely see in the upper right-hand corner of that picture. Currently, Beach Ranch includes 22 acres of healthy, intact estuarine wetlands. An additional 65 acres are proposed for restoration. In Santa Cruz County, there is only 148 acres of estuarine wetland habitat that have been identifying. Restoring 65 acres would result in a 44% increase in estuarine habitats within the county. An estuarine habitat is a brackish habitat where fresh water meets salt water, and they are natural sponges, absorbing and temporarily storing floodwaters. By holding back some of the floodwater, these wetlands can reduce the severity of downstream flooding and erosion. Additionally, healthy tidal wetlands can act as carbon sinks. Studies indicate that some coastal wetlands are able to store up to 10 times the amount of carbon as healthy forest. Farmland along the Pajaro River, including Beach Ranch, is highly vulnerable to sea level rise and large storms. As seen in these projections, sea level rise could impact nearly a third or more of Beach Ranch in a hypothetical 50 centimeters of sea level rise, which is the middle projection there. A majority of the ranch, in the case of 150 centimeters or 5 feet, would be inundated. These aren't just hypothetical impacts. Since 2012, large storms have brought seawater into the low-lying fields of Beach Ranch. These same impacts are experienced on neighboring farms in the lower Pajaro River estuary. There is strong incentive to irreversibly armor and fill these wetlands to protect the agricultural use. Armoring, however, squeezes the habitat, leaving no room for ecosystems to adapt and migrate inland as sea level rises, which will ultimately result in a loss of these important ecosystems. As previously mentioned, there are 22 acres of intact wetlands on the property, with another 65 acres of farmland that will be retired and restored to wetland habitat. This will result in a 44% increase in the wetland habitat in the county, the estuarine wetland habitat in the county. The Nature Conservancy, Watsonville Wetlands Watch, Central Coast Wetlands Group, and the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County will collaborate with local and regional experts to design and permit plans to transition the acres from farmlands to wetlands. Lower Watsonville Slough and the Pajaro River are birding hotspots with over 200 species of birds identified. The estuary supports stopover habitat for migratory water birds such as American white pelican, red-necked phalarope, short-billed dowitcher, and American widgeon. Special status species found in the estuary include the federally endangered tidewater goby, the federally threatened South Central California coast steelhead. Other fish species that occupy the estuary include stickleback, goby, sculpin, and pipefish. Since 2019, the Land Trust has offered the Amun-Mutsun tribal band access to land trust properties. Acquisition of Beach Ranch by the Land Trust is a high priority in collaboration with the tribe. The Land Trust has begun to engage the Amun-Mutsun tribal band regarding Beach Ranch to help shape future restoration plans, facilitate future access, and to identify cultural resources that may be present. Although there is no public access to the Beach Ranch, the Land Trust is interested in a levee trail system that would connect the city of Watsonville to the coast. Beach Ranch includes over under a mile of levee for potential trail that can play a key role as a recreational destination. An extensive planning process will be necessary to develop the proposed trail, including working with the local entity responsible for the levees and other neighboring landowners. The Department of General Services approved fair market value of the property is $15,490,000, and the landowner has agreed to sell at a reduced price of $13,900,000. Funding is proposed to be split by the State Coastal Conservancy, the Wildlife Conservation Board, and the Department of Conservation for a collaborative acquisition. Staff recommends proceeding as proposed in the agenda. With us today is Sarah Newkirk. Ms. Newkirk is the Land Trust's Executive Director, and online with us is Mr. Barry Baker, the Director of Acquisitions.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions, comments from the board? Yes, please.
Just one. So I appreciate all of the ecological natural resource benefits of this, but in my day job, I also oversee emergency response stuff. So I appreciated what you were sharing in the picture you had up there about the flooding in 2023. So the question I had is, if this project is completed, is there any sort of projections or estimates in terms of how that would mitigate similar types of damage in the future?
I think a specific projection isn't available yet because those wetland restoration designs need to happen, and then we can understand more fully what extent that would occur. I think the general conception at this point, and maybe Sarah can help answer this if she knows more, but the general conception is that the nature of these wetlands will provide that impact. How those are designed and implemented will ultimately determine what that impact is or what that nature-based solution achieves.
Any other comments, questions? I wanted to just confirm the land trust is going to own the property?
The land trust will own the property, that's correct.
Okay, okay. And they'll be working with the tribe on access as well as potentially future public access for recreation. Got it. Okay.
There's a memorandum of understanding or some sort of agreement between the tribe and the land trust to provide access to those to land trust lands.
That's great. Yeah, love the partnership that this project has. Damon.
Thanks. Great presentation. So this property is 247 acres, 22 are wetlands, 65 have been identified to be restored. The rest of it is existing, it sounds like organic farmland that's going to maintain its certification. And are there, I mean, there must be terms in the contract for that use, that land use to stay agriculture. Are there options to, for some of that land to, if it's identified as potential wetlands in the future, could convert?
So I think I heard two questions in there. Are there agreements about the remaining land use? It needs to stay in organic production or repurposed for wildlife benefit. The second question I heard in there was the 65 acres that have been identified with the current owner and tenant farmer. As the land trust purchases the property and starts farming it itself, there is definitely a potential for additional acres to be identified as suitable for habitat.
Any public comment cards or anyone online?
So I have two cards, Sarah Newkirk and Mark Lee Babinger. Come on down, Sarah. Good afternoon, members of the board and staff. Thank you for taking this item. I hope I want to make my comments brief, but I also hope to address some of the questions that you've had for staff. In 2018, the Nature Conservancy and the State Coastal Conservancy published in partnership a sea level rise assessment of coastal California and found that with 5 feet of sea level rise, we would lose 90,000 acres of coastal habitat as early as 2050, but certainly no later than 2100. That report also identified the protection of potential future habitat as the #1 most important thing that we could do to maintain the acreage of coastal habitat that we have throughout California. Habitat for what, you might ask? David mentioned a number of things, but we've seen ospreys, we've seen bald eagles, we know about tidewater goby and central southern steelhead. This is the most important, this would be one of the first projects in the state of California to implement a potential future habitat strategy along the coast. As staff has mentioned, it would protect 22 acres of existing habitat. We would restore 65 acres more habitat from farmland, and this is flood-prone farmland, so we're not even losing that much agriculture from farmland to habitat. And then the great part about land trust fee ownership is that with each lease renewal, we would be able to reevaluate the acreage that is committed to farmland and that is committed to restoration, so that we could see potentially repeated installations of restoration. This and other wetland restoration projects at the estuary and along the watershed function as natural infrastructure, acting as a sponge absorbing floodwaters. We don't know the direction from which any potential future flooding activity might happen, but depending on this restoration would contribute. It's a sponge, effectively absorbing floodwaters. This would contribute a little bit to reducing flood impacts on the upstream communities of Pajaro and Watsonville. But what it does that's almost more important is to provide a demonstration of how this and other restoration projects like it might be integrated into the Pajaro River levee project that the Pajaro River Flood Management Agency is doing in partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Additional benefits include water quality benefits. The Land Trust has something called a bioreactor on our existing Watsonville Slough Farm. We are planning to also install one on this ranch. A bioreactor is effectively a wood chip pond that receives agricultural runoff from not only this farm, but from neighboring farms as well. It cleans that water with 90% or more efficiency and then discharges clean water into the sloughs and into the bay. And those and the Pajaro River, all impaired water bodies under the state's list. In addition, the staff have mentioned public access, access for the indigenous community. Our vision would be a trail from Watsonville to the sea. And this is something that this disadvantaged community sorely needs, sorely lacks. So this would be a really important component in that trail. I want to thank staff very much for bringing this to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
So I have Mark Lane. I forgot to mention, I also have Alyssa Mann on my early bird list. So Alyssa should have gotten go first. That's okay, Markley. You take it.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Markley Babinger with the Nature Conservancy. I'm the Director of Public Partnerships. And actually, Alyssa gave me her time so that I could be here in person. She's with us by Zoom and is available for any questions as well. The Nature Conservancy is proud to be partnering with the Santa Cruz County Land Trust and other dedicated partners to advance this innovative nature-based sea level rise adaptation project for this critically important near coastal area for wildlife and nearby communities. What is so special about this project is that it is truly embracing the concept of securing multiple benefits in the face of climate change. The study that Sarah referenced earlier from 2018 identifies this as one of the most important properties statewide to protect and restore coastal habitat migration in the face of the rising seas. Sarah also talked about the multiple benefits of this project, and I won't spend too much time on that except to highlight again the public access for communities that include the local nearby frontline communities and tribes that are severely lacking in access to this culturally significant place. This project will serve as a model, not just for this biodiverse region, but for the state. As sea level rise and coastal hazards continue to threaten coastal areas, we must focus on these long-term solutions that provide benefits across sectors so that coastal habitats, wildlife, and communities can thrive. The Nature Conservancy and many of us in the state recognize the significant budget challenges of these times, and we commend WCB's commitment to moving these projects forward in an effort to address California's climate-related resource challenges and our shared 30 by 30 objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
I have no other speakers. If Alyssa's not going to, are there any speakers from online?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
So I think I'll entertain a motion from the board on item number 43.
I'll make a motion to approve as proposed by staff.
Second. Great. We have a first and a second. Can you take the roll, please?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle, Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. Motion passes.
Great, thank you. So we're now moving on to item number 44, Santa Cruz Long-Toed Salamander, Section 6.
And I'm excited to introduce Alexa Dunn. You may know her from the booth, but in fact, she's also going to present. Nice to see you, Alexa.
A lot of growth.
It's what?
A lot of growth.
You have to move all of, 40 feet away. No, we're very excited to hear from you.
So agenda item 44 is a proposal to consider the allocation of a grant to the Trust for Public Land and the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County as successor grantee, and approve the acceptance of the Habitat Conservation Plan land acquisition grant from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and approve the subgrant of the federal funds, the Trust for Public Land and the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County as successor grantee.
Can I interrupt you and tell you to put that a little closer?
Yes.
You're good, but just move it. There you go.
To acquire approximately 144 acres of land for the protection of Santa Cruz long-toed salamander habitat, located near Watsonville in Santa Cruz County. As indicated on the map, the property is located between Highway 1 and San Andreas Road. The project will permanently protect 144 acres of primarily undisturbed oak woodland, scrub, and grasslands, which will provide upland and dispersal habitat for the Santa Cruz long-toed salamander, a state and federally listed endangered species. There are 62 acres of oak woodlands, which provide physical habitat structure as well as food sources for native wildlife. Most of the woodland contains a dense understory, including large woody debris and surface litter mulch, which forms ideal summering habitat for the Santa Cruz long-toed salamander. This photo shows a section of the property that hosts the upland oak woodland habitat. The lower lying portions of the property support 55 acres of grasslands. These grasslands may provide upland habitat for other sensitive species, including the California tiger salamander, which is documented to occur less than 2 miles to the south. This photo shows a section of the scrub and coastal prairie habitat on the property. The property is located within the San Andreas watershed, and there are 1.2 linear miles of intermittent streams across the property, which support emergent marsh, riparian woodland, and wet meadow habitats. This property also hosts 4 ponds, a large and small perennial pond and a large and small seasonal pond. This photo shows one of the seasonal creeks on the property. La Selva Uplands is the largest in a group of unprotected properties in southern Santa Cruz County that have been targeted to help achieve the recovery of the Santa Cruz long-toed salamander. This property is a high priority acquisition in the Conceptual Area Protection Plan, and it's located between multiple metapopulations of the Santa Cruz long-toed salamander. Protecting this property allows for the potential for them to merge into a larger, more stable metapopulation. This project will also provide protection to habitat benefiting other resident and migratory wildlife. Following the acquisition, the property will be owned and managed by the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County as a reserve for Santa Cruz long-toed salamander habitat. Staff recommends the project be approved as proposed. Here with us today in support of the project are Christy Fisher from the Trust for Public Land and Sarah Newkirk from the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions, comments from the board?
One,
Please.
I feel this way for our land trust broadly, but with this specific land trust, they can get it done. And there's a model for it. If you've ever driven from San Jose to Santa Cruz on Highway 17, there's something called Laurel Curve. Big sweeping turn that's both a traffic challenge, public safety, dynamic for Caltrans, but a wildlife barrier. So years ago, the land trust set their mind to it and ended up acquiring properties on either side. Collectively, we produced the first advanced mitigation template agreement between us and Caltrans. And now when you drive over that thing, you don't know it, but there's basically the Annenberg crossing underneath it. And as soon as we got it completed, bobcats and lions were using it. So the land trust here, I think, is buying properties, thinking about a future vision. Now it just might be connectivity for a salamander, but it's still connectivity.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
No other questions from the board?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just making sure. Okay.
Fran, did you have any questions? No, okay.
I'd have Sarah Newkirk. Good afternoon again, members of the board. It's been too long. I'm Sarah Newkirk. I'm the Executive Director of the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County. The Land Trust is guided by a number of strategic priorities. Among them is the protection of habitat for endemic, threatened, and endangered species. Santa Cruz County has an extraordinary concentration of unique species. Among them is the Santa Cruz long-toed salamander, which has the dubious distinction of having been listed on the federal endangered species list since there was a federally endangered species list, which Google tells me that date is 1964. I would assert to you today that that is too long for a species to be on that list without a prospect of recovery. And the thing that's been standing between this species and a recovery is lack of habitat and habitat fragmentation. In this case, fragmentation for residential development. The threat is clearly exacerbated by climate change, but this property, the La Selva Uplands property, will be a critical climate refuge for the long-toed salamanders, as well as other species in the region. It will provide likely breeding habitat and upland habitat, protected from some of the worst impacts of climate change due to the fog bank that this property is blessed with. The fog belt in Santa Cruz, coastal Santa Cruz. As staff mentioned, importantly, it connects two critical metapopulation of salamanders and provides the opportunity for a wildlife crossing under Highway 1. There's already a usable culvert, usable for salamanders, but we are already on Caltrans's list for an actual crossing roughly 2 miles from this property to get these species across Highway 1. The property, in addition, has the benefit of being a potential public access property. It's within the school district of the Pajaro Valley Unified Schools, a disadvantaged community. And I want to thanks staff for putting the report together and bringing this to you. We're really excited to get this property and start protecting it for these salamanders. Thank you. Are there any comments online?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you, Erin. Oh, Christy, come on down.
Good afternoon, and I'll keep this brief. I know it's been a long day, but this is such an exciting moment for us. I'm Christy Fisher with the Trust for Public Land and the project manager for this project, along with the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County. And thank you so much, Chuck, for those very thoughtful comments. I agree 100%. This land trust does indeed get it done. And I'd actually like to just speak for a moment about partnerships and the power of partnership. This project comes to you as a culmination of 100 years of land ownership by a single family, farming family from Santa Cruz County. As the pictures indicated, this property is in exquisite condition, and that family is the reason. It's also a partnership among the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Land Trust, the Trust for Public Land, and other conservation practitioners and scientists who have recognized the importance of this property for many years, for decades. TPL's first contact with this landowner was in 2004, to give you a sense of how long we've been working to bring this property into conservation. The last 4 years have been real deep dedication, working with that family as they contemplate the future of this land and identifying a way to bring it into conservation despite its exceptional luxury home development potential. And their willingness to work with us to bring us to this day is a testament to their commitment to the land and the future of Santa Cruz County. I'm also want to just mention how excited we are looking forward. This is a gem of a property for the long-toed salamander and other sensitive habitat. It's also a gem as far as the community is concerned. This will be an opportunity under the leadership of the Land Trust for school children to come out. As was mentioned earlier, kids are a superpower that we have in conservation, and they are the future. This will be an opportunity for the Pajaro Unified School District to bring their children out to this property. It runs along those two creeks all the way to the sea. Very special place. So thank you for all that you're doing. And if I may just take one more moment, I want to say that the last couple of months, several months have been very difficult, challenging with the budget constraints, a challenge I know for our Wildlife Conservation Board team. And I would just like to say that throughout this period, the Wildlife Conservation Board staff has been unwavering in its professionalism, dedication, focus, and partnership through this process. And hats off to Jen Norris under your leadership, your team, Daniel Vasquez, Joe Norris, Joe Navari, Jen Norris, my goodness, Rebecca Friss, and especially our land agent, Alexa Dunn. Amazing work, team. And Joe, forgive me wherever you may be. And thanks, everybody.
So I think that completes our public comments. Great, thank you. So don't see any more comments or questions. I'll entertain a board motion.
Move to approve the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All right, first and second. Mary, can you take the roll, please?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle,
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. Motion passes.
Great, thank you. Congratulations. Clap, please.
Yeah,
Clap away. It's
clap.
okay. We need to celebrate these important moments. Item number 45, Island Dairy.
Come on down, Michael Shaw.
Good afternoon. Today I'll be presenting on the Island Dairy proposal, which is an acquisition submitted by River Partners. The Island Dairy is a 482 acre fee title acquisition by River Partners. The property is located immediately to the east of the unincorporated community of Grayson in Stanislaus County and is surrounded almost entirely by water, with the historic San Joaquin River Channel to the west and Laird Slough to the east. The proposed acquisition is located at the nexus of over 10,000 acres of conserved lands known as the Dos Rios Ranch and the San Joaquin National Wildlife Refuge at the confluence of the Tuolumne and San Joaquin rivers. The property is currently utilized for dairying operations and intensified agricultural use with plans for habitat restoration. Once the entire dairy property has been acquired and restored to native riparian and floodplain habitat, ownership will likely be transferred to the State Park Service and be managed as part of the adjacent San Joaquin National Wildlife Refuge. The project site will continue agricultural practices on the property for a period of up to 10 years while River Partners prepares for phased restoration and implementation of native habitat. Once restoration plan is implemented, the property will become comprised of upland, riparian, and floodplain habitat types that consist of wetlands, native grasslands, and riparian forests. Restoration planning and implementation will target fish and wildlife species that include Chinook salmon, green sturgeon, Sacramento splittail, riparian brush rabbit, riparian wood rat, western blue pond turtle, valley longhorn elderly beetle, Swainson hawk, tricolor blackbird, and other migratory bird species. In its restored state, the property will contribute significantly to habitat connectivity in San Joaquin Valley due to its location adjacent to the San Joaquin River National Wildlife Refuge. Hidden Valley Dairy, and Dos Rios Ranch. With the potential transition of Dos Rios to state parks management, it is likely this area will become a nexus of recreational opportunity on the river. This property provides ample possibilities for recreation enhancement, from hunting and fishing to hiking, birding, mountain biking, canoeing, and kayaking. The Island Dairy project is part of the $40 million earmark from the state budget for the purposes of acquiring and restoring floodplain lands in the San Joaquin and Tulare basins. The Department of General Services approved the appraised value for Island Dairy is $11,100,000. Staff recommends proceeding as proposed in the agenda. With us today is Maggie Blankenship and Julie Retner from River Partners, who can help answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions, comments from the board on this project?
Yeah, I'm wondering, why 10 years?
I will go ahead and defer to Maggie Blankenship on the 10 years.
Thank you to the board for hearing this agenda item today. We're really excited to bring this one to you, and just want to say that this will be our last slug of the $40 million. And we're so excited and grateful to your staff and to the board for helping us get all those dollars allocated to great projects in the San Joaquin Valley. 10 years, that is mainly due to the fact that we need to plan and permit habitat restoration and look for fundraising to be able to implement that restoration. So that's what our team will undertake as soon as we own fee title here. It may happen faster than 10 years, but we want to leave ourselves a buffer accounting for some of those timelines.
So it'll be a working dairy until you start the.
That's
I mean,
right.
Nothing will
It'll-
change basically.
We'll operate it under a lease agreement, actually, most likely with the seller of the dairy, the current tenant out there, and we'll phase out agriculture as funding becomes available and projects are approved.
And what kind of agriculture is there now?
Right now, the property is planted in about 400 acres of corn and alfalfa rotation, which is used as silage to maintain the dairy. It's part of the dairy permit.
Any other questions? Yes, please.
You mentioned the possibility that state parks would manage it long-term at some point. How close is this in proximity to the new Dos Rios State Park that was recently?
That was actually a misstatement. Sorry,
Okay.
Mike, that was probably bad
That's what-
communication on my part.
That caught my
But-
attention too. Okay.
So it's right across the river from the new Dos Rios State Park. This is actually more likely a transfer into the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's ownership as part of San Joaquin River National Wildlife Refuge. And so we haven't had any conversations with state parks at this time, but obviously a lot of opportunity for coordinated recreation in this area. Yeah.
I have another question.
Yes, please.
So given the answer to that, it made me wonder, so conceivably, and this is not unusual, I mean, conceivably you could take it and then immediately transfer it over within a reasonable amount of time to a public entity, and the restoration could start sooner or later, depending on.
So the transfer timeline is totally dependent on the public agency that is able to take it. So in the case of Fish and Wildlife Service, we'll start working with them immediately, but we expect it to take many years. We actually have a lot of other lands that we have followed the same exact trajectory with, and they are really flexible and allow us to work on restoration under a special use permit on lands that River Partners worked to preserve, sometimes with Wildlife Conservation Board funds, and now are in refuge ownership. So yes, the timeline is very flexible as to how many leased acres, how many restored acres. We just wanted to give flexibility and hold ourselves to that 10-year timeline that's in the grant agreement.
One note from my experience at the department, and with great love for our sister federal Fish and Wildlife Service, as public entities, we're often not as nimble or able to immediately turn to restoration on our own properties. So what we're finding is that dynamic that's a partnership with the private entity for the restoration, while we're also figuring out long-term public ownership.
May I just provide one more comment? I think Maggie alluded to this, but I just want to flag for you because I haven't been doing it because they're all so big. This is a big ticket item, but it is not conditional because this is a legislative line item. So just making sure you're aware. Thank you.
Well, so you actually are getting to, I have the two questions. So just to confirm, the agricultural uses will be retired in 10 years regardless of who's owning or stewarding the property.
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you speak more in the staff report? It says that this project is part of the 40 million earmark. Just can you speak to, is that funding along with the acquisition going to support some of the restoration activities or at this site, or just because it seems like it's broader than, because it covers 2 basins. So just could you talk about the connectivity issues or leveraging of this property in that earmark?
So the 40 million also has under it an ongoing project that you all approved last year for planning and permitting on, I think it's 10 projects across the San Joaquin Valley, and this project is one of them. So we're actually already underway, have funding to do planning and permitting and hydraulic modeling associated with this property. So we're working on that. Unfortunately, we're tapped out of the 40 million. We need more. So this will not cover restoration implementation, but we have ideas about other funding sources to leverage.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
I think just this is more for Jen and staff. I think it would be great in the reports where where projects are kind of tied into an overall plan, or this is leveraging. I didn't quite pick up on how this is part of those 10 projects. So I think that's helpful to just kind of show that, this is obviously part of a long-term project or within the community. Yeah, to be leveraged. So I think that would be helpful when projects are advancing in that way. So, okay, great. Any further questions? Comments? Okay. Do we have any public comments for this project?
I have no cards. Is there anyone on the phone or online?
There are no comments online.
Thank you.
Okay. I will entertain a motion on item number 45.
I'll move to approve item number 45 as proposed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. We have a first and second. Mary, can you please take the roll?
Chair Bugday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle,
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. Motion passes.
Great. Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to item number 46. All right, I love it. Wow. I love this celebratory spirit.
Yes, makes it more fun.
Absolutely.
So Candace Marg is going to present on Tiburon Ridge. Wonderful. Welcome.
This proposal is for a grant for an acquisition and fee of 110 acres of land.
Oh, excuse me, Candace, can you just move closer? We can't hear you. Thanks. Thank you.
I'll start over. This proposal is for a grant for an acquisition and fee of 110 acres of land for the protection of wildlife habitat preservation, wildlife-oriented education and research, and provide future wildlife-oriented public use opportunities. The property is located off Paradise Drive, adjacent to the town of Tiburon. Approximately 7 miles north of San Francisco, the property is located on a peninsula which extends into San Francisco Bay and surrounded by water on 3 sides. The property is contiguous to the west by the 122-acre Old St. Hilary's open space and to the northwest by the 24-acre Tiburon Uplands Preserve, both managed by the Marin County Parks and Open Space District, which I will further reference herein as county. Additionally, the property will be connected via trails to the county's 389-acre Ring Mountain Open Space Preserve at the upper end of the peninsula. The 34-acre Keel Cove property to the east is protected by a conservation easement. Acquisition of this property will add another half mile to the 4-mile chain of protected properties and will further expand dispersal and movement options for animals during the grassland, scrub, and oak woodland habitats of the peninsula. The property is undeveloped and undisturbed except for social trails that traverse the upper and lower portions of the property. With the acquisition of this property and the above-mentioned neighboring conserved properties managed by the county, there will be over 5 miles of connected public trails. The county will make the trails on this property legally available to the public for enjoyment of the property and its views. The property is within CDFW's State Wildlife Action Plan and contributes to the recovery plan for the California red-legged frog, the recovery plan for the serpentine soil species of the San Francisco Bay Area, 30 by 30, Marin Countywide Plan, and the Town of Tiburon General Plan Open Space and Conservation Element. The property is an irregularly shaped parcel with an elevation variance between 90 to 590 feet and has legal access through Paradise Drive, a paved county road. There are a number of features on the property, such as drainages and depressions that support wetland and riparian vegetation, such as common monkey flower, horsetail, sedge, rush, and willow. Additional features on site, such as 3 seeps, a pond, and a spring, are likely to support wetland vegetation, but only in very wet winters. The property is covered by oak woodland, serpentine prairie, coastal scrub, open grassland, and wetland habitats that are in good condition and rich in biodiversity. The property supports rare and special status species, including the Marin dwarf phlox, a federally threatened plant with fewer than 24 extant populations, and serpentine reedgrass. And the property provides habitat for special status species such as the California red-legged frog, the loggerhead shrike, and the northern harrier. Property ownership will be direct deeded to the county at close of escrow for management as public open space preserve, pursuant to a separate purchase and sale agreement between the county and TPL. The county will develop and implement a comprehensive management plan with recommended best management practices. The landowners have agreed to sell the property for the DGS approved appraised fair market value of $42,100,000. Staff recommends approval of this project as proposed. And in the audience to help answer any questions is Dave Sutton, California Land Conservation Director for TPL, Erica Williams, Senior Project Manager for TPL, and Max Corton, Director and General Manager for Marin County Parks and Open Space District.
Great, thank you for the presentation. Questions, comments, please, Chuck.
I feel like I'm in a sharing my personal vignettes per agenda item mode.
But all right.
Yeah, it's not surprising the fair market value and cost to do this kind of acquisition in the Bay Area, 42 million. I'm really pleased it's such a diverse set of matching funders. And we're actually in an unusual role, one of the smaller contributors. So I think we're hopefully pleased to be that bridge that gets it over. I live in the East Bay in Berkeley, and when I look that direction, it is surprising that our predecessors and our current leaders have preserved such open space across Marin and Tiburon. I plan to personally use this one because we're over there all the time. The open space is managed really well by Marin. And if you're at Ring Mountain and you like to rock climb, there's some good climbing there. And you're sitting out looking at the whole bay. It's just pretty stunning. So thumbs up for me on this one.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Do we have any public comments?
Yeah, we have Max Corton from Marin County Parks and Erica Williams from the Trust for Public Land, who are partners and public commenters. So come on down.
Thank you, Max Gordon, Director of Marin County Parks. And I just really want to appreciate the WCB staff, Executive Director Norris, and your board. This has been a dream for this community for over 40 years. I can just communicate from being out there on the property. There's folks that have spent a good portion of their life working on protecting this land. And our partners at the Trust for Public Land really have been invaluable in getting the owners to a place where they're willing to make this deal. And saw the value of public ownership for this property. This is a really unique property in terms of the biology, the ecosystems there. But the other thing that's really unique about it, as you can see from these pictures, it is incredibly beautiful. And it's just one of those places that when you see it, it's somewhere that everyone should be invited and welcome to go. And so really appreciate the forethought from all the partners to make this happen and make this available for everyone forever. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say that I did get to go out there because I have a rule. We have to see the projects. And I made sure I saw this one early and it's really spectacular. So you want to come on up?
I
Claire.
wanted to share,
Okay.
Director, that I think you have a future constituent here in Director Bonham visiting the site. So thank you.
Good afternoon, directors and members of the board. I'm Erica Williams, Senior Project Manager with the Trust for Public Land managing this acquisition. First, thank you so much for your time today and for considering this incredibly meaningful funding recommendation. As Max noted, this has been a conservation priority for the region for over 40 years. It is, I won't repeat what everyone else has said. This is really a unique and special property. It's an ecological treasure. It abuts over 140 acres of public open space. It connects to several hundred additional open space, offering really rich and very diverse recreational opportunities. It supports rare and special status species. It's just truly remarkable what it offers to the not just the Bay Area, but really the entire region. After decades of effort by the community, really dedicated effort by the community, and with tremendous community support, TPL negotiated a 2-year option, $42.1 million with the landowner. We are about a month away from our exercise deadline, and we're only $5.5 million away from meeting our funding target. I think it's really important to note that this WCB grant would activate over $36 million in public and private funding from a variety of sources. The Natural Resources Agency, a local bond measure that was passed and led by TPL and the community, passed with almost 80% support, 79+% support, and has raised over 20 million in public funding for the project. But also individuals, supporters and donors, foundations that have contributed substantial funding to this. It's really a demonstration of just how much everyone cares about this property. Despite these successes, though, the project's at risk. And so your grant would really get us over the edge. Before I finish, I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work of WCB staff. We really wouldn't be here without Candace and John Walsh, who have given us so much have been so supportive over the years, but in particular have done so much to bring this to you today. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you so much. Any other comments?
Do we have any? I have no more speaker cards. Are there any commenters online?
We have 2 hands raised.
Great.
Holly Thayer.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to first take a moment. I am Vice Mayor of Tiburon, and any of you that want to move here, I'm happy to give you a personal tour. I want to take a second to thank the Wildlife Conservation Board. In this budget climate, your steadfast, strong support for all of these projects makes me very happy, and we owe you a debt of gratitude. I also want to take a moment. I'm not going to repeat what was said so eloquently by Erica Williams, but I want to take a moment to thank Erica Williams of Trust for Public Land. Without this partnership and the partnership of the Wildlife Conservation Board and all of the money that's been raised, we would not be able to preserve what is the most amazing over 100 acres of beautiful, beautiful open space. I also want to take a moment to thank Jerry Reeson from Tiburon Open Space. For those of you who have not met Jerry, you got to do it. He has worked on the Martha property and led this effort for 40 years. Again, I want to thank you very much. This property and this area will be a place for generations of Marin County residents and residents from all over the world, I believe, will come and see this magnificent space. I also want to thank you for all of the work you're doing. And this is the most amazing board. I sit on a lot of boards and commissions. So how do I join this one? You guys are amazing. You're doing amazing work. So thank you for your work overall.
Thank you very much. I think we have one more raised hand.
Yes, Jerry Reason.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Jerry Reason, president of Tiburon Open Space. Tiburon Open Space has worked to preserve the Martha property for over 35 years. In the 1990s, the citizens of Tiburon and Belvedere voted twice to tax themselves to fund the purchase of the adjoining Marin County Open Space Old St. Hilary's Preserves. In 2022, those citizens again voted to tax themselves, this time raising over $20 million in bond funding, almost half of the Martha purchase price. This recent bond measure had overwhelming support, almost 80% voted yes. It is significant to note that WCB's contribution is the final piece needed. Working with Trust for Public Lands, we have raised 87% of the purchase price from other sources that will be lost without WCB's support. There are so many ways this preservation effort could have failed, but with your support, we are protecting a biological jewel and creating a conservation and recreational zone that will be enjoyed by all forever. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Any additional questions, comments from the board? Otherwise, I'll entertain a board motion.
I'll move a staff recommendation.
Second.
Oh,
I know. Okay, we have a first and second. I would like to, okay, let's take the roll, please, Mary.
Chair Bookday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Heck, yes.
Member Nagami,
yes.
Member Pavley,
Yes.
Member Benson,
Yes.
Member Phillips.
Yeah, we were just talking about Point Reyes and how Point Reyes came together and people involved in that who would think of this as maybe a Point Reyes West approach or East approach. Thanks for bringing it before us. It's an aye vote.
So I think, yes, right? Yes.
The motion passes.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Fantastic. So can I ask, what does Martha in parentheses mean?
It's a great question.
Is that a,
Name of the property?
is that a future interpretive panel?
Property owners.
The
names.
property owners. Okay, wonderful.
Oh, the youngest daughter of the matriarch and patriarch that bought it. Okay,
It's fantastic. Thank you.
love that
I
story.
think that is a future interpretive panel for the site. Awesome. Okay, thank you. We are now moving on to item number 47, the Lower Colgan Creek Riparian Restoration Project.
This is another awesome project Kara Allen's going to share with us.
Come on up.
Good afternoon. So yeah, agenda item 47 is the Lower Colgan Creek Riparian Restoration Project. This is a cooperative project with the DWR that will be completing the third and final phase of a multi-benefit project that is restoring ecosystem functions and wildlife habitat and providing new public access opportunities along Lower Colgan Creek that is located in the city of Santa Rosa. Colgan Creek is part of the Laguna de Santa Rosa watershed, which is home to listed salmonids and is a hotspot for biodiversity. The project site is in the southwestern part of the city and is west of Highway 101 and within walking distance of a high school, middle school, and grade school. Now, phases 1 and 2 were completed in 2015 and 18, and those were completed without funding from WCB. On this slide, I've highlighted Colgan Creek in bright blue to show that it originates on the flanks of Taylor Mountain and flows through an urban area before entering the Laguna de Santa Rosa about 4 miles downstream from the project site, which is marked with the yellow star. Again, the Laguna de Santa Rosa is a tributary of the Russian River. It's also the largest freshwater wetland complex in Northern California and is a wetland of international importance and designated as critical habitat for the Central Coast coho salmon. And these are a few reasons why this project is so important for downstream resources and why we have previously invested in conserving and restoring portions of the laguna, which are the orange and purple polygons on this map. Now, although this project does not meet the definition of a justice community as defined by our board, I do want to underscore that it is within and will be serving underserved communities. The map on the bottom left is from DWR and shows that the project site is within 1 mile of several disadvantaged communities. And the map, the top and right maps are from CalEnviroscreen and show that the project site is not only within the most underserved community in the city of Santa Rosa, but the most underserved community in the entire North Coast region. And there are a few environmental indicators that are in the top 27th percentile that this project will be directly addressing. And those include education, traffic, cardiovascular disease, and groundwater threats. So the need for this project is because Colgan Creek has been channelized for several decades and has been managed for flood control purposes, which have literally stripped the creek corridor of its ecosystem functions and many beneficial uses for fish, wildlife, and people. And Colgan Creek is listed by the US EPA as impaired for nutrients, sediment, temperature, dissolved oxygen, and pathogens. And the creek is also scored very low on other environmental parameters that the city has been measuring for several years. And those include macroinvertebrates, biodiversity, stream function, and flood control. And the bottom left picture is of the Bell property, which the city acquired specifically for this project to release the creek from its entrenched banks and to reroute it through this site, which is its historical location. And on this slide, I illustrate that the project has 3 main goals of restoring ecosystem functions, providing climate resilience, and improving access to nature. And within each square are the tangible outcomes that this project will be delivering to achieve these goals. And the outcomes in the green boxes will address the top tier environmental indicators for the underserved community and will also foster and build a stronger partnership with 2 local tribes that have an active role in this project. And the photos here were taken from phases 1 and 2 and show school students participating in bioassessments and installing plants and pulling weeds. And the bottom left picture is of phase 1 and what it looks like 9 years after restoration. And this is the conceptual design for the project that shows where the restoration work will be occurring compared to the public access features. And the developed park area that is colored in bright green and located above the paved creek path, that is not part of this project and is actually being funded separately by the city's Parks Department. And what is not shown here are the 2 acres of monarch meadows that will be planted by Rainforest Rising within the improved riparian area. And what's important about this work is that Sonoma County is the monarch butterflies early breeding zone. And Rainforest Rising will be using cutting edge seeding techniques to establish milkweed and other native nectar plants that will be blooming spring through fall to support this important zone for the butterfly, for it to reproduce and lay its eggs after it departs from their overwintering sites along the coast. And this is my final slide that shows some of the outcomes and methods that we can expect for phase 3. The picture on the left is of phase 1 and shows native riparian and wetland plants that have established very well and are providing nature-based solutions for attenuating high flow events, adapting to climate change, and improving water quality. And the top right picture was taken shortly after phase 2 was constructed and shows how the creek is being recontoured with meanders and large woody debris to create complex aquatic habitat with riffles, pools, and islands to support aquatic species, as well as improve the creek's hydrology. And the bottom picture is an example of the bilingual interpretive signage that will be installed as part of phase 3. And with that, staff recommend that the board conditionally approve this project as proposed in the final agenda. And with us, we have several staff from the city, in person and online, as well as Rainforest Rising to help answer any questions.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Any comments, questions from the board? Catherine?
Yeah, and this is for staff. So if it's conditionally approved, and we get through whatever happens July 1st, and if in fact we're getting a lot of GGRF money, is that able to just fill this in so it will go forward, or how will that work?
It's a great question. We believe so.
Okay.
But we reserve the right to revisit it. I mean, there's just always the potential there could be special language put on our budget. I just have to prepare for that. So like I said, we're doing our stretches. So I just don't know. We hope so. We expect so. We think it would be applicable to all the projects we have in the current form of GGRF that we've received in the past. But
So
looking at Steve, got anything?
So
Got any
I'll
predictions?
just mention then that projects like this, where you're without using herbicides, you're restoring and you're improving for the community, also act as carbon sinks, making it a perfect subject for expenditures of the GGRF.
Very good point. Any other comments, questions from the board? I just want to make a couple of comments. One is appreciate the slide that shows the layering of the criteria around the disadvantage and the Calambiro screen in your presentation. So thank you for doing that. Also, just would love to hear a little bit more about I know part of the project description is, I love the work of this project supporting the Conservation Works Youth Action Group. Is that like a conservation core group, and the micro murals, and just also want to lift up the work of partnering with the local tribal members and groups. So can you just talk about some of that, the education kind of art engagement work that's part of this project?
Yeah, so I'll start it off and then either Claire or Kellen can chime in. But it's really cool because when I was out there doing the site visit, there was actually a youth conservation corps doing some work in the phase 2 area. And that crew has been working for, phase 1 and 2, dating back to 2015. So they continue to do stewardship work. They will be part of the active restoration as well. And what I find to be really, really neat is that some of the city staff actually came from that conservation corps crew.
Wow.
And so they're just continuing that really important work in the region through a governmental agency now. And so, yeah, the Conservation Corps is going to be part of it. I believe the CCC will also be leveraged. And the high school students, the LC Allen High School is right next to the phase one area. And they will be doing some of the bioassessments for, the measuring the water quality and looking at the macroinvertebrates. And there's also, I believe, 8 educational events that will be hosted with the high school, middle school, and grade school. And, the curriculum will be catered to those age groups. And the Laguna de Santa Rosa Foundation is also a big partner, and they'll be doing a lot of the maintenance and also hosting or being part of those educational events. And then as far as the tribes go, there are 2 local tribes. I believe it's Miwok and Pomo. And one group will be working with the planting the basketry plants on the floodplain terraces. And then another local tribal member that actually did the mural at the LC Allen High School will be commissioning some artwork to install along the pedestrian bridge or the paved creek path. And those can be, they're not sure exactly what type of art pieces those will be. They could be the micromurals. There could also be totems or like tile pieces that are laid into the creek path. So yeah, there's a lot of neat opportunities that will be coming forward.
It's great. It's great to see it as part of the project and also just the hands-on education activities that are planned is really exciting. So just, want to commend the city and all the partners on that work. So it's great. Okay. Are there any, any public comments or?
Claire Myers is
any people
here.
to-
I think she's a partner and a commenter, so why don't you come on up?
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Claire Myers. I am the Stormwater and Creeks Manager for the City of Santa Rosa. And we are so grateful to be here for this opportunity to receive your support for this, one of our most important projects. As we've said, the funding will be the final piece of funding in a project that has spanned over 2 decades and 3 phases. And the Colgan Creek restoration project is very special. A member of our team uses the phrase that I love to feed 2 birds with 1 scone. And I think this project feeds so many birds, both literally and figuratively. As Kara described, the benefits of this project are both deep and broad. We have environmental restoration and preservation, improved water quality, habitat, climate adaptation. We didn't talk too much, but it will increase the flood mitigation from a 25-year storm event to a 100-year storm event, which is a great climate benefit. Community and student education, and then serving disadvantaged communities. And I think it's the kind of project that really shows just what creek restoration can do and why it's critical. The benefits to one of Santa Rosa's underserved communities will really be substantial. The project will provide ADA accessible green space and nature recreation opportunities for the most underserved section of our city in terms of green space and parks, including the adjacent affordable housing development and the disadvantaged census block tract that Kara showed. It will also serve the nearby LC Allen High School and middle school students who are 92 to 95% minorities and low income. Our team is the one that gets the students out on the creek. It's so fun. They're doing water quality testing. They're measuring flow. It's great. And I know I'm out of time. The earlier projects of the phases have really already showed the benefits of what we can do. And we're seeing birds, we're seeing river otters. So just to finish up, wanted to say thank you for your time. Thank you so much to Kara. This is our first WCB grant. She has been a phenomenal partner in guiding us through this and really collaborative. So we just appreciate everything so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any
I have
online?
no other cards. Is there anyone online?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you, Erin.
Okay, wonderful. I will entertain a motion.
I'll move that we accept the staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
All right, first and a second. Mary, can you take the roll, please?
Chair Bupday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle.
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Miller, motion passes.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Yay. Exciting. Yes, I know. I love the clapping. All right, moving on to item number 48, Trinity Headwaters.
We don't wind down as we get toward the end of the agenda. I just want you to know there's
No,
still
we
some
do
big
more
things
and more and
happening.
more.
So
Just bring it
Trinity
on.
Headwaters is a big one. Michael Shaw, thank you.
Thank you. So the Trinity Headwaters is a 10,700 plus acre fee title acquisition.
Can we say that again? 10,000.
10,700 acre
Thank you.
acquisition by the Pacific Forest Trust. The property is located around 10 to 20 miles west of Weed and Mount Shasta, directly south of Mount Eddy at the intersection between Siskiyou and Trinity counties, where the Klamath Mountains and the southern Cascades, surrounded by the Shasta and Trinity Forest, meet. The acquisition contributes to the state's ongoing efforts to support healthy forests and promote wildfire resiliency through sustainable forest management practices. The property resides within the Upper Trinity River hydrologic area and contains significant portions of the Little Trinity River, Picayune Creek, and Sugar Creek. These streams flow into the Trinity River, then the Trinity Reservoir, and into the Sacramento River Basin. Habitats represented on the property include Klamath mixed and subalpine conifer forests, white and red fir, Jeffrey and lodgepole pine, mixed chaparral, riparian woodlands, perennial grasslands, and wet meadows. Property supports an estimated 233 terrestrial wildlife species and 9 aquatic fish and amphibian species, including 44 special status species that are rare or threatened, such as the Pacific martin fisher, California wolverine, Cascades frog, and the Sierra Nevada red fox. The property's cold water flows also support Chinook salmon downstream in the Trinity River and Sacramento Basin. Pacific Forest Trust will take fee to the property at closing before transferring ownership to the Watershed Research and Training Center, Watershed Research and Training Center, subject to a working forest conservation easement held by the Pacific Forest Trust. The Watershed Training and Research Center intends to maintain the property as a working forest, managing the property for its outstanding biodiversity, habitat, and watershed benefits, as well as climate and wildfire resiliency, durable carbon storage, and public access for recreation. Additionally, the Watershed Center intends to use the property as a core landscape for its local workforce development and delivery of youth programs for local communities and tribes, including cultural and ancestral ecological practices. The easement will incorporate language to protect the biodiversity, native fish, and critical wildlife habitats, especially aquatic and wetland communities, riparian woodlands, meadows, and diverse forests and chaparral communities that provide habitats for endangered, threatened, and rare species and other species of concern, as well as significant water resources of the property and the water quality by restricting development, guiding forest management to accomplish ecological goals, and establishing special habitat management zones to be managed exclusively for conserving sensitive habitats. The Department of General Services approved the appraised value for Trinity Headwaters at $15,500,000. WCB would contribute $12,100,000, and other match funding will be provided by the Sierra Nevada Conservancy and the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development Program. Staff recommends approval as proposed in the agenda. And with us today is Lori Wayburn of Pacific Forest Trust, who can help answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you for that presentation. Do you have a
just one-
question or
yeah,
comment?
Just one question. The acquisition, if I'm looking at the map right, it looks like sort of a checkerboard of parcels or pieces of land, I guess. The squares that aren't part of the acquisition appear to be federal land. Am I reading that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you
Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit about the Watershed Training and Research Center? What is that? I mean, I've heard what you say it'll do. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be, yeah, that actually is my question.
We have
as well,
public
too,
comment from
so-
them, but come on down.
Yeah.
Russell
Yes,
Henley?
please.
Yes.
Hi, board members. I'm Nick Goulet. I'm the Executive Director of the Watershed Research and Training Center, the Watershed Center for short. We're a community-based nonprofit organization operating out of Trinity County. We actually have regional and statewide and national programming as well. Started 30 years ago to retrain displaced forest and sawmill workers at the start of the timber wars there. Our communities were heavily affected and it was our mission to figure out how to make a stewardship workforce out of a commodity extraction workforce. And so we've been doing that ever since. And with a proliferation of local work and regional and national programs as well. Should I go ahead and do the public comment kind of?
Maybe wait for your public
All
comment
right.
if that's
That-
okay.
The organization, we're the second largest private employer in Trinity County today.
Wow.
And so we have 70 full-time staff and 145 seasonal employees. So we're a large and capable organization. We own 40 acres right now. So this will be a giant leap in land we own, but we manage thousands of acres every year of federal estate, private lands as well.
So that is my question. So the ownership will be the Pacific Forest Trust, but there will be an agreement then with the center to manage the site. Okay, so just,
I'll let Lori speak on that. She can probably
Okay.
explain it
Just-
more clear than I can.
Thank you, members of the board. And the direct answer to the question is, we will own the property for an electronic nanosecond.
okay,
And then we will transfer ownership to the Watershed
Ah.
Research and Training Center, subject to the working forest conservation easement that guides how the land will be managed and to achieve those perpetual stewardship of the public trust values.
okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments from the board before we go into public comment?
May I just make a comment? So
Yes,
to
absolutely.
your point, Steve, your question about the checkerboarding, I think it's really important to note, I mean, 10,000 acres is a lot. But then when you think about the fact that it's interconnecting this much larger land, it's an even larger landscape when you think about the fact that we're filling in these checkerboards that would otherwise have been, privately held and privately managed. And now you can achieve a much more effective landscape scale conservation. So I think this is a really great investment. Agreed?
I'm happy to comment whenever.
Is just one final question. So I think that on the federal housing urban, is that community development block grant or what's the funding source of?
It is,
that?
it's really fun. This is, to
Okay.
our knowledge, the first time that HUD has made a grant to conservation for community benefit. And I actually want to call out Jared Huffman, who many of you have known and still know. Jared was absolutely essential in helping us. That was actually the first grant that we got for this project because this really benefits the ecological community and all beings, both human and wild. And I think being able to work with Nick and his group, and Russ, of course, is a board member of the group, really illustrates that synergy of benefit for both.
Yeah, that's fantastic and
Let's hope it's the
unusual.
beginning of a
Yeah.
trend, eh?
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. Thank you. Okay, I'll hand it over to you for
All
public
right, well,
comment.
Lori has 2 minutes for public comment as well. Do you want to say more or are you good? Go ahead.
Thank you. Any project that has the word picayune in it, you know it's grand. And this is almost 11,000 acres. It is 10% of the Opportunity Watershed. The Opportunity Watershed is the core of the Central Valley Project. So this is incredibly important for Trinity County, but it goes all the way through the state because the Trinity River is the source for the Central Valley Project. So for agriculture, for drinking water, it's enormously important as well.
particularly because this region, we've heard today, all through the day, about the impacts of climate change. We know how California is changing. We know there are parts of California that will be unrecognizable in 100 years. The extraordinary thing about this location is it remains stable for 100 years. And the habitat values only increase because with climate change, our species are moving up slope 500 to 15 feet already in elevation. So this higher elevation watershed is becoming the refuge for the entire Central Valley. They're moving up into these areas. And so that not only does this provide the kind of connectivity between ownerships of public lands, and this will remain in private hands. This is a private nonprofit, but it is managed for the benefit of the community. So this literally has benefits that ripple out over millions of acres from that perspective. I did want to just flag a couple of things here, which for us in this time of climate change, being able to think down 100 years and what our grandchildren, great-grandchildren are going to have, this is going to be one of the places that is evocative of the California that we all know and treasure today. And that's true for us as people, but it's extraordinarily important for the biodiversity because this is the single most biodiverse conifer forest in the world. So I just want to underscore that the impact of this project isn't something that's measured in acres. It isn't something that's measured in the at least 233 species that we document today. It is measured in the impact that we will see over time. So I want to thank you. And I want to add a second thank you on a totally different project, but thanks to the Wildlife Conservation Board, my organization was able to do the largest prescribed burn on commercial private forest land in the state just last month. It was a huge success and it would never have happened. It makes the town of McLeod infinitely more safe. So the thinning that we did and then the burning that we did, thanks to your help, reduces the likelihood of intense wildfire by 62 to 72%. So I just want to say thank you for all that you do. It's not just this immediate, but it's the impact and the active conservation that you enable over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for
Lori.
that great update.
All right, Nicolette.
Well, thanks again, board members. Want to start off by thanking Lori and the Pacific Forest Trust is a very unique thing, you know, a twinkle in, you know, my eye and some of my team's eye, you know, many years ago that, you know, we think big. We think about this large Upper Trinity River watershed, what it means to so many people up and down the coast and through the state of California. And imagine that, you know, we could stitch together that sort of checkerboarded landscape into something cohesive. A big part of what we do is work with the Forest Service on National Forest System lands. And so we've got a lot of leverage and a lot of work going there, and the opportunity to sort of bring these into cohesion was well, a big hairy goal. And I started talking to Lori about it and she started nodding her head and I talked to her about it again. And yeah, I think we could do that. And so many, many years of work and dedication from her and her team. Thank you, Lori. And the Pacific Forest Trust, Wildlife Conservation Board staff have been amazing to work with throughout. So, and you all know that. The piece I'd like to focus on, Lori focused on so many of these big benefits to ecology, biodiversity, clean water, clean air, the state of California, community and the people of Trinity County. So Trinity County is the poorest county in the state of California by pretty good measure, both by income and by health outcomes and by many other things you wouldn't want to be known for. Our organization is one of the large employers in the county. We train, retain, and provide living wages to a lot of local people there. Foresters, wildlife biologists, hydrologists, fisheries biologists, the people who manage, who steward the lands of California. And so that's a core part of what we do. And this is a way for us to sort of manifest that in a different way. We do it on other people's land. Now we could do it on community-owned land. So this is a really important thing for the people of Trinity County. The other thing I wanted to emphasize is this sort of youth engagement. So starting people early. We heard about this sort of urban disconnect with the environment, and you maybe would be really surprised to learn that young people growing up in poverty in rural places, surrounded by nature, don't get to sort of touch it and feel it in the ways you'd imagine. And so having places we can bring them so that they can have formative experiences because their parents can't just take that drive up into the woods that seems so close and so simple. Having something that they can connect with, not just the environment, but to have a sense of ownership and responsibility for it as sort of community owned forest land, I think could be pretty transformative for those populations. We run early childhood education programs, so free summer day camps that get kids thinking about the environment and civics and stewardship and jobs and natural resources. We operate 3 youth conservation crews from 3 of the communities nearby. And in partnership with the Scott River Watershed Council right over the hill, we've been going up to this property. The sellers have given us access over the last couple of years to have these different conservation crews come together and have a really high impact experience up there, work on trails, and become those future land stewards. And so we really appreciate the staff again for working this up, and we appreciate your support. We're looking forward to getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Russell Henley, sorry, my eyesight's terrible. Your
Hi,
typing's fine.
Members, happy to be here today, and I'm honored to be a member of the board of directors of this amazing organization that Nick has just described to you. And I've been the lead board member for this project since its inception, and our board is really very excited about this. And this is just a tremendous opportunity to shift 11,000 acres, almost 11,000 acres of industrial forest land that has very high wildlife habitat and watershed values into a community managed forest for forest restoration, forest conservation, recreation, local workforce development. Again, Trinity County is probably a sleeper, and probably not too many of you realized until this afternoon that Trinity County is the poorest county in California. That's maybe not a well-known fact. And there's really also a lot of leverage here with this. A couple of you up on the dais have called out the checkerboard pattern and with the Forest Service, and there's a specific mechanism called a stewardship agreement that organizations like ours can enter into with the Forest Service, essentially take over management of that Forest Service land, meeting certain activities and criteria. So we're really very excited in moving to that opportunity. We think there's a lot of support at the Forest Service, the Shasta Trinity National Forest, to move into a stewardship agreement. So we, with our activity and our viewpoints, the kinds of values that are embodied in our organization, the conservation easement that we will be implementing under the care of Pacific Forest Trust, really a lot of leverage to further spread this across the watershed. So that's just really exciting to us. And so just finally, I want to thank the Pacific Forest Trust for their partnership with this. It's been essential. Thank the Conservation Board staff for helping in development of this project. And again, also recognize the other funders that are making this possible with the Sierra Nevada Conservancy and the federal funding from HUD. So thank you, and respectfully encourage your support of this project.
Do we have any raised hands? Oh, you're raising your hand again, Lori? Come on. I'm not the chair, but I'm saying yes, sorry.
I apologize, but I wanted to mention one thing that I forgot to say. There are 600-year-old trees on this property. And so we had the pleasure of taking Jerry Franklin, who, for anybody who's in the world of forestry, he's kind of the father of ecological forestry, taking him out on the property into this wonderful spot, Slide Lake, which is actually a permanent lake. And there is old growth surrounding it. And so there are 600-year-old Jeffrey pines there. And then we hope very much to get the Wildlife Conservation Board out on a place called the Blue Divide. It's a high pass. You can look across over to Mount Shasta, and you have 400-year-old.
I got my calendar out. When does it? I'll get my calendar out. When does it work?
With the new landowner's permission, we'll be very thrilled to take you out there this fall when we hope to dedicate it. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that we have a willing seller. We worked with Michical Timber Company to begin with, secured the option. They sold all of their land in the interim time period. So the option that we had carried through to the new owners. It's now owned by a subsidiary of New Forests, but it shows the value of being able to make these dreams come true by having these binding agreements, no matter who owns the property. But on behalf of the Cascade frogs and the 600-year-old trees, I also just wanted to say thank you.
Yes, please
So
ask away.
you mentioned earlier a different property that WCB supported and doing the largest prescribed fire. I guess the thought that comes to me on this too is obviously these are areas that are very fire prone and whatnot. So just curious as to what sort of the treatment plans and what are, I mean, 600-year-old trees and things like that. Obviously a lot going on in the state in terms of trying to prevent these catastrophic wildfires and the destruction of all the ecosystem and stuff. So with a big piece of property like this in an area that's so fire prone, just curious what the management plan is for.
So their management plan is called for under the conservation easement. It hasn't been developed yet. But a couple things I would just suggest is, number one, those 600-year-old trees, of course, made it through fire in the past. Number two, over half the fire that we see in the state today is actually beneficial. It's moderate to low intensity. And the great thing about working with Nick and the Watershed Research and Training Center is a tremendous amount of the work that they do is in fuels management and fully embracing the use of prescribed fire and then also managed fire. And the last thing that I would mention is that when you fly over this, it's really interesting when you're coming in from Arcata, no problem, you're going along and then all of a sudden you come up over the ridge, which has been burned before you drop down into this valley and you hit a wall of wind. So it hasn't burned in the last, couple hundred years. And that is thanks in part to the wind pattern. So I think that there's a deep understanding of the natural role of fire in the region. And I think we couldn't have better landowner in the future than the Watershed Research and Training Center, because managing for fire is one of their core competencies.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board?
I'd like to point something out because
Yes.
this is something that Chair has been pressing us onto in our equity committee conversations, is that we've seen the data that shows when you lay map pieces on top of each other, that there are places that are perfect for addressing equity issues and disadvantaged community issues at the same time as you're addressing really important ecological issues and wildlife conservation issues. And I think this is like a perfect illustration of that kind of project that we can be doing all over the state, including in those parts of the state where we might not think about equity especially. So but we should all remember this one later when we're thinking about how to spend money.
I agree. I think it's a really important point. Any other comments from the board? Questions? So I just want to just reflect on how you framed when in your comments, Nick, about this being community-owned land, and very much appreciate the private ownership, but just really want to lift up kind of your, I think the collective vision for the site, I think is, Member Phillips shared the, really making sure that these projects are not isolated from the communities that, are part of these landscapes and part of the history of the land. And so you have, the important ecological habitat resiliency, climate resiliency, fire, resiliency goals, but just really love the research and workforce development. And so it was great to hear that. Just very excited. I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to come out and see it. I wish I could kind of open up my calendar and go. But very excited knowing that this project and your investment is part of this incredible legacy, really, and that the board could play a role in that is very exciting. So congratulations, because I know these, we haven't taken the vote yet, but I think just really bringing a pretty amazing project forward. So thank you. With that, is there a motion from the board on item number 48?
Make a motion as staff proposed to approve.
Great. Is there a second?
Second it.
Wonderful. You want to take the roll, please?
Chair Bookday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle. Aye. Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. The motion is passed.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Okay, moving on to item number 49, Miners Creek. Does anybody, if anyone needs to like stand up and just stretch, it's you know,
Kendall's stretching.
absolutely allowed, so.
Welcome, Kendall Webster. Give us your presentation.
Thank you, thank you. So Miners Creek is a 340-acre acquisition by the Nature Conservancy for a Department of General Services approved appraised value of $2,750,000. It's in Siskiyou County near Etna, California. The property is in the Scott River watershed, which is identified as a stronghold for salmon in the California Salmon Strategy, recently released by the Newsom administration to outline a path toward a healthier, thriving salmon population in California. The property includes about 1 mile of French Creek, which flows into Miners Creek, then the Scott River, and then ultimately the Klamath. And the California Salmon Strategy states that restoration in French Creek will have a significant impact on salmon populations in the Scott River. So as such, conservation of Miners Creek is about water and habitat for threatened coho salmon. Purchase of the Miners Creek property comes with a water right for 1.66 cubic feet per second from French Creek. The Nature Conservancy is working with California Department of Fish and Wildlife to permanently dedicate this water right for in-stream flow, guaranteeing the property's water will stay in the creek for salmon forever. The Nature Conservancy and their partners, including the Scott River Watershed Council, plan to restore French Creek for coho habitat by installing features like beaver dam analogs, where woody debris is added to streams, engineered log jams, and by increasing side channel habitat. So this picture shows an engineered log jam that the project partners have already installed on French Creek. And this map shows existing restoration projects on Miners and French Creeks. And this map shows that the number of reds or salmon egg nests has doubled from 45 to 85 in the 3 years from 2020 to 2023. This map indicates that restoration efforts are already helping to increase coho populations in the Scott River system. This picture puts a face to those numbers. A beautiful adult coho and juvenile salmon. Here's a little video. Oh no, how do I get the video to work? Oh. I need to do more.
I know. Look at that. Look at his legs.
So let's not forget the mighty beaver. That great video of a beaver was provided by Michael and Betsy Stapleton, who live in this neighborhood. According to the South California Salmon Strategy, beaver can be important allies in salmon habitat recovery. Salmon and beaver evolve together. Beavers create dams that allow fish passage while creating deep, cool pools for juvenile salmon to be reared in. So that's what we hope to see more of in French Creek. And with us today are Amy Campbell and others from the Nature Conservancy, Charna Gilmore from the Scott River Watershed Council, and Michael Harris from CDFW, who can help me answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I love the addition of the video. It's fun addition. Are there any questions, comments from the board on this project?
I might have a question. I'm not sure if I understood this completely, and my notes are all over the place on this, but TNC will have this and then want to be reimbursed by selling the property? Is that correct? Is that
Yeah. So this is a property that has already been purchased by TNC.
okay?
So our funding is essentially going to reimburse their purchase so that they can use their money to buy other, do other conservation work.
And who would buy it?
They already own it. So
Okay.
yeah, they're the owners.
And that's for,
So Fran, it's just a little out of order from normal. This was an opportunity that we
That's
wanted
right, I
to
didn't
pounce on.
recognize this.
And so they were able to move more quickly than we would have. Normally, we would fund the
right.
purchase and then they would
I know
purchase it for
there's sort of,
conservation. So it's kind of out of order.
a
of
sense
normal.
of urgency at
Yeah,
the moment.
exactly.
I get that. So explain it one more time. Sorry.
So the Nature Conservancy approached us with this property. We don't normally do it this way, but they approached us with this opportunity. We said, if you can do it now, we will do what we can to see if we can get the board to
Reimburse you.
approve reimbursing you for the loan, essentially.
And we will work out the details.
Yeah. So we've
Either
worked out the
through
details.
conservation easement or something.
Yeah.
But it'll be for protected property.
Correct. So it'll be protected forever. It's just normally we give them the money and then they go buy it, but this is
I
an
know the-
unusual circumstance because there was water to acquire, which is just a rare opportunity.
Chuck was eyeing that fish a little too closely.
Well, yeah.
Never mind.
What to say, Senator? I think what I'd add that wraps additional context around your really important question. We can do this. And we can bring these fish back. And right now, doing it through all of these collaborative and restoration efforts in the Scott and Shasta watersheds are arguably even more important as we're on the brink of completing the nation's largest salmon project in the main stem through dam removal. Over the last year and a half, our department has provided about $10 million into both the Scott and Shasta, directly funding tribes, irrigation districts, conservation groups. And those maps illustrated a whole bunch of work in the Scott River, which will all benefit from this action in this agenda item because we're protecting that water, which 1.6 sounds really small to the layperson. It is not. Yeah. For this tributary, this river, and then the Klamath. So protecting that water, jumping on the moment when the Nature Conservancy had it, and now kind of doing the conforming agenda item, perhaps not our standard practice, fits a very concerted, holistic effort. And I think it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from the board? Okay, do we have any public comment on this?
We have Charna Gilmore.
So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bonham, for those words. My name is Charna Gilmore, and I'm the Executive Director for the Scott River Watershed Council. I'm here to support item 49, the Miners Creek Ranch acquisition. The Miner Creek Ranch has been one of the most, or excuse me, the French Creek, which you saw on the map there, which is the Miner Creek Ranch is located on, as Mr. Bonham was speaking of, is one of the highest producing coho streams in the western states. That map that was shown of the 85 coho reds identified, is just one illustration of some of the work that we've been able to do on the opposite side of this stream from this ranch or this acquisition that you're looking at. So we imagine if we had the opportunity to enhance that over a mile, what we could do in that small section of a really important tributary of the Scott River. And as you heard, the Scott River being part of the Klamath right now is really essential that we pick up our coho populations. They're on the brink of extinction or extirpation of the Scott, and the Klamath, the French Creek watershed is one of those areas that is primarily and solely open to coho every year. The council, in partnership with TNC, will lead a comprehensive restoration project. We have commitment from the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation, Cal Trout, state and federal agency, who will serve as our technical advisor on this committee. Our council employs nearly 20 local people in an also ecologically, or economically depressed area. Opportunities like this, when we have to work on private lands, allows our organization to start to shift our resilience on other industries towards green markets and sustainable economic futures in our rural communities. Having access to these types of lands and working with companies and organizations like TNC will make this critical restoration actions happen at a pace that can ward off the worst of climate change. In closing, I would like to reiterate the strong endorsement from the Scott River Watershed Council, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any raised hands?
Yes, we have 2 raised hands.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, fantastic. My name is Sarah Schaefer. I'm the Environmental Director of the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation. On behalf of Quartz Valley Indian Reservation, I would like to support this acquisition. French Creek and is just critically important to coho survival. We are, as you know, this is the second year in a row of closure for salmon for recreational and fishing and sport fishing. And these resources are vital to the health of the California Indian tribes. We've seen health declines, increased suicide. You can't really understate the effects of the decline of the salmon populations on these Klamath-based tribes. We are ready and excited to help lead restoration on this area, and we are partnered with many other good groups for restoring flows and for recovery of coho, which are really in need of flows. You're probably familiar with the Scott and Shasta and what's going on with dewatering of these rivers, and the coho have been able to thrive in French Creek. We are really excited about invasive eradication and increasing native vegetation, and would really like to thank you for your consideration of acquisition of this important piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we have one more person on the phone. I just want to acknowledge, I always forget to look at my early bird list. We also have Ada Fowler and Amy Campbell. Are you in the room? Okay, great. Sorry about that. We'll take the call.
Soto?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Todd Soto. I'm the Fisheries Program Manager for the Crew Tribe, and I'm representing the tribe today. So on the behalf of the Crew Tribe, I'm providing public comment in support of the acquisition of land along French Creek. As we've heard a few times, the Scott River is a stronghold for threatened coho salmon in California and in the Klamath Basin. The Crew Tribe long advocated for healthy stream flows and healthy fish populations in the Scott River. And in particular, it's one of the most productive coho salmon streams in the Scott Basin. The property is located within a critical spawning and rearing reach. So the acquisition of the property will allow, very important in-stream restoration actions to occur. I was out on the property not too long ago and there's a large flood levee, things like that. And then as others mentioned, there's been a lot of restoration over on the opposite bank of the property. So kind of making this reach whole, so fish can utilize both sides of the floodplain and do things like removing levees. Those are kind of actions that you really need multiple landowners to be able to pull that kind of stuff off. So I think this acquisition is super important from that respect. The acquisition will obviously strengthen the collaboration between the Karuk tribe and the Nature Conservancy, and we look forward to working with the Nature Conservancy and providing technical expertise and helping them with some of this restoration work in the future. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Ada Fowler?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Ada Fowler. I am a senior project manager for California Trout based in the Shasta watershed. And I want to thank you, the board, for considering this project for funding. So on behalf of Cal Trout, I would like to support this item number 49, Miners Creek Ranch, and Cal Trout's objective for working in the Scott watershed, though I don't do the work myself. We have a project in the watershed. They include restoration of flow, also in-stream and riparian restoration, habitat improvements, and this acquisition and future restoration will really complement other ongoing projects that Cal Trout is working on, and that some have been funded by WCB in Farmers Creek, in the tailings, farmers ditch work in the tailings. I'm a little nervous for some reason. And also the East Fork and South Fork restoration projects in Scott. We encourage the board to support this funding for this acquisition, and I want to thank you all for considering it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ada. Amy Campbell?
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Campbell. I'm a project director for the Nature Conservancy. And I think a lot of our partners and Kendall have covered a lot of the amazing attributes of this property. I wanted to add a few little nuggets of additional information. Director Bonham had mentioned how important the 1.66 CFS of water is to French Creek. And just for a little bit of context, that amount of water in stream when summer base flows are at their lowest, which is August, could triple the amount of water that would otherwise be there. So it's a pretty significant amount of water in the context if you're thinking about what a small amount of water in our Northern California streams can really mean. Second to that, I wanted to extend an invite to all of you to come up to this property. I have been doing restoration in the Klamath Basin for probably 20 plus years. I have had an opportunity to observe juvenile coho salmon throughout my career, but I gotta say, last December was the first time I had seen adult coho salmon running on this property up French Creek, and it was spectacular. So I'd clear your calendar for mid-December. You're welcome to come up, but it is absolutely great. An amazing time to just welcome these fish home. And I just wanted to say a big thank you to your staff, DFW staff, and really appreciate you guys considering funding this. So thank you.
Thank you. Is that all the public comment?
There
All
are no
right.
further raised hands.
All right. Thank you so much.
Please, Damon, I know you had an additional comment.
Thanks. This is a great project, supportive. The question of the process of a partner acquiring and then WC paying back. it'd be great to get some understanding of how often this happens, what are the circumstances under which it happens. I want us to stay nimble and be able to get in there and take advantage of when situations come up that require fast action. Absolutely. At the same time, the board wasn't able to weigh in before that happened, and only certain groups really have the capacity or the connections to be able to have that conversation, have that happen. So just thinking from different perspectives could be helpful. Maybe to just understand when this has happened before, what were the circumstances, how often, things like that.
I don't think it has happened before, and I don't intend to make it a common practice. I think this is a one-off. Fundamentally, I mean, all of your points being the one, I mean, I think the Nature Conservancy could sell this property, and that would be, if the board chooses to vote no, that they could make that decision. So you're not locked into this decision. But I would not choose to do it this way. This predates me, but I would say, I don't want to encourage partners to go buy property and bring it to me and say, you must buy this now. Like, that's not the goal. This was just a particularly unique opportunity that presented itself last year. And I think we encourage TNC to go after it, but it would be an extremely rare, or in my case, I can't think of a case where I'd say I'd want to do it, because it's a big risk. It might not work out. So
I appreciate what you're saying, Damon, on the one hand. On the other hand, we live in interesting times, for the salmon especially. They're in very interesting times. And given the effects of climate change, the uncertainties about when properties are going to be available, I think, Jen, you're right to say you don't anticipate things like this coming up again. But that being said, if that's what has to happen to get something that's this important, then press on.
Yeah, I didn't mean to imply that this shouldn't be something that we never do. But to have some understanding of, and maybe we don't even need criteria, but just understanding when it's happened, what circumstances were known at the time could be helpful. So if this did come up again, then, we'd understand the different routes that could be taken, I guess.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
I'm just super proud of the board. Thank you for raising that. I think fairness is a North Star, and you ask a good question. I've never seen it in my 13 years. That's not to say, the next 13, it might not come up again, but I appreciate you raising it.
Yeah, I want to just echo that. I appreciate you raising the issue, because I think it's, as you said, it is unusual for this type of scenario to come, but I think understanding kind of, again, some of that decision making that allows for that to proceed is helpful. So I appreciate it, but understand the nimbleness issue. So
I might just say, I intend never to do this again, but to your point, Catherine, I think if it came up again, I would at least want to get advice of the chair and the vice chair before I would make that even sort of tentative offer. So I'll put that on the table as a promise to you.
sounds good. Yeah, I think that's a great approach. Okay,
Shall we move
think we
this
have,
forward?
I think I don't think we have any more questions or comments from the board. So yes, I will entertain a board motion.
I'll make a motion as staff proposed to approve this project.
A second.
Great, we have a first and a second. Can you take the roll, please, Mary?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Havlet,
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Murray. The motion is passed.
Great, thank you. All right, more clapping. That's awesome. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 50, Upper Bear Creek Meadows Conservation Easement
Brian
Acquisition.
Gibson.
Okay.
And I'm going to stretch. It's not personal. I'm listening.
This proposal is considered a grant to Siskiyou Land Trust for the acquisition of a conservation easement over a portion of the Upper Bear Creek Forest, which is owned by Shasta Cascade Timberlands. This working forest conservation easement will ensure the property remains intact, prevents future conversion and subdivision of the land for residential or other uses, and protects its ecological values forever. The Upper Bear Creek Meadows Working Forest is an approximately 4,768 acre forested watershed that sustains life on the property and downstream. Conservation of this working forest protects more than 19 miles of waterways that provide fresh water into the Upper Sacramento River for people, fish and wildlife, and farms across California. The property is located in Siskiyou County, about 20 miles southeast of the community of McLeod. To the north, east, and south is property also owned by Shasta Cascade Timberlands, and to the west is the Shasta Trinity National Forest. The property mostly consists of mixed conifer and ponderosa pine and is currently being used for timber production and recreational uses. This project complements similar conservation easements that WCB has funded over the last several decades, including the Bear Creek Working Forest Conservation Easement and the Bascom Pacific Conservation Easement, which are located immediately south of the property. If approved, this easement would help to create an approximately 18,000 acre block of conserved, privately owned forest land connected to the multi-million acre Shasta Trinity National Forest. And you can see on the map, it's north of 89. To the west is McLeod. The purposes of the conservation easement are to assure the property is retained predominantly as a working forest, protect the conservation values of the property by restricting or prohibiting specific uses, protect significant open, undeveloped, and relatively natural forest and meadow ecosystems, protect significant water resources, maintain the ability of the property to support sustainable forest management, protect the scenic characteristics of the property, and manage the property for a diverse age structure to sustain a forest that is resistant to drought, fire, insects, and disease. Located within the Upper Bear Creek watershed, the property contains significant aspen and meadow systems. Over 16% of the property will be under special habitat management for its rare and sensitive habitat conditions that benefit multiple species. The conservation easement establishes 3 special management zones and 2 timberland zones, each of which support distinct uses and come with distinct restrictions. For example, at least 149 acres of meadow special management zone will be established for the purpose of protecting meadows and aspen groves, which provide critical habitat for elk. The easement also establishes at least 210 acres of riparian habitat corridors for the purpose of developing and protecting stream habitats on the property. And at least 416 acres of mature forest reserves will be preserved for the purpose of developing and protecting features such as large trees, snags, nesting sites for sensitive species, and structural diversity. The balance of the property consists of timberland zones. Key species on or near the property include elk, black bear, northern spotted owl, southern long-toed salamander, Cascades frog, bald eagle, sandhill crane, and fisher. The terms of the conservation easement will ensure higher quality habitat across the working forest stands than is required by California law, with more diversity and special habitat features. Staff recommends approval of the project as proposed, and in the audience is Stuart Somack, he's Vice President, Siskiyou Land Trust Board of Directors, John Bona, FWS Forestry Services, they manage the property for Shasta Cascade Timberlands, Roger Sternberg, he's a consultant for Siskiyou Land Trust, Sternberg Forestry and Land Conservation, and John Kessler, also with FWS Forestry Services.
Wonderful. Thank you for the presentation. Are there any comments, questions from the board? Please,
So
Catherine.
Siskiyou Land Trust will continue to they will be owning the easement?
Easement, conservation easement, yes.
And
So
then
that-
who owns the property? It's the private?
The Shasta
landowner.
Cascade Timberlands, yes, it's a
Oh, I
private
see.
company. They own the property. Siskiyou Land Trust will own the easement. They'll monitor easement yearly. Make sure that the conditions of the easement are being enforced.
And are the conditions of the easement, will it produce a higher level of biodiversity and property health than
Yeah,
currently is?
well, like I mentioned,
occurring?
the special management zones definitely protects wildlife habitat. Riparian zones, it increases the areas that can be actually, forested. You can take timber from trying to protect the riparian areas, protects the meadow areas, keeps, trying to preserve the aspen for the elk, keep the conifers out.
Is this at a higher level of protection?
Yes,
than
then it's
they
required.
Are currently
Yes, so-
doing?
Yes, so part of the property will be what they call even age.
Right.
And part of it will be uneven age for, when they go in and harvest.
Now it's all even age?
Well, no, under the law, they could go in and basically clear cut, for lack of a better term,
Yeah,
with
right.
some conditions.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
under
So
this-
Catherine, if I could help, can I
Under
just,
this easement, they can't go in and just even age cut.
I would just say a lot of the easements that we purchase is the intention of maintaining good work that's already underway. So, this property already has a lot of good biodiversity and we want those practices that are beneficial to continue in perpetuity and not to have somebody else buy it and just go to the baseline of what's allowed. Is that fair, Brian?
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. They definitely are good stewards of the land, but this basically puts in writing that, there's certain things you can't do that they would be able to do that would be detrimental to habitat.
It makes it then less attractive for somebody else to come in and buy it and.
Right, the next landowner would have to take that easement and
Yeah.
continue those practices. So even if it's sold, this land will forever be under these conditions, or at least this type of management.
Chuck, do you have a comment or question?
I do. And the department is careful not to be too specific when it talks about this particular species. But in this part of the state, our long-term success in the recovery of gray wolf in California, and that being a dynamic that has some measure of stability for rural communities, will hinge on large property owners. This easement helps put together about an 18,000 acre kind of block of, I'm not saying wolf is on this property, but the ability for the department to work with large landowners in the northern part of the state is going to be essential. Conservation easements are collaborative tools. They're market-based. They create that in perpetuity protection. And here, while we care deeply about each of the 58 counties in California, we note that Siskiyou County supports this project, and our relationships with Siskiyou County are particularly important right now for our department.
Any further questions, comments from the board on this project? Again, just a clarification question on the conservation easement. Is the entire property going to be subject to the conservation easement?
The entire property we're talking about today, so the 4,768 acres, but it's not the entirety of all the property that's Shasta.
That's owned by
that
the
they own. They own
company?
Adjacent property that's not part of the season.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's a portion of their whole.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have any public comments?
We do, we have Stuart Somek from the Siskiyou Land Trust.
Good afternoon. My name is Stuart Somak. I'm a water rights attorney. I've practiced for the last 45 years in California and throughout the Western United States, and have had a long and beneficial relationship with Siskiyou County. I first Went up there in 1968. I was married there. My wife was born and raised in Siskiyou County. My daughter was born in Siskiyou County. I taught in Dunsmuir in Siskiyou County prior to the time that I went to law school, and I've litigated a number of cases and issues in Siskiyou County, including a lot of stuff on the Klamath River, and my firm worked very hard in terms of advocating dam removal on the river, which is also one of the things the Land Trust is involved with. I'm vice president of the board of directors of the Land Trust. We're the local land trust up in Siskiyou County, and we have any number of projects up there, both fee acquisitions as well as conservation easements over agricultural and forested land. We've turned to conservation easements as part of our part of what we do. Certainly for the last 15 years, we've been doing that in a great deal. We have a conservation acquisition strategy. And this particular acquisition certainly meets our goals. So I just want to tell you that, put a face on the Siskiyou Land Trust and let you know that that we're very positive about this land trust, and it works very well with the other work that we're doing in Siskiyou County. Thank you.
I have no other cards. Are there any raised hands?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you, Erin.
Great. Any additional questions, please, comments?
Just a comment. Great project. Thank you for the presentation. Just to Chuck's point, I did some wolf advocacy up in Northern California. I've been up to Siskiyou and Modoc counties, and there are wonderful people up there. I think there's this urban-rural divide. I'm just a guy from LA. I don't know anything about the way up there. No, I know. I go up there and I say I'm from LA. I don't know anything, but I'm interested in your ranch or your farm. I want to know where we have common interests to be able to work together. And I think we need to see more of that. So please take back to your communities that this board, our staff, we're here to help and find ways that we can meet our conservation community goals together.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board? Okay, I see none. I'll take a motion.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Great. And we have a second, a first and a second. Mary, can you take the roll, please?
Chair Bogday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member Nagami.
Aye.
Member Pavle,
Aye.
Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. Motion passes.
Great, thank you. All right, yeah, I mean, I feel like we need to keep it going.
Okay, last one.
Last one, maybe if I could before, the next, what did we call it, a retreat, a board retreat? And we can all get together and talk about wolves.
Oh, there you go. All right, David Dodds, take it away.
Parks Creek Ranch. All right, item number 51, welcome. Parks Creek Ranch.
Parks Creek Ranch kind of brings together the last two presentation items, and maybe it's fitting that it is the last one. We are again talking about beautiful Mount Shasta region of California and salmon. And I think we could start, or I will start this presentation by reiterating something Director Bonham said during the last salmon presentation, which is we can bring back salmon to this landscape and we know how to do it. And this acquisition is about providing a tool to help bring these salmon back to reach a Park Creek where perhaps they haven't been salmon for some time, or they're going undetected. Parks Creek Ranch itself is a 5,270 acre working cattle ranch. The project itself, though, will provide After acquisition, will provide in-stream flow and riparian habitat for those salmon species. The ranch itself has an incredible water right of 18.5 CFS, which here's our comedy relief for since we're late in the afternoon. 18 CFS is almost 40 miners inches for all our water rights attorneys out here. I think he left, but it's how about in a volume we can all understand? 18 CFS is 37 garden hoses running at the same time. So if you and your 36 neighbors we're all running your hose at the same time, that's the volume of water. It's also 2 firefighting hoses going at the same time. Upon acquisition of the property, the Nature Conservancy is going to go through a process of reimagining and reevaluating the agriculture and consumptive water uses on the property and dedicate the water right to in-stream flow for the benefit of fish and wildlife. The ranch itself has been a working cattle ranch since the late 1800s, which is the common use of property in this area, and includes 3,000 acres of pasture and grassland and 800 acres of conifer and hardwood forest. Parks Creek itself flows into the Shasta River. The Shasta River flows into the Klamath. So as those dams come down and fish are reintroduced into the Klamath River system, Parks Creek Ranch is considered the uppermost stretch of where salmon habitat or salmon could be coming. The Shasta River coho salmon is a functionally independent population and it's federally and state listed. These fish are core to the recovery strategy of the entire Southern Oregon and Northern California salmon fishery. The highest priority recovery actions for coho salmon include increasing stream flows by securing water rights, increasing cold water in the upper Shasta Basin, reducing water temperature, and reducing warm tailwater inputs into the creeks and rivers that flow into the Shasta River and the Klamath River. Parks Creek Ranch, as I mentioned, is the uppermost reach of salmon habitat, and the current stream flows are insufficient for adult spawners and juvenile coho seeking summer habitat. So by restoring that 18 CFS or some portion of it to in-stream flow will provide habitat not only in Parks Creek, but up to 45 miles of Parks Creek, Shasta River, and Klamath River to provide that habitat for salmon. This is incredibly important as we think about a future of Northern California that is warmer and drier, and getting that water off of the irrigated ag portions of the ranch and into the stream. Conserving and eventually restoring Parks Creek will improve in-stream conditions in the creek for the benefit of these fish. And this proposal is supported by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Kurok tribe, the Yurok tribe, Cow Trout, Trout Unlimited, Friends of the Shasta River, and many other environmental groups. What we have pictured here is a lower portion of Parks Creek that has been restored through a WCB grant, and it is much more open and there's much more grasses and forbs and other riparian habitat there. This is to provide an image of what restoration of our section of Parks Creek at the Parks Creek Ranch might look like as it gets restored and as it improves in habitat. The outcomes of protecting Parks Creek Ranch now include those 7 miles of the creek, reduced irrigation and increased cold water, restoration of that riparian habitat, and grazing management more compatible with fish and wildlife. This conservation proposal is in line with a number of conservation plans, including the California Salmon Recovery Plan, 30 by 30 pathways and nature-based solutions that are focused on restoring and protecting wetland and riparian habitat for the benefit of fish and wildlife. The fair market value of the property is $9,300,000. And the staff proposal is to approve the grant and proceed as outlined in the agenda. With me today is Katrin Chappelle from the Nature Conservancy to help answer any questions and provide the Nature Conservancy's perspective in the acquisition.
Wonderful. Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions, comments from the board?
I just have one. Is TNC buying this from a private landowner at this point?
Correct.
Okay, so public comments or?
I can invite Katrin up to speak.
Yeah, thank you all, and I'll be fast since it's the end of the day. I want to say thank you very much for the partnership with WCB staff on this project, but also the project 2 items ago, Miners Creek Ranch. Just to clarify, we don't own this one yet, so this is not a reimbursement, and we are really excited about the potential to own and steward this property, and we thank all of you for your partnership in that. As you've already heard, this project has incredible conservation potential for the Shasta River and also the broader Klamath watershed. TNC's goal with this project is to build on the incredible achievement of the Klamath Dam removal by restoring functional flows to the Shasta River and contributing the necessary conditions for salmon runs to return to the whole Klamath watershed. Climate change is forcing communities to reckon with hotter and longer droughts and more uncertainty about water supply. And while river conditions are driving native fish to the brink of extinction. These elements have reignited our belief that strategic investments in water and land by conservation organizations like TNC can benefit not only river health, but the larger community. This property's location in the watershed and the associated water rights will allow TNC to make a significant contribution to the flow needs in the Shasta River. And this one investment could unlock opportunities that are critical for the recovery of native fish, but also help reduce the pressure on other water users in the community. TNC is committed to transparently integrating our work on flow and habitat restoration with the planning efforts of other partners in the watershed. And we've already begun and will continue to work with interested parties in the area to achieve a shared vision for this critically important piece of land. So thank you again to all of you and everyone who got us to this place, and I can answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Katrin. Do we have any, I have no other speaker cards. Are there any raised hands?
There's
one raised hand in the audience. I'm so sorry. Are you on my early bird list and I ignored you? Ah, indeed. Ada. Oh my gosh, I'm not going to get it together. Aleka and Keith. I'm so sorry. Come on down.
Hi again, and I'm Ada Fowler I'm a senior project manager for Cal Trout, working in the Shasta watershed. And I would like, Cal Trout would like to give public comment and support this item for sure. Cal Trout's going to be partnering with TNC, and we're committed to leading the restoration along the 7 miles of Parks Creek Ranch. And this acquisition will really complement other work that's already going on and currently going on and completed in this upper Shasta and Parks Creek area. As the presenter mentioned, there's been a project funded by WCB and the Cardoza that's completed, and that's down at the lower end of Parks Creek. There's also current work going on, which Cal Trout got funding from CDFW to restore habitat restoration with 7 ranchers in the mid Shasta and Parks Creek. And the current owner of Parks Creek Ranch is a member, so we'll continue to work with TNC if they acquire the property to restore in-stream habitat. And I won't state anything that's been gone before, but Cal Trout's committed to restoring in-stream habitat and flows and riparian habitat in the upper Shasta and parks for salmon. So yeah, thank you again for looking at this, and yeah, hope to work on it in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Aleka Skros Eisentraut, are you here or online? Or I botched your name so badly you don't even know it's you. Okay, how about Keith Fine? Okay. Okay, try online.
Nick Jocelyn.
Oh,
Hi, my name is Nick Joslin. I'm staff at the Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center and volunteer president of Friends of the Shasta River. In the time we have attended Wildlife Conservation Board meetings, we've spoken against many projects. We are proud of the work that staff has undertaken on this project that has allowed us to come before the board today to support this acquisition. We would still point out that paper water rights are not equal to wet water. That's my kid in the background, sorry, 6th generation. Nisky County. Paper water rights are not equal to wet water, and these details are important. TNC knows better than anybody else in this region that the actual water they will ultimately be able to dedicate in stream is likely to be in single digits. It's still important water, but it's a point we continue to try to educate staff and the public about. We'd also like to thank TNC for coming to us to help explain this project and remaining open to suggestions and criticisms. And thank the Wildlife Conservation Board staff, especially Mr. Dowd, for their direct engagement during the process. Thank you for your time, and thanks for making it through a long day.
thank you. Are there other callers?
Mike Belchick.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Belchick, and I am here to speak in favor of this project on behalf of the Yurok tribe. I just spoke with Vice Chairman Myers, who expresses his regret he could not testify in person. We have worked closely with TNC on a number of projects and will continue to do so in the future. We tried to get in to speak about the miners in favor of the Miners Creek acquisition also, but had technical difficulties. In short, these properties, in particular Parks Creek Ranch, are strategic, and in particular, these are really important for coho. Coho salmon are not doing well in the Shasta River, and my assessment, having walked a lot of these ranches, including Parks Creek Ranch, is that Parks Creek is one of the big issues. I think that this will go a long way to helping the Shasta River and strategically restoring the fish on the Klamath River. We've undertaken a number of very large projects, including dam removal, have a number of large projects in the works for the upper basin and in the Scott River. And we believe that the restoration of this ranch and restoration of the water rights, however much that may be, Nick, is really important to the Shasta River also. So in short, we support this project and we look forward to continuing our work with TNC on this and other properties, and including native and cultural values into the long-term planning for restoration in the Shasta, Scott, and the rest of the Klamath Basin. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other hands raised?
Yes.
How many more do we have?
Just
okay.
one.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Todd Soto. I'm the fisheries program manager for the Crew Tribe, and I'm providing public comment in support of the acquisition of Park Creek Ranch. As others have mentioned, the Shasta River is one of the top salmon producing rivers in California, including Chinook salmon and coho salmon. But in recent years, coho salmon are struggling in the Shasta River, specifically in the upper Shasta River, in the vicinity of Parks Creek. So there are abundant cold water springs that provide cold water refugia habitat and suitable rearing for juvenile fish. But spawning is a big issue in the upper Shasta River, and Parks Creek is the key to restoring spawning habitat. This is 7 miles of Parks Creek. I've been out there. I've walked the property with TNC and other partners, including Cal Trout. And my assessment of the habitat as a salmon biologist is this is where coho salmon should be spawning and redistributing to the rest of the Shasta River. So acquisition of this land will provide opportunities to restore this habitat and in-stream flows, and provide a key step toward recovery of coho salmon in the Shasta River. And it'll further strengthen the Crew Tribe's partnership with TNC and others, including Caltrout and other entities that are interested in restoring the Shasta River. So with that, I'd like to thank you, and you know, I'm super excited about this project. It's critically important in my opinion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your comment. So I think, does that complete the public comment? So I have a question for TNC. So there's a lot of partners involved, and I think this is a wonderful project, but a lot of partners involved in this project. And just in the board report, it does say here that after the restoration and in-stream flow dedications complete, the TNC may sell the property subject to a conservation easement. So just, can you speak a little bit more about that, given that this project in particular has so many partners involved in it? Can you walk us through a potential scenario of when that would happen, and would those partnerships that are, I think, seems like integral to the management and, you know, restoration of this property, how would that be taken into consideration on any sale by TNC of the property?
Yeah,
'Cause I think for me, it's beyond this, it's conservation is one and restoration, but it's also the strength of the partnerships that TNC has brought together.
Yeah, that's something we're really excited and proud about with this project. And so I can tell you that we plan to hold this property as long as possible. We're saying right now, long-term, 10 years, maybe it might take a little less, a little bit more, but long enough for us to feel really confident that the restoration and the flow work is either complete or well on track. And that we would then put easement terms on this property to protect all the work that we are doing, but also all of our partners are planning on doing. And so we would be selling the property under those terms if we were to do it. And we would be open to selling the property to any conservation buyer that would respect and kind of advance that vision, that long-term vision we have for this property. So this is not a quick turnaround project for us because of the complexities of the restoration, but also all the important kind of input and partners that will go into it. So that's kind of our vision right now. And we anticipate a lot happening in the next 10 years and staying open to kind of a future for this property that maintains all of those conservation outcomes, but also community objectives.
Okay, so 10 years is in the plan.
10 years is in the plan, yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any final comments, questions? Okay, entertain a motion from the board for item number 51.
I will approve agenda, or I can't approve. Oh, Brad.
I know.
I will make a motion to approve agenda item 51 as proposed by staff.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Mary, can you take the roll, please?
Chair Bogday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavley. Aye. Member Benson,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. The motion passes.
Yay, congratulations. So 43 total projects. I mean.
Great work, staff.
that's- Yes, great work to the
team.
staff and all of the
Yay,
incredible
team.
organizations. Yes, they're part of today.
Do we have,
But before the meeting is over,
I was gonna say 43 projects. Do we know how many acres we
We do, but
protected?
not quickly, but I can find out. Might be in here somewhere.
yeah, I'm reflecting on attachment A in the map, which is great. So I definitely appreciate, I know we will still do item number 52, so, just really love this as a good demonstration of what's been done, but I love the idea of acreage.
When we have
so-
our GIS person starting Monday, we can add that, because it's a great question.
Will they
you'll
be the
probably-
first GIS person for the board? Okay, sorry, Kathy.
Your
Permanent,
your
you know,
comms
full-time.
person can figure it out and put it in the press release.
Yep.
That would be fantastic. Okay, we are moving on to item number 52. Public forum for items that are not on the agenda. So we'll start, do you have any speaker cards for item number 52?
I do not have any speaker cards. Are there
Okay.
any raised hands in the booth?
Do we need to read, do we need to?
There
read
is
this?
one raised hand.
I'm sorry?
There's one raised hand.
Okay, great.
Just a quick question for point of order. Colin, do we need to read number 52? Do I have to read it out? Because about what the item is. I've been in meetings where usually that gets read out. Okay, so it's not necessary. All right, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Okay.
Please.
Take.
Hi, my name is, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Francisco Martinez. I'm a reporter with a newspaper called the Arc and Tiburon. This is more just a general restating, I guess, of a earlier clause or what was said earlier at the very beginning of the meeting during the executive director report about the $1 million technically conditional thing. I just wanted to hear that again if possible, just to make sure that if that's possible. I recognize, Brown Act, not required to address public comment and all. I just wanted to see if that could get restated just from my understanding. That's all. Thank you so much.
Sure, happy to. So what, do you mind? I don't mind saying it.
Okay.
It's just simple. It's not complicated. So the items on the agenda that were approved conditionally include those that were greater than $1 million and using general fund allocations. There are 3 general funds, but it says it in each agenda item, with the exception of 2 items that were legislative line items that were exempt from that rule. And those were the Topanga Lagoon and Island Dairy. Hope that helped. You can follow up with me if you didn't get that.
I should be, that helped a lot. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So we have no public comment.
Thank you. So we will now adjourn the board meeting. Just want to express again a big round of gratitude to the board, to our executive director, Jen Norris, and the staff. I mean, these are monumental meetings. So congratulations to all the organizations, some really incredible projects today that are legacy
It was
projects.
a really nice mix of projects.
Yes.
And I love some of the fee acquisition and easement projects were just incredible. So.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a really inspiring, wonderful day.
And the beaver video.
Yes, and the video. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're done. 4:03 PM. Okay. That's the gavel.